pretty sure it's 7 in there.
All right. Welcome back to the Ori Media Crisis, where a bunch of obscenely introverted human beings sit around and play tabletop role-playing games. Today we are continuing our Age of Worms campaign. My name is Jarek, and I will be the Dungeon Master for this campaign. I am joined by, from right to left on the character art screen, we have our first character, right to left.
My name's Brian, and I play Envy, the human cleric.
Yep. And the next.
My name's Coven, I play Coven.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep doing that.
My name's Jessie and I play Avalith, human rogue.
Junkie.
Fuck off.
My name is Ben, and I play Connor, the human wizard, or half-elf wizard.
We know our races here.
And my name is Cinder, or Angela, and my character is Cinder. I play Cinder, who is Adalfin monk. Monk, I'm a monk.
It's been a couple weeks, so anyway, we're back. Wow. Yeah.
I got there eventually.
Got there eventually.
Circled in. Alright. Yeah, so anyway, last we left off,
Automatically want to say play rogue.
the adventuring party rushed to White Thistle Manor, the home of the Visari family, and the family home of Valith Visari, our rogue. After a warning from a mysterious shape-shifting figure calling itself the Magpie, there they found a warning, a stick kind of dollhouse, I guess you could say replica of the house that was set ablaze upon their approach. After that was dealt with some like dramatic interpersonal stuff with Valith and her substance issue. We went to then Alistair's house where Allison answered some of Cinder's questions, and that was all very interesting. Some of it very cryptic, as is the nature of his divining magic. Some answers are not clear, some are more clear than others, and leading to some interesting inter-character intrigue. Some shopping was done, some potions were procured, I believe. I don't remember how many or who, but I just remember that happened. And Cinder took a visit to Elaval Moonmeadow, who, by sheer chance, recognized her as she was and attempted to blackmail her. The tone, however, of that conversation changed once Cinder mentioned Allison's name as an employer, so keying into the fact that many may fear or respect Halliston in Diamond Lake. Valith and Coben confronted Krogar in the Feral Dog. Cindy and Valith were kicked out.
Cindy almost died.
Cindy almost died, yes. Envy intimidated the patrons of the Feral Dog, announcing her allegiance to the Twilight Monastery, which was a choice.
That's a timer.
Yep, timer's going off or something. A close fight was had, but Krogar was knocked out and dragged out back. And now you all five stand behind the Feral Dog. The tavern patrons, no doubt, about to call the town militia, as that was essentially an assault on all sides. You have but a short time before the guards arrive. What do you do? We had decided that you all more or less converged back there.
Yeah.
In a weird happenstance before, but you are now behind the Feral Dog with an unconscious Krogar just laying there, bloodied, beaten, having been knocked out. What do you guys do?
He's unconscious?
Yep.
I search his pockets.
Okay.
I search him for anything.
Okay. Roll an investigation check. See if you find anything that might be hidden.
Cute. 11.
You do find 20 talents. That's silver. And you do find 1 mark, which is the gold. And then you also find 2 tankards, wooden and a metal one, that are just tied to his side that he takes with him. Yeah. But other than that, no, just he's wearing dirty clothes, now bloodied.
Looking at his tattoos.
Yeah. He doesn't have any tattoos. He's covered in scars, but he has 1 mark or brand on his forehead.
And it's the one that we've
Yeah.
seen before.
Yeah. And let's see. Now that you're getting a closer look at it, you guys can. Let me try to see if I can pull it up. La 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 la. Diamond Lake.
What exactly happened? I say, looking at this beaten and bloodied
So-
half-orc that you guys have.
And I've got like
Holden
Cindy
Nelly?
like tucked up against me, like petting her
Yeah.
and loving her. So you remember the house with the
I recall that you were going
Pieces.
to talk with him.
yeah, well, he attacked us. Actually, I think he attacked you. That's what started it.
Yeah.
You're almost dead, yeah.
I have like 2 health.
Yeah, I'm at 15. Maybe you should sit down.
We were having a fist fight, and then there's 2 other guys with weapons watching.
They were obviously together. I honestly, I'm a little hazy on how it all started, but I know it escalated into a fight.
See,
Uh,
are fights
And-
not common here?
No.
yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
They're
Maybe in Connor's world they're not.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
in your world, but if you go anywhere outside of the schools,
Okay, outside the school, that is more Vela's realm.
That's the symbol.
so anyway, so this symbol here, and
He has etched on his forehead.
matches the one on the arm that we found.
Yes, it does.
And so all I wanted to do was talk to him about the symbol and who
Now,
he is.
you had rolled previously and didn't roll very high, but anybody from Diamond Lake, now that they get a very good close look at it, without, just not in passing or being described, anybody from Diamond Lake, so that's you two, you can roll as well. You guys can roll history checks to see if you recognize.
With advantage?
No, not at all.
That's alright. I didn't do too bad. 19.
13.
15? 19?
14.
14?
Oh yeah, natural 20.
You're not from Diamond Lake.
I just did it.
Yeah, so, the 19 actually will tell you, this symbol is, it's not like a symbol, it's actually a legitimate,
Brand.
brand, like a company brand.
The company?
And, that'd be funny. No, it's actually a symbol that, now that you're looking at it, looks really familiar, and then it clicks with you, and there's a moment of, wait, what? This is Garavan Vest's symbol. Garavan Vest is your sister-in-law's father.
Wait. So this means that he works for Garavan Vest?
Yeah. Garavan Vest, you haven't been around the family, a lot, and he's your sister-in-law's father.
Tish's father.
Yeah, so your brother's
Is he
father.
also, he's just a businessman, right? Or is he
He-
the sheriff?
No, he is a mine
Forget.
owner.
Mine owner. That's right. I was like, I've heard this name before.
Yep.
Tish's father.
Yeah. You know that they don't have. You know this from knowing your family that Tish and her father do not have any, contact or formal relation.
They don't get along.
You don't know. She just doesn't talk about him. But she's from Diamond Lake, and so she was raised here, born and raised here, and she came from some amount of influence, obviously, because he's a mine owner. Mine owners in this town are kind of like minor nobility,
Sure.
So you don't know what that could mean other than he worked for your father-in-law.
And I think you
Not
said
yours,
last
but
time that she knew that like her Vess's Tisha's family was very like strict.
Yes.
Well,
She grew up in a very strict household.
and the last time we saw this brand, it was on
The arm.
the arm of someone who
Drug dealer.
was a drug dealer.
And probably involved in digging up those graves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody carted them back to town.
So we need to ask.
Perhaps
him.
into a mine.
Do we know his name? Do we know this? You said that you knew him.
Yeah, if you look at Coven's character artwork, he does have a scar across his face.
I even told you that.
But we know his name. Like somebody said his name last
Yeah,
time.
you
'cause
literally know him.
we were
He's
looking
from
for
here.
him.
Krogar.
Krogar.
We had a whole conversation where we were headed here
Yeah.
about how you were like, let me handle this because I have history with him.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
we didn't get the poison.
Okay, yeah, because we're fucking broke. And it's not like it's super common.
We probably don't have much time if we'd like to finish it.
Yeah.
Does somebody have the ability to wake him up?
And then just kick him.
'Cause
Yeah,
he's-
man,
oh
it's
wait, no,
flashing.
he's asleep. He's
Yeah,
not
he's
unconscious.
Oh no, he was knocked unconscious.
Okay, he's unconscious.
Yeah.
So.
But he's not dead. Like,
No,
that was
no.
the whole
But
thing.
he's a 0
Yes.
hit point.
You have to know places.
He is not dying.
For
but He's
what?
unconscious.
Die?
Secret meetings.
Sure. Is there somewhere nearby that I would be able to, like, we could go quickly
Like an
to
abandoned house, maybe.
avoid?
You do know of one area to the north of town, a few hundred feet from the Standing Stones. There is an abandoned mine office where an old prospector had set up an abandoned mine very close by, and its office is abandoned. It's dilapidated, but it is very remote, very private. So if we go to the map, I'll show you where it's at. So when we go to this map and we see this map, things look like on the outskirts, especially they look closer than they are. You have to remember, like, this scale, this is it says 150 feet. It should not say 150 feet. That should be 400 feet. But this is the
So it's all very spread out.
Is there somewhere that's like just close by?
Yeah, like, I'm just looking for
Like, we
somewhere
can
that
just
we
drag
can
his body
quickly
real
drag
quick.
him without having to worry about the authorities.
But are we in an alley though?
You
Yeah.
are right now behind
Yeah,
the feral
We're
dog.
right behind the.
So you're kind of like at the bottom of like an embankment and a hill that goes up toward like Neff Manor and the other tier of the town. You could find some like rocky outcrops or some scraggly bushes to try to hide behind, but you are in the middle of town.
There's no like
right now.
abandoned house, like houses that are empty or something like
Not in this area, no. Not that you would.
that. Shed.
Yeah. You can, if you guys want to look for like a shed or a place to hide, you guys can make either a survival or investigation check. A group one.
A group. Oh, yeah.
And people from Diamond Lake will have advantage.
Okay.
That are from Diamond Lake.
Oh, yeah.
Survival or what?
Or our investigation check.
So I rolled a 2 the first time. So 12. So not much better. Better.
Survival or what?
Investigation.
Oh, 20.
16. Survival.
Okay.
I got 13.
Okay.
12 investigation.
Okay. What'd you get?
20.
20? What'd you get?
I didn't roll.
Oh, it's a group check.
Investigation?
Or
Or
survival.
survival.
Uh, 21 survival.
Okay. So I'm going to say that the survivals take it. And you guys do manage, after a few minutes of dragging him around, you begin to hear some louder conversation begin to develop near the center of the town, which is in front of the feral dog. And you realize you have to act now. And you begin to kind of pull him off into what could have been once maybe like a public outhouse that's been like covered and filled. like it's full. You kind of find this area, and it has some like boards and like shanty style, kind of like maybe some homeless or down the luck people might have stayed here occasionally, but it offers you some shelter and some amount of privacy in like thorny brambles and stuff. So you feel like you're fairly safe from immediate eyes, but you are close enough in town or proximity that any loud voices could alert, you know, because you are essentially behind businesses still. So
I will.
you're in a dirty, dirty shanty alley.
I'm just gonna. Cinder's just gonna kind of station herself like out of sight, but kind of outside the building to keep a watch.
All right. So roll a perception check.
17.
Okay. Is anybody joining Cinder?
Keeping watch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can give her advantage, or you can roll yourself.
I can give her advantage.
22.
Okay. So that'll be the group's perception to see if people are coming. So
I'm
while the three of you remain,
going to take out a dagger
okay.
and place it right below his jugular,
Okay.
and then drop water on him to wake him. Like, controlled enough that if he like startles awake, it's not going to hurt him. But like, so that I have it in place as soon as he's awake.
Okay.
And dying.
Don't die.
Brandon's fault.
Well, when is it not? But.
So it's always his fault. Okay, so you're gonna try to wake him up, and you're just ready with a dagger.
Yeah, because
Okay.
and I've got my hand over his mouth.
Okay. What is Coben and Connor doing?
What are you doing?
So I am waking him up,
Why did you do that?
but I'm putting my hand over his mouth so he doesn't yell.
Doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So what?
I don't know, man.
If he moves, I'm gonna cut his fucking throat.
Okay.
I'm watching and listening.
Watching the interrogation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably to make sure we don't go too far.
What are you doing?
You'll commit murder as well. As a
Probably
function.
wait for him
It's
to
an
wake
assault.
up.
Huh?
Probably just wait for him to wake up.
Okay, so you're gonna
I'll be
pour
like
water
right
on him.
next to her.
Okay. It's not difficult. Do you want to wake him up as fast as possible?
I mean,
Or are you willing to kind of like let him like wake up like to water like naturally, or you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, how long are you willing to wait if your attempts don't work?
not terribly long because
Okay.
I do understand that people are looking for us.
So make a medicine check. This is a general check to see if you know like where to pour the water, how to slap, what to do for it.
I got a 4.
So, it's not a hugely important role. It just kind of determines time. So, after a little bit of water's poured on the face, it kind of just washes the blood off, and he's still unconscious for about another minute. And then you pour some more. You kind of start patting, and then eventually, he rouses. But it's been like 5 minutes of him just like out. So eventually, you see his now beginning to swell eyes kind of like slowly open, and immediately his eyebrows furrow.
And as soon as his
I'm just gonna-
eyes open, I say, we're just gonna have a conversation. You get too loud, you'll never talk again.
And then I want to lean over there and say, "You lost."
Wow.
Yeah, oddly, he smiles like it's like a sadistic grin, like he knows the jig is up. He knows he's not in a position to fight, so
Fight, yeah.
he just kind of like smiles, and you notice that like 2 of his teeth are broken. His prominent tusks, one of them is clearly like bent out of shape, like it's come
Cracked.
out or cracked, yeah. So,
Yeah.
and his mouth is like full of blood, and he just kind of grins.
He's going to need a dentist.
Start talking.
So, I need to know, where's Filge?
Make an intimidation check with advantage. Since you have one level of exhaustion still, this should actually just be a straight roll.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Intimidation?
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's a 9.
9. He says, I don't know what a filge is.
Do I feel like flying?
Make an insight check.
Six.
He's absolutely lying.
You also made one. Connor also made one.
What do you get?
He's calculating.
Yeah, I get you that.
I don't believe you.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, he's absolutely lying. Yeah. You rolled a 1. So,
Nice.
yeah.
And I push the dagger a little bit, so it's just, don't waste my fucking time.
Okay. Can you repeat the question exactly? What you said again?
Where's Filge?
Where's Filge? He he visibly relents and says, "Oh, that pus sucker. Yeah. Why do you want to know?"
He owes me money.
Doesn't surprise me. He kind of like looks in the general direction of like northwest, and he kind of nods in that general direction, but like kind of clocks your dagger and doesn't move too much.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "He's in the old observatory. We helped him move in there a couple weeks ago.
Wasn't so hard, was it?
He's a nasty, filthy man."
Yeah. But it's worth money. Av came.
Mm.
Do I know what the reference to ravens was for? Is that from?
I don't remember if you made a religion check, so make a religion check with disadvantage.
I feel like we did. I feel like we established it was like some kind of like harpers or something.
Oh, I think you're right. The group had at least Envy did. I don't remember.
I can make another one though.
No, it's fine. The ravens could refer to the Temple of the Raven Queen that have a prominence here over the cemetery,
Oh, okay.
and their followers are called ravens. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay.
And then it was funny because the whole bird nomenclature thing came up last meeting. It's like because then you have the syndicate crows
Mhm.
and the ravens, and then there's a magpie. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ravens are a generally good aligned.
I don't make that distinction in my world.
Okay.
They are people aligned with religious beliefs. But I will say, for world purposes, religious beliefs in my world are less
Explicitly moral.
No, they're what's the word I'm looking for? Wow, what's wrong with me? they're more explicit. Like having a religious belief has merit. It's not philosophical.
Oh.
You know what I mean? It's not debatable whether the gods
Right.
exist.
The gods exist.
But the debate lies in what they are and their limits, and so, or whether they're
okay.
worship.
I know that we wanted to know.
Where do the bodies go?
What are you doing with bodies?
I didn't do nothing to him. They were for Filge. He just wanted us to get some bodies. We can't go to the cemetery, so we scattered around.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I don't ask.
Were they looking for prescription?
Yeah, was there a specific requirement, or is it just anybody? Like, you think I could sell him some?
I doubt he'd pay. He just said corpses, bodies. The fresher the better, he said, but ultimately he made it seem like it didn't matter.
So, bad news about your guys outside of town. Not my doing. I ran into her mom. It's a bad deal. Does he have any, like, recognition or know, like, what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he gets angry. He visibly gets angry. And he says, "Look, I didn't want to do it in the first place. It's disgusting work."
Getting corpses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why? Just because Bess tells you to?
He
What?
ain't talking much these days.
What does he mean? Can I get any kind of, like...
You take that as you will.
What do you mean? I'm just gonna ask him.
He's fucking dead.
I've been gone for a while.
Then who's he working for?
Yeah, who's
I don't
in
say.
charge then? If it's not Bess.
Why are you guys with a brain on your head?
Of the mines?
Sure. Start there.
I don't know how any of that works.
Oh, I think I have it.
Who is Filge working for? Who's your boss that told you to take care of Filge?
At this, he noticeably, like, cools and puts up whatever mental barriers he can.
Listen. I'm just looking for work. I'm just trying to find out because I don't want to dig up bodies. But if I can go through your boss, Filge's boss, maybe there's some other work that we can do. Hell, we could be, peers in this venue. Maybe we can both get a promotion out of this and both not be digging up dead bodies. But you know just as well as I do, if I don't go to the man in charge, I'm stuck on corpse duty. And I've shown my worth. You know I can do it. I took you out. I mean, I had some help, but...
To you. You couldn't.
You're the Coben's just over there like, I won. I beat
Every once in a while, he just throws in a, like, bitch.
He's like, you're a hype man. He's like, yeah.
Yeah.
We took you down. I beat you.
I remember being unconscious. I just know people. I know go.
If you think you're so important, then you would have already been found by my employer. I have nothing more to say to you.
I didn't say I was important. I just said that I could help. And that I like money.
Can we hear what he's talking about out, like, just outside? That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I already took what I could find of the red powder, but I don't have any more.
He stays silent. This is not a man that fears death.
And we know that they're moving black. Like, this person is the person that's moving the red powder.
He's connected. Yeah, we know that he's connected. And we now know that he's the one who's taking the bodies.
But we don't know where Filge is. Well, we know he's in the observatory.
Yeah, we know where Filge is.
Do we
It's
know
fine.
what the connection is to the mine?
Not yet. I just imagine Cinder, like, kind of leans as, like, the mine.
Yeah.
So, how is the mine? Like, are you still... You got that brand on your fucking forehead. You still... playing two sides, or are they all on the same side now? Still trying to pretend to be an upstanding citizen?
I don't play nothing. Vest is dead. He doesn't own me anymore.
Your forehead says differently.
Can I make it in? I don't know what type of check this would be. Insight, maybe, I don't know. To thinking back on my conversation with Moonmeadow
Mm-hmm.
and his obvious interest of consolidating the mines.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have any insight or, like, theory, I guess, that there might be some correlation with Moonmeadow being involved with this?
Oh, I
Like, does he
see.
seem like the type? Does he seem like maybe this, or any part of our conversation that might have hinted at, like, yeah, maybe he got rid of this mine person to take over that mine?
You would need to make a check. You don't recall anything specific that would connect the two explicitly, but you did gather explicitly that Moonmeadow was an extreme opportunist, and that he belies a certain manner, that he is this aloof kind of elf and full of grace, but he is fully embroiled in getting on top and staying on top. So
And he's totally, he didn't strike me as a person that would have any qualms about being involved in some sort of illicit trade.
oh, I mean, he readily blackmailed you.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like what else he's done, you can't be sure.
Okay.
He was really quick to blackmail you, though.
Yeah.
But that could be for other reasons too.
I think, I think I would kind of, I would just kind of, like, she would kind of lean in and watch his reaction, and say to Vela, we should wrap this up. We have our directives from Moonmeadow in concern to the mines. And just kind of see, like, does they have any reaction to the name Moonmeadow?
Make an insight check. Anybody that's watching you can do this. Of course, you're disadvantaged.
What is it?
Got it.
What check?
Insight.
Insight?
Yeah. See if you can read anything from his minor reaction.
Yeah, nothing.
13.
I only got a 13 too.
Okay. Anybody else gonna make any? No. Okay. He doesn't seem to react. But I mean, a 13 is not bad. His non-reaction is not like a forced non-reaction. It's like you didn't hit the head. You know, it's just like he's like, okay, Moonmeadow.
That's fine.
Yeah.
At least throw out the seed that, you know what, honestly, if he takes that back to his boss and they think Moonmeadow's involved in this somehow, that works for me. So.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't fully know what that all. I don't
Yeah.
know all about all that, but
You're like,
I like. Yeah, Moon Meadow. No.
Yeah, I think Valeth, you would recall a few times in your childhood or growing up here. It was kind of maybe stated a couple times by your parents, like, stay out of the politics of Diamond Lake, and by politics meaning like mines and business here. Stay out of it. Like, you don't want any part of that. And your parents were explicitly not in part of the town proper because of
the corruption, yeah.
yeah.
So I will just.
and I'll go back to watching.
So obviously I don't have a lot more time to waste on you. And if you're not going to help me get ahead,
You want me to hold your hand?
to do what?
I told you where Filge is. That's what you want to know, right?
No. I mean, sure. That's bonus information because, well, like I said, he owes me money. What I really want is to know about Vest. How long's he been dead?
Not entirely certain. I just know that he is.
Surprised that the rest of the town isn't talking about it.
When did he stop working? I'm just mentioning things that I think that would come to Valeth's mind. That's all.
He replies with he says that they haven't. You said you've been gone a while. How would you know?
Well, that's fair. But Connor's been here.
Connor stays on his ivory tower. What?
But he knows the families.
Yeah, more or less.
Like, have you heard anything?
You can make a history check. See if that information has crossed your borders.
He's like, oh right, yeah, he did die.
Natural 20.
He's like, oh yeah, actually I heard all about this. I'm just now remembering.
You don't recall him specifically dying, but you've heard it around for maybe a couple months that a prominent mine manager had died, and their properties and all that kind of stuff is kind of up in the air / in dispute now, and it has a lot of businesses like kind of concerned about who it might go to, who's going to control it next, because that can affect prices and trade deals and.
Well, wouldn't it go to his daughter?
Not necessarily, no.
Funny story. I heard all about this while I was talking with Tobin, and for some reason I just didn't remember.
You got distracted by your dick. I know. It's fine. Okay. Fine. She's
Rude.
hungover. It's fine. Not terribly happy. Having a rough day. Well, I just look at Coben and I'm like, what's the verdict? A rematch later? Or farewell?
Let's say we're even.
He just glowers at you, and he says, "It's a good choice. You shouldn't kill me anyway. You'd be in way over your head."
Look at where I'm sitting. I have an owlbear for a pet. Does it look like I make good choices?
Wow. If we're done.
The next time I see you,
Albert
you owe me a
Chow.
drink.
No,
What?
no. He'll owe you a drink.
Yeah.
Not Albert Chow.
No.
Okay.
I mean, unless it's in the wrong circumstance. I mean, stay out of my fucking way. And I like get up and.
I thought you were going to. I thought you were suggesting that he would be Albert Chow.
Oh no. I asked Coben. Coben gave his word. That's what's up.
Alright, so he stands up slowly and tentatively and like looks at you 5, like, are you gonna kill me? Kind of look. Like, am I free to go?
Here's the thing.
Kind of like leans on like a board.
Mm-hmm. I would recommend maybe a new career choice. Because I'm gonna find your boss. And as we've stated, I don't make good choices. But if I die, I'm fucking taking him with me.
He kind of like he begins to walk away and then he kind of like mumbles under his breath like, you talk too much, and he just kind of like hobbles away. Like he's not afraid of you. He doesn't care what you guys do to him, like, not really, but whoever his boss is, he has full confidence in whatever. So he's not swayed by your words.
That's fine.
So you're left there now, and he kind of disappears.
I would like to follow him stealthily.
Okay, make a stealth check. Disadvantage.
Yeah. 16.
Okay, so he disappears around the alley, and then he kind of comes to the front of the feral dog where he meets the rest of his party, his other companions. They share some quiet words. There's some like hubbub. Some guards are now at the feral dog. You see the tavern keep like standing in the doorway, like talking to the guards and stuff. And he just kind of like waves, like he kind of waves people away.
Yeah.
And then he like goes back into the tavern, and the tavern keep kind of like sticks out his hand, like, you're not coming back in here. And he kind of gives the tavern keep this intense look, and the guards in the tavern keep kind of like step back a little bit as if like intimidated by him. And he enters the tavern and with his compatriots. So
Because this town is run by thugs and thieves.
Yeah, I am going to try to just stake him out.
okay, so you're just gonna keep an eye on him. Okay.
Or if, because with my background, I have a criminal contact, like, could I
Okay, a surf
grab a
to it?
reliable, trustworthy contact in the area to keep an eye on him and report back to me where he goes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you know, one individual.
Because I need to sleep.
We need to make ourselves scarce for a little bit.
You know one individual that you have made acquaintance with on several occasions. His name is Hawk. His name is Hawk Flynn.
Oh, he sounds hot.
Yeah.
And
Well, like Hawk, you better be.
I hope he's-
Hawk and Flynn in one name?
yeah, like, I hope he's hot.
And he's a rogue?
you do know that you might find him attractive. He is kind of a jack of all trades, kind of does a little bit of everything. But his main connection is he's more than just like a town courier. He's the town handyman, but not, you know.
But he doesn't work.
He doesn't
for
fix
anybody.
things. Yeah, exactly. He
Does he
doesn't
work in the Emporium?
I mean, maybe, but
Not that kind of handyman.
Yeah, it's not-
usually.
I mean,
yeah.
probably is.
No.
No,
He's a fixer. He's
yes,
not. Yes. Yeah.
he's a fixer. Thank you. I will show you his picture.
Oh, he is hot.
Oh, he should work in the Emporium.
Oh,
me too.
hello.
Yeah. So that is Hawk Flynn. You have a clear connection with him, and he is willing to do because of your connection to the Syndicate. He works for you for more or less free because it's a good way for him to make more connections and like
He has, like,
He thinks because he doesn't know that
he
I'm
doesn't
not.
know. But either way, consider him your friendly contact for Diamond Lake.
Alright.
Yeah.
Friendly contact.
So I find him and I'm like, hey, watch this guy, watch his friends. I need to know where he goes.
Hey, long time no see.
Hey.
How you been, Vela?
Oh, you know.
Cute owlbear.
Right? Isn't she adorable? I'm gonna train her to be an attack bear.
She is something else, and he. Let's see how this goes.
Uh-huh.
Gets his arm chopped off, and now he's a lot less attractive.
He lets out a little bit of like a whistle,
Uh-huh.
and she like stands up like a little bear would, and like hobbles over to him. He's like, "Come here, come here," and he starts like screeching her, and she just loves him, like loves him, and he's like, "Ah, that's enough. Okay, that's enough." And then he like pushes her. That's enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
I cannot express how nice it is to have someone who doesn't immediately go like, are you fucking stupid? Thank you.
go to whatever you were gonna do, because you
Oh.
have to do something.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Should just get
Just show him one more time.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'd like to rethink my character to someone that can hit on that.
Yeah. It's so funny because I was like, she does have that background trait. She'll need a contact. And it was so funny because I did this literally last night. I was like, she does need a contact. I was like, he's got to be hot. He's got to be likable.
Jesse Bate.
It's Jesse Bate. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. I mean, yeah. So.
Why don't I ever get dated like that?
Well, I mean,
Because you have a family that needs killing.
You're playing Cinder.
Because I'm playing Cinder! I don't
yeah.
get cute bait!
'Cause
Cinder doesn't fucking have bait!
I was gonna say she wouldn't take it.
Because she is a monk.
She's a fucking...
She's a monk.
Okay, I'm gonna need to switch out to Finn now.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna take a quick little 5-minute break. I have to go to the bathroom and stretch my muscles, and we will be right back. Okay, we are back.
Back.
Will have some food in the background. So,
Nice.
whatever that is. Who cares, right? Nom. Alright. So,
No?
picking up where we left off, and you guys were headed where?
Back to Allison's.
Okay. So you make the short little trek up the road, up the hill to Alliston's manor, and same as usual, the family is still there. Alliston is there. It's basically as you left it. You've only been gone for maybe a couple hours. So, so what would you like to do?
I
as
think
you
some
enter
of the party
abode?
really wants to rest.
I'm at 2 health.
Because they
Yeah,
got the
he's
shit
gonna
beat
go
out
to
of them, and
Go to bed.
they're now no longer high.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Now they're
My head
crashing,
just hurts,
crashing
Yes.
hard.
and
Yes. You're fine.
I'm fine.
Can you
Get
just
off
go in
my
a room
back.
and detox? I don't say.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask Allison about the dead guy.
Okay.
Best.
He is currently not like anywhere around, you suspect that he might be somewhere in his main study. Or
Oh, what time is it?
It is 7 a.m.
He's taking a nap.
You guys woke up at the butt crack of dawn, remember?
We did.
And it is Saints' Day, so everything was closed
Yep.
Oh,
now.
yeah. Commodore's not going to bed at 7 a.m.?
You just woke up.
Oh.
After
Yeah,
a
so we're
long
not
rest.
actually going to bed, but we'll be
No.
taking
And
a long rest.
and you can't be taking a long rest. It's
No.
been less than
It's
9
less-
hours. Like
Well, then at the very least, can we take a short rest?
Yeah. Sure.
spend your
Kind of has to take a short rest.
spend your 3 hit die
That doesn't seem right though, because
Wait, what time did we wake up?
at 5 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah, we
On
woke up
Saints'
really
Day.
early.
Yeah.
And then we had breakfast, then we
did we
went
go
to
to
town.
bed after the fake fire?
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, we all went back to the Allistons that night because we got back late.
Yep.
And then we all went to bed. And then I talked to
And-
Alliston, and then we went to bed. And
Woke up very early because
you showed up in Cinder's room for a brief moment, and like you visited everybody's room. You made your camp rounds.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
we all went to bed. And then we woke up and we had breakfast.
And you guys went to bed actually fairly early. It was like 9 or 10. So you guys woke up very early in the morning.
I thought we went to bed late because we got back late.
It was dark. It
Oh.
was fully dark. It wasn't like in the middle of the night though.
Yeah. And then we
Okay.
went to town. And then we
I just couldn't remember. I couldn't remember the rest.
Yeah.
yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Been a while.
So and as was mentioned previously, even on Saints' Day, even early in the morning, the taverns are full because nobody's working today.
Cause yeah, they're
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Because it's a trash town. What?
So I was like, why are people in the taverns at 6 a.m.?
Because they're not working. They're not in the mines.
Yeah.
But it's 6 a.m.
They're all trash, okay?
you do other things.
What else? Let me ask you this off the record: what would somebody do in an impoverished area? Like
You find something
With
to
their old
entertain
trash.
yourself.
they do drugs, they drink, or they party, or they, you know what I mean? They make questionable choices when they don't have a lot of choices.
Yeah.
So
All right.
And also when it's a town that's ruled by corruption.
Okay, well, off the record, Bailiff has lots of choices, but she makes questionable ones.
sure,
She may not have always had choices.
we don't
no.
know her.
Yeah. Don't judge her story.
I do.
Don't write her story.
Anyway,
Anyway,
so
I'm just looking for him.
okay,
I really just heard you say I'm just looking for a head, and I was
I know.
like, whoa, okay.
That's what I heard.
Questionable choices.
It's on the menu.
I too heard that and oddly thought nothing of it. So
Oh, okay, go find the nearest glory hole.
yeah,
An emporium.
Whip out my imaginary dick.
yeah.
This is a detail, right?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure.
All right, so eventually, there's no need to like go through the motions of it. You know that he's in his study. You know what he's doing, but you eventually reach the second floor of the estate where he was before, and you reach the. Did you just knock on his door? Is that what? Did I just hear knocking?
He was rolling his dice,
Oh,
but yes,
okay.
I would jump on
Oh, okay. So you knock on the door, and a few moments later, you hear a. Yes.
He's sleeping.
I open the door.
And
Open the door.
yeah, and as you open the door, he seems to have been reaching for the knob to open, and he kind of share that kind of like, whoa, the bailiff. Good morning. How can I help you?
Good morning.
Are you?
Yeah.
He's like his eyes are a little like sleepy.
I'll hand him a cup of coffee. So, how long has
Gavin?
Gavin Vest been dead?
He kind of like.
And I'm watching his facial expressions, and I understand that he's just woken up, so he's susceptible. I'm trying to make sure, like, is he surprised? Is he, like...
Mr. Vest has been dead for, I believe it's been 2 months now, almost to the day.
Who's taking over the mine?
I don't quite know. Why?
Well,
I could find out.
I would like to know, yeah.
Okay.
Have you heard of anybody named Filge?
Filch. bell.
Probably for the best.
It's so early. You've clearly gotten a jump start on the day.
Oh yeah, Valeth looks like shit, by the way. She's got like a black eye, most likely, and like a busted lip. And she hasn't cleaned up at all since the fight. So.
Yeah, and he's like kind of coming to consciousness a little bit more, like, and like kind of pushes your hair and then realizes it's matted and kind of like he kind of waves a hand and like you feel your hair kind of like detangle and like kind of go back, and then you feel like your face is less crusty, like he's just pressed you to your face.
Thank you. Oh, I think it reopened. But thank you. So, yeah, anyway. We told you about the drug dealers, right?
Out of game.
No, we sure didn't.
No, you didn't. But I thought I had made it clear that he knew that you were on drugs.
Yeah, but we didn't talk about. We
Yeah.
didn't tell him about.
About
We
the
told him
out
about
there drug dealers.
Cindy,
Yeah.
but it was more like we went to this house and like it was like a lot of like information dump.
Yeah.
So I thought
it
we
was a
told
while
him
ago,
about
yeah.
that.
Okay, so assume that you haven't then, and so
His eyes get wide.
he's like, oh, come on in, and he kind of like, is there anybody else? And he just kind of closes the door. You realize that his coffee cup is gone, and it's not gone, but it's empty, and you notice there's kind of a wet spot on a carpet, like near a potted plant.
Oh.
Like he like poured it out, and he's like, yes. So thank you for the coffee. I think we'll have tea for this morning. And he kind of like, there's
Drink it.
there's like he makes like a small
Damn it.
small motion, and then he sits back, and like a few moments later, like during some talk or whatever, his cup kind of like picks up and floats like an unseen servant has.
I'll take a coffee. Anyway. So, yeah, we told you about Cindy's mom.
Drug dealing.
No, Cindy's mom wasn't a drug dealer.
I figured as much.
Oh, right, of course. So, anyway,
So glib as ever.
Cindy's mom, like, ate these two drug dealers, which is what killed Cindy's mom. And, one of the pieces of one of the drug dealers had a mark that matched the brand that Vest used on his workers. And so we were following that lead
I
to
have
find
seen this,
out what happened or how they were connected. So I think there's something going on in the mines. I think whoever's trying to take over the mines killed Vest. Do you know what killed Vest? How did Vest die?
I don't know how he died. He was actually missing for quite a number of days, and then his body turned up, and that's what's been the gossip around town. But I don't know how he's died.
So we need to find out cause of death.
Yes.
And Bailiff just pulls out a little notebook and starts taking notes.
Can I make just a some unsolicited some advice out of game? You know his brother is the mayor.
Yeah.
He's the Lord Mayor.
Yep.
And his brother, the Lord Mayor, Lanod
Awful.
Neff, is rumored to be awful. But you don't know. You don't really know him.
I don't know him, but
Yeah.
I've seen him.
Yes.
I've met him.
He's what kind of commands the watch,
Okay.
right? There's a sheriff that commands them, but the Lord Mayor is the one who controls the watch. There's the
Sure.
watch and then the shields, the soldiers, the military, right?
There's
So-
a military that travels.
Yes, they go where because it's in a country, they go where the state or the government needs them to be for protection. So they are a paramilitary organization. Orda.
It's like
So-
National Guard versus
Yes.
local militia.
Yes. So they are like a National Guard.
Or
so,
state versus local.
Sure.
Yeah, actually, yeah. They're the state troopers, and these guys are the county police. You know,
Yeah.
so there's, or you can even think of it as the FBI versus the police. So
Okay.
yeah, there is that kind of tension between them. So anyway, Allison says, some advice when digging into anything regarding estates, property, economy.
Yeah.
Be very, very careful.
Yeah.
And I say this with the utmost confidence in your and your allies and my son's abilities. Be careful what you ask for, who you ask of, and where. There are always those who are listening, and although my brother is a member of my family and I love him, I do not know if he or who serves him have the best intentions of this house and your party in mind.
Oh, they don't.
And here's where things get complicated,
Sure.
young Vasari. My brother nearly has sole authority in Diamond Lake to do whatever he pleases. As much as we are a democracy du jour, we are a tyranny de facto. Now, I will not say that my brother is a tyrant. In fact, I would even argue that my brother is a good man. I see many good qualities in him, but there are those under him who are not. And
Data received. Data received.
when
Analyzing.
one goes asking questions and poking around and disrupting the de facto, innocents can and often do
Data received.
get
Analyzing.
hurt in the process. The miners and the workers in this town, although they are not exempt from their own sins and their own indulgences, they are more or less innocents. And so, exposing something of any kind of level, you say drugs? If there is something truly going on in this city, which I do believe you, in this town, it has to be done with the utmost care and the most moral and legal ways as possible. Does that make sense? I don't want to scare you away from this, because if this is something more sinister than simply drug smuggling, and I don't doubt that that is a nefarious act by itself, there is something deeper beneath this town. I think we
you
both
know what
know
I
this.
think? I think that someone, maybe your brother, maybe not your brother, maybe known to your brother, maybe not known to your brother, but someone stealing bodies for some reason.
Bodies?
Bodies. And my theory is, as not a medical professional, that they're using the bodies in connection. I don't know if it's separate from the drugs or connected to the drugs, but the drugs are bad. And, like, I mean, they're really good, but they're really bad.
Ah, thank you. Takes the floating teacup down and you
Oh,
get
yeah,
your,
she grabs
your coffee
Coffee.
cup.
And she drinks it, sets it back down, and there's nothing there, so it falls to the ground.
And he waits for you to continue. He holds his hand up, and then he waits for the unseen servant to close the door, and then
I have a theory that they're connected, and I don't know if they're like grinding up people and turning them into drugs, or if they are doing a side hustle, or like
I have a theory. We should work this out.
I don't know what it
What's
is,
this all about?
but I have a lead, and I'm trying to track the lead. And I really appreciate what you're saying, but like, if I wait for someone to do it the right way, it won't be done. And I will try really hard. Like, my goal is not to get innocent people hurt. But I am, you know me. And I'm kind of a fuck up. So I'm going to try really hard to not be a fuck up anymore. But I can't promise anything. So, like, if this is too big and I need to leave Connor out of it, then just tell me ahead of time. Because I have to see this to the end.
So he gives you like this really like sad like he says,
Oh, sweetheart.
you're not.
I can't even say that word.
I don't like that word. You're not a screw up. You're still in my house, young lady. You're nothing of the sort, and although it may be difficult for many to understand, especially a parent, everyone, their children, especially everyone's children at one point makes their own path, and not to, I'm very proud of Connor, not to. Don't ever tell him I said this, but there's nothing too large for that young man.
Well, sure.
If something were to happen to Connor because of this investigation, I couldn't fault anybody for that. He would make his own choice in whether he continues or not. The focus of my concern is there are good people in this town. There are those who want what is best in the right ways, and not in a political meaning of the right
Can you give
way.
me a list? I guess it's a big list, little list?
It is smaller than I would like,
Yeah.
but it is not inconsequential.
Okay.
Let me pull my notes.
Oh, he's really going to give you a list.
He is. Yeah. Nope, not a list. Okay. The Shield. Their primary location is the garrison in Diamond Lake, an old fortification. Actually, the first building in this area, interesting fact, is I would consider the Shield allies. Not politically, but
Legally.
definitely legally. One thing to understand about the Free Cities, and in part Calisander, because we are related in many ways, is that although the Free Cities are by and large self-governed, they are very religious people. The Shield is run by the Church of Bahamut.
Okay.
It is overseen legally by the Platinum Dragon. And therefore, it is not immune to corruption, but it is a source of true justice. I would not question the Shield as an organization. As for the members of the Shield in Diamond Lake, I cannot speak to them personally.
I mean,
We don't
Tobin.
have, huh?
Tobin.
Yes, Tobin is a member of the Shield, yes. And as a member of the Shield, he has taken a sworn oath to Bahamut. And that matters in these lands. So, there's the Shield, obviously, the Church of Bahamut. Now, unfortunately, that is about where that list ends in Diamond Lake. myself included,
Of course, of course.
you can trust me. You can trust your parents. There is another. The Ravens of the Temple of the Raven Queen are trustworthy, but they are very self-directed.
Okay.
And then there's also the Twilight Monastery.
Yes.
However, I cannot say that I personally trust them 100%.
Well, Envy has proven to be a very
Individuals, in my opinion, always trump organization.
Sure.
Just as there is a particular organization that I absolutely do not trust, but I absolutely trust you.
Well, I'm not part of that organization, so.
Tomato, tomato.
Alright.
No, there's just tomato.
Well, I mean, just keep an ear out, I guess, and let me know if you hear anything then.
If you would like, I can see where the I can ask my brother. He keeps all of those records.
Yes. I would like to know.
Yes, I'll have to
Be careful.
find some some of reason why I'm asking about it, because I've never shown any.
You know, you do know his daughter. Vest's daughter.
That she is here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have her write up an inquiry.
I could simply ask her. Maybe she knows.
Yeah, you do that. You should ask her.
Yeah.
We're not.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go take a bath.
If you require any healing, there are 2 substantial temples that can, at a modest fee, provide such. I am no healer, but the Church of Bahamut in the garrison, you should speak with. If you require any such divine assistance in the future, you should speak with. Let me find his name. Oh my gosh.
Hulk
where is
Hogan.
he?
Someone else write it down because I'm really reading it first.
Valkus Dunn.
Oh, it's done. Okay. Alright. Alright.
There's another one. So. Anyone else to speak with Jaren Weiris? And then she leaves. Anyway, so what are you for? What are you for doing? Meanwhile, while they're upstairs having this conversation,
I am.
you wield too much power, and you need to be stopped. You've done a
I
terrible thing.
am. Doing the ritual with my quill,
Okay, sure.
because we never got to RP that.
Okay. And you named it Quillicus?
Quilius,
Quilius, that's right. Quilius. Okay.
Curious Quilius.
The
Okay.
first.
The first. Where are you doing this ritual?
In my workspace.
Okay. And this is, you are formally, like, essentially branding it, but like naming your quill, forming a permanent bond with it. Right, okay. I'm gonna assume prop-wise that that's your quill. Like, that's how big your quill, it's like you can use your quill as a wand as well. You know? Like, it suits, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's your writing utensil, because I think a prop is always a good thing. Anyway.
Yeah, I've probably fitted a quill tip into the handle.
Oh, yeah. As you prepare the arcane regents necessary, and you take the final steps to begin saying the words in which will permanently tether you and this minor magical artifact. You've studied this ritual and these incantations a lot because you're studious and you're a wizard, but you've never done anything like this. This is like binding your soul to a permanency. You know what I mean? Like, this is like, it's like making a choice, like law school or medical school. Like, it's one of those, like, which, you know what I mean? Like,
Pivotal moments.
yeah, it's one of those little moments. So, in that space, you okay. I haven't said that. Okay. Alright. So you complete the final words, and at first nothing happens. You expect, as you pull the words and weave them from the ether into like this arcane might, this power of knowledge and formulae, you expect something really dramatic to happen, like some sort of inner gateway, or nothing happens. And you hear in your mind, what is this? Where am I? What space have I been summoned to? Creature, identify yourself. You realize it's not coming from your mind, it's coming from your quill. Your quill's talking to you. Creature, I said identify yourself. I cannot see.
I'm Connor, and you are on the material plane.
Of course I'm on the material plane, demon. What kind of trickery is this? What have you bound me to? Why do I feel so thin and woody? What am I?
You are a quill.
Pardon?
A writing utensil.
I am a writing utensil? For paper?
/ wand.
I'm a multi-use tool? What have you done? Do you know who I am?
I do not, but I suspect you're going to tell me.
I am Zarastar the Great, High Theron Mage, and I will not be contained. Release me at once.
Come again?
Are you deaf as well as stupid? Creature, I said release me at once.
History check.
Yeah, history or arcana, your choice.
Do I have advantage on this?
No.
That would be a 10.
Okay. He sounds important and self-important.
I only just learned. I've learned how to perform the ritual, but I've never seen anything about reversing it.
You idiot. You fool. You stupid whelp of a mage. How could you not know the importance of reversal before beginning the process? Have you no brain? The quill, like, jumps a little bit, but, like, as if it's just, like, trying to fit. I can't believe... Who is your master? Take me to them at once. I will have words.
That does sound like a good idea. So I take my quill wand to Alistan.
How do you carry it?
In a sleeve.
I assuming that you're moving at a very fast pace. You better be rushing to this master.
Absolutely.
No, stops.
I am running right there. I
Run too fast, you might drop me.
walk sedately.
Yes, must be in a very large palace. It's taking forever.
Very large.
So about this time, Valeth is coming out of Alistan's place.
Hi.
Connor, what's the look on your face right now? What would Valeth see?
The look on my face is bemused.
Funny joke?
There is nothing funny about this situation, young woman.
Bemusement.
I assume that you are a
Can
woman.
I hear him?
You sure can.
The fuck is that?
Bemusement actually means confused in a frustrated manner.
Okay.
Thanks, Connor.
Bad joke?
And then you hear that voice.
Yeah, and then she still says, the fuck is that?
This is my quill wand.
Your quill
I
wand?
am no such multi-use object. I am a high Theron mage, Zalistar.
Can I see it?
What does she mean? Can she see it?
Like I put my hand out.
Do not hand me to this miscreant! Does she even know the art?
Let me see.
Do it and face the consequences, young man.
Oh, please, let me have it. Let me have it. Let me have it. I will give it back, I promise.
If you do this, I swear I will put every curse on you known to humankind.
I just want to look at it. I don't even
I
have to
don't
touch it.
actually directly use you to do.
Excuse me?
I put my hand out and I pet the feather.
How you feel the
There's no
you feel the
feathers.
wand
Oh, there's no feather?
you feel the
It's
wand
just
get
a
a
wand?
little bit warm, as if it's just seething with anger. It's not hurting or anything, but
It's like a wand, but there's a quill
like a metal quill
yeah.
tip.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a
fitted
pen.
to the end.
It's a pen.
So it's just a pen.
It's a wand pen.
I always think of the feather quills.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
So
that's
no
fair.
feather. Well, that's less fun. I wanted to pet it.
How dare you insinuate that I have no self-actualization? Do you not understand? That is the pinnacle
I
of power.
insinuated nothing. I was
How'd
merely
you get such
asking.
a chatty wand?
Oh. To your master now! This is unacceptable! Chatty.
Yes.
What a base word for such a high
Uh,
presence as myself. I cannot believe
We're on our way there.
Is it broken?
Oh, you punish her later.
Alright, well, good luck with that! Nice to meet you, Sticky.
Bailiff.
If you have any intelligence in that small, stupid mind of yours, you will scheme with me to take her down to the lowest level of life form ever created in this world.
I
She
can hear
will
you.
rue the day. She will rue the day. He just mumbles and seething.
She
So-
does.
Yeah.
She does have a temper of her own. If you're not careful, she might break you.
She cannot break me. What am I made of? Surely ironwood? Or some other alchemically treated material?
Well, of course, but she can be inventive.
I'm not even sure Bailiff walks away at this point.
invention is nothing without practical application.
Well, on our way to the master.
Who is this master? What authority does he have in the Theron courts?
It's my dad.
Are you there? Did you say that?
Well, it depends. Connor, do you seem like you are wanting me to leave? Because you started to say my name in a very exasperated way.
I just don't stop walking.
Oh, okay. Well, as soon as now I'm interested. So I'm totally going to exacerbate this situation.
Because she is inflammation incarnate.
It's true.
I just tucked the wand away.
Invention
Aw, that's no fun.
It's still like mumbling and like seething
Did you tell
about
him it's your
these
dad?
these.
She's literally like following up behind you and like talking into your ear now.
What? Are you related to the Theron High Council?
I take it out. What?
Are you related to the Theron High Council? Are you some sort of prince? Have I misspoken?
Oh yeah, you're in trouble now, Sticky.
Bailiff. Desist calling my wand sticky.
Desist calling me a wand, peasant! I am a high mage.
I mean,
A second ago, you were unsure whether or not I was a prince.
yeah, Sticky.
Bailiff.
Alright, what do you want me to call it? Does it have a name?
What is your proper address?
We shall... To my master.
Frustratingly vague. Okay, so you enter the office and he seems... He looks like he's just about to like stand up and like either go back to bed or like he's like done with whatever conversation that he just had with Bailiff, and then he sees you walk in and he sees the bemused face and he kind of shares one. He's like what? And
Bailiff looks the happiest she's ever seen, like just standing a few feet back behind him, like over his shoulder.
it's so early, son.
Well,
You've completed the ritual. Congratulations. Who am I speaking to? And he Allison gets this look like, you are speaking to Aliston Neff of the Pansophic Arcana. The Panso! What is this nonsense? Are you a high mage or not? And Aliston kind of gives you a look. Do you mind telling me what happened, son? Is he or is he not the prince?
I did the ritual exactly as it said. And, this is what happened.
He steps forward with this just intense curiosity, and he asks for it, and he takes it from you. In whose hands am I now? This is Aliston Neff. Calm down. Creature, who are you exactly? I am High Theron Mage Zalister. I have said this many times. Who am I speaking to? What address shall I use? Incompetent fools.
If you decide to break him, can I do it? She's still outside the door, but
One moment. Say nothing. And he goes and he checks through some shelves. It takes him a couple minutes until he pulls out a long, thin lead box, and he opens it. It's a little too long for this stick, but he opens it and he puts your quill and your wand quill, your multi-tool, your
Sonic
psycho mage.
Quilius.
He puts Quilius. Zalister into this thing, and then immediately you feel a sense of weight lifted, like whatever connection was there is now stopped, and he kind of puts it aside. You did exactly as the ritual said,
Exactly.
and he asks you to like walk him through it. And do you like? He's familiar with it. He's never done it.
I break it down step by step, ingredient by ingredient.
Yeah. Alright. So just like you guys start talking shop, and after a few moments, he says,
As soon as they start talking about the pouring shit, I'm like, no, seriously, if you decide to break it, I want in. But I'm out.
She walks away.
that wouldn't be a very good idea. Breaking a scribe's quill is dangerous. It's more dangerous than killing a wizard's familiar. A wizard's familiar upon death typically just vanishes. When you chose to become
Listen closely.
I stopped. I'm listening.
When you chose to become part of the Order of the Scribe, you made a decision to imbue part of your own soul, your own psyche into an implement of great power. That is why it is not as common arcane school of study to imbue literally one's self and one's power into such an arrangement between an object and oneself. This is odd.
Connor, are you secretly a Thayan asshole?
Baron.
Oh, Thayan. I meant Thayan. Are you secretly a Thayan asshole?
It is speaking with a level of knowledge and ability that is wholly separate from you. And that is, I want to say impossible, but I can't now. This is troubling. You have either accidentally bound something to that wand, in which now serves you, or there is something about you that has not been previously unearthed, Connor. Either one of those options is realm shaking. I'm going to assume that it was an accident, not on your part, that it is another entity that you have trapped in this device, in this tool. Our first order of operations is to discover exactly who or what it's in the box. Who or what this is. Truly, get into their motivation. If it is a demon or a devil, it may be trying to trick you into believing that it's something that is not. Either way, you're bound to this thing.
Wait, so this could hurt him?
Only if it is hurt. It is his tool.
Fine.
This is your tool, Connor. But
Yeah, it's fine.
you must treat it with great care and respect. I cannot say what will happen if that were to be destroyed or damaged to you. Typically when an implement of such,
I couldn't even figure out how this happened.
typically when such a thing happens to an Order of the Scribe, they simply take the time to reinvest the energy, regain what they've lost, and make anew. But this seems,
Worth investigating.
at the very least,
I'm not sure if that's mine or someone else's.
ooh, in the food.
Ooh.
Wizard.
It's not the same length as my hair.
You have different lengths of hair.
It also looked blonde, but
Gross.
Delicious.
good to be you.
I can let you keep this case if you need to keep it quiet.
Yes. Yes, please.
It's not, it kind of rattles it a little bit. It's not a perfect fit, but I'm sure that you can give it some care or craft will find some other means. But it must be lead. The lead will block most magic. Most. Not all. It's still there.
I'll find something to line it with and keep it in place.
And until you know exactly what this thing is, I would not risk its anger. Try to get to know it.
I am fairly certain that that ship has sailed.
Connor, there is the other possibility that this is something a part of you that which we did not know. And you should get to know it. If it truly is a part of your aspect or personality that has yet come to light, it may behoove you to form a relationship with it. Get on its level. If anything, to learn what its true nature is.
This will be a very exciting new aspect to our journey.
That's a word for it. Are you kids quite done brightening my day?
Yes,
And so early.
you may go back to sleep.
I don't think I could if I wanted to now. Zalister, that's an interesting name. I will see what I can find on that name. You shouldn't... Don't ignore this tool, Connor.
Absolutely.
It seems like ignoring him would be the opposite effect of what you would want. He seems very...
Someone have to be nice to it. He's such a dick.
We don't know what or who it is. It could be a god.
Okay, it's still a dick. We know it's a dick. Just saying.
I would handle it with the utmost caution, but I leave it in your hands.
You have to be at least as nice to it as you are to me.
That's not... Okay, well...
Excessive. Excessive. Even your father says it's excessive, and he's nice to everybody.
If this is an aspect of myself,
Then you're secretly a dick. And you deserve it.
Al chuckles a little bit. And she has a point.
And you
See
deserve
that?
every barb I give you.
It seems that my logic and rhetoric classes have stuck with you. Now is not the time or place for whatever
He's about to.
para-sibling conversations are about to have.
I have to
Leave my room. Leave.
go prepare Jinx's food.
Jinx doesn't eat. Leave.
The Jinx right here
Yeah.
is hungry.
Alright, we leave.
I have,
In
to go,
the
I have to go feed the cats.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Cinder, Coben, and Envy, in this long silent pause for you three, what are you three doing in Allison's mansion as there is some animated conversation upstairs?
I'm still fucked up, so I'm probably just sitting there passing out.
Yeah, so
I'm
if,
asleep.
okay, so if you guys are going to take a short rest, you can spend up to 3 hit
I
dice.
did 2 and I only got 4 health back.
That's not
But you add your
possible.
con to each die you roll.
Well, it says like when it says like my modifier is +1.
Your con mod?
I don't know. It just says on like the character thing when I look
Lovely.
at my die or hit die roll.
Well, that's lame.
So your hit die is a d10 and your constitution is +3. So each time you spend a hit die, you roll a d10 and you add 3.
Yeah, so I got 1 on each, so I'd have.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
You
7,
roll a
8.
1 both times?
Yeah.
So all 3 times?
So you'd have it an
Well,
8.
I did 2 hit die.
Oh.
You have 8 total. You got 8 total back.
Well, then I had 10 health.
Okay.
Damn. Savage.
And then you have 1 more to spend if you want to. And then when you take a long rest, you only get half of those back. So you only get 1 of those back after a long rest.
Well, you don't have to spend it. I can.
Yeah, we're not in any kind of scary situation, so.
Well, and that was the only reason I asked about the healing, because I was like, I didn't want you to have to spend your spell slots if we're not going to have a long rest soon. So if we can find someone else who can heal us.
That's up to you guys. There's no
You just have to pay for it.
huge impetus to go anywhere. I mean, you know where some leads are, but the day is yours. You know, you guys can take a long rest at the end of
Everything's
the day.
closed.
It's Saints
Yeah.
Day, yeah. So today is kind of a good day to rest. That's the point. Yeah,
It's also a good time to snoop.
That's true.
that's true.
Should have Snoop.
Snooping.
Snooper, snoop.
Yeah, so
What's your stealth modifier?
seeing Coben kind of
7?
still looking all kind of busted up, I'm gonna heal him with healing.
Yeah, he's like over there tying like badly wrapped
Yeah.
bandages around his arm, and they keep slipping down. It's just like
Mm.
It's boom.
his eyes like all swollen, can't open it at all.
Yeah,
He has like a pack of peas on it.
he's looking rough. Yeah.
What do I need to get rid of this exhaustion? Just a long rest?
That level of exhaustion represents your withdrawal from
Yes.
addiction.
So we don't
So
know.
it's not standard. Yeah, you're not
Standard.
standard. Clerical abilities would probably help, but you don't know
Um,
which ones, or you know. But magic clearly helped you get out of the high.
And here's my inspiration to reroll my thing. I rolled a 1.
Roll your what?
His health
Healing.
is healing.
My cure wounds.
Oh yeah. If you spend your inspiration, I'll just say that you roll max.
Okay, cool. Cool. So I will heal you for 8.
For
12.
8?
12.
Yay.
So that puts you at what now?
22.
Yep, 22. Pretty
Um,
much full.
I'm
Yeah.
also gonna have you focus. I'm gonna give you.
Anybody else spending hit die? Like what
I'm
actually?
gonna give you Vigilant Blessing.
Me?
Yep.
The hell is that?
So the next time, next time we roll initiative, you would have advantage.
Okay,
And you giving your 20k was worth it.
Yeah, I took 2 hit dice.
Okay.
And I'm back to full.
Let's see. I will mark him as
So noisy.
having inspiration, even though he doesn't. So he'll have a little inspiration in combat. And then you are back to full.
I am, yes.
Okay.
Using 2 hit dice.
I'd love it if
So
you could
1
do
left. For future use.
That's 24, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
I am.
And you have 1 hit die left?
Mm-hmm.
I have 1 more HP than you.
So I'm also going after
Ah.
I patch up Coben. I'm gonna go and I guess go outside. It's like daytime or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Holiday.
And then I'm going to try to
Not
harness.
morning.
I'm going to harness my divine power.
Okay.
And what that does is it allows me to expend the regain the use of 1 spell slot.
Nice.
1 spell slot?
Mhm.
Okay. What level?
First.
Okay.
So that cure wounds that I did.
Okay. So basically just didn't do it. Yeah. Okay. And then what's your HP at right now, Envy?
33.
And do you have, how many hit dice do you have?
I didn't spend any
Okay.
because someone didn't hit me
And then Connor, what's your HP at?
because I know better.
I have you at 20 out of 20.
Yes.
And how many hit dice do you have? I'm just
Uh,
doing like a little counting over real fast.
3.
Okay. You probably haven't spent any yet. You don't
No.
ever get it. And Cinder.
I'm 33 out of 33, and I have 3 hit points. Or hit dice, I mean.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think me and Goben took the most.
I'm going to
I
assume that
wasn't at
Cindy
battle.
is back to 11, even though we didn't really get into how much she was healed. She's fine. So she's back at 11. She doesn't have any hit die. And then we've got... Get over here, Scout. Have you resummoned Scout? I forgot.
He's a rat in the tavern, so.
Right, that's right.
So he's probably still around.
Yeah, he's... Yeah, if you forget about him, or I'm going to assume out of game that he's following you and you've recalled him to your dimensional plane. So if you've forgotten that he's there, you'll have to spend that action or bonus action or whatever to call him back out. I'm just going to assume that he's around, unless you specify
The
Like,
Heron-
I want him to stay, wherever. And then Starlight is.
So do you want him to be in his pocket dimension, or do you want him?
Yeah, I don't have
Or
to
in
say
your
that because
pocket.
I'm gonna
I
give
just
him
haven't
food.
seen my pocket. Yeah.
How much food do you give him?
So he's still here. You made good
Wait, did we ever go to the market?
You knocked out the orc.
No, Connor went to the general
It
goods
closed.
store and got a potion, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the market's closed down today. There's no market. There's
Everything
no.
is closed.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Probably just take him out and put him on a rhododendron. Jeez.
Yeah, I'll take him out.
Just put in Aliston's garden and just be like, but it.
Ooh, don't do that.
No, I'll take him out
Just
to
put him on a
like,
shrub outside.
yeah, I'll go
Like,
find
go for it.
I'll go find like a patch of grass or something.
Okay,
Some clover,
how,
like a patch of clover.
how long do you let him, in pounds of grass, how long do you let him munch?
I want to see like how long he will keep munching because I'm still trying to figure him out.
Okay.
He just doesn't stop.
Oh, so you're trying to figure out, like, what's his, like, oh, I'm good now?
Yeah.
He
Okay.
stops feeding.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me either an animal handling, a survival, or insight.
Okay. Okay, do insight. Insight of 22.
Okay. So, Allison's yard or lawn area is the only green grass in Diamond Lake. So, this is the perfect area for him to munch on.
I mean, I know like alchemical components, so I won't do like flowers or plants. I just do like grass.
So, you spend about a good hour watching him basically mow his lawn. And just and if eventually, like, it starts out kind of like wormy and chaotic, and he kind of doesn't love what he's eating, but then he kind of gets in the groove, and then he actually starts kind of like actually mowing the lawn. He gets into like a pattern, and you see him just get really focused, and he stops at about what you would guess 5 pounds of food,
Jesus Christ. Okay.
and he weighs about that much as a creature.
Basically, the lawn bag is full.
Yeah,
It's time to dump it out so that you
But
can
where
mow
the
more.
fuck did he keep it all? Because he doesn't weigh anymore.
yeah. Well, now he weighs 5 pounds more, but yeah.
Just
Yeah.
metabolizes it.
Yeah, and so eventually he stops. Like, the lawn is, I'm going to say, like 75% eaten, the grass. So there's patches here and there that, little tufts that haven't been eaten, but the lawn actually looks really great.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I think in the morning I'll just like lay out there, like actually relax because it's the only green grass around.
so you can safely say he likes 5 pounds of food a day.
Jesus. Okay. It's a
So
little
he
fatty.
probably won't
And
eat
each
more
ration of food is a pound.
today. Yeah,
Yeah.
so 5 rations a day.
That's why he kept.
Just for him.
Yep.
He needs to go on adventuring so he can earn money.
You might also be able to get like a bag of oat like you would for a horse by horse feed.
Yep.
Might be cheaper.
Yep.
Yeah, but then who's
feed.
gonna carry it?
We'll need
Feed.
to. He's gonna eat it in one day.
Interestingly enough, feed, like horse feed, is 5 copper and it weighs 5 pounds.
Yeah.
So it's a pound per copper of feed, which is like dried haze or oats, or
Kind of the perfect food for
I wonder if he'll eat it.
caterpillar.
you can go to one of the stables and see
But
if
they're
they're
closed.
open. Yeah, see if they're open or if you can
Well,
get some.
I mean, there are some things that have to. They're probably not open to public purchase, but there would be people there. You could probably try and talk to them.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Real quick for my sanity, I forgot.
Monkey.
What did you send Hawk out to find again?
He's monitoring. He's watching Krogar.
Following
Right.
Krogar.
Okay, I need to write that down. Yeah.
And if Krogar goes anywhere specifically or does anything suspicious, I just want him to send me updates every
Yep.
6 hours.
Hawk is dating Krogar. Did you tell him how long you want him to do it, or just if he does anything interesting or weird, or just anything?
Until for at least 24 hours until I can get back to it, because right now I can't.
Okay. And Alliston is looking into wand weirdness
And
and the where Vest's estate is now.
The best situation.
Yeah.
I want him to get invested.
Oh my god, that's the title of the episode. Invested.
I don't love that.
You don't. You're
I
not
want to
invested
buy
in
any
it?
other name.
Ooh, Angela,
Yeah.
I think when it becomes 7th level, you need to add another left.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Mm.
Every 4 levels.
Grow him.
There are already 6, but like, when I-
So I asked this like out of game, and Slove isn't really a spoiler. He'll turn into a moth. Can you add wings?
I don't know that he'd look good with wings.
I think you totally
Could also just get a moth.
Yeah.
I mean,
But it wouldn't look the same.
no, but he's not gonna look the same
Moths
anyway.
don't
He's
look
gonna
the same, yeah.
he's gonna look like a Luna moth.
Yeah.
And they sell Luna moth.
Do they really?
Do they?
Yeah. In fact, there's a Pokemon that looks like a Luna moth.
I didn't know that because I made Lunamoth up. I didn't know that was a real thing.
That there were Luna moths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
This
just
is,
I
this
was
is a Luna moth.
oh. Yeah, no, like in my fantasy brain, it's like a moth that's tied to the moon, a Luna moth. That's what I called it.
They're the
So
ones
it's
that
called
you-
a Luna pillar, and I just made it up.
Yeah.
I didn't
Like
know
we were
that
talking
was-
about, they don't have mouths.
Oh,
Oh, you didn't know Luna Moth?
That's what they told me. They didn't have mouths.
I didn't know. I didn't.
Or you told them. Yeah. Yeah. No. When they become moths, they lose their mouth and they starve to death and die.
Well, that's dumb.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. Yeah. They just starve to death and die. They mate and then they die because they can't eat.
That's fucking awful.
Yeah.
What a terrible evolutionary.
Horrible. Like I'm like, what? Why?
There it is.
I don't understand why.
So just to let you guys know how to spell Vest's name, it's Garavin, Garavin, and Vest is
Do
Vest.
you want me to spell things?
That's how I spelled it.
Yeah, I just want you guys to know.
V-E-S-T?
V-A-S-S-T.
Vest.
Best.
Vest. Anyway, the day is yours, my lords and ladies, and others. What
I
would
think
you like to
Bailiff
do?
would pop her head out while you were letting him eat and just be like, okay. You good?
Huh?
Is he eating because he's happy to eat, or are you like trying to mow the lawn?
I'm just letting Starlight out.
Okay,
Seeing what he's doing, and apparently he wants to eat. So
all right. What's Cinder doing?
Yeah.
So this house.
Yes.
It is a house. It is not like a tower. Like it doesn't have like a parapet like or something on like up top like a flat area that you could.
Oh, like lay like a widow's watch or something.
Yeah, like things like that.
So there's on the 3rd level, which is basically all of
Balcony,
Connor's
I don't know.
level. He has a modest-sized balcony.
Is there anywhere other than his level?
No,
His
there's
level?
there's 3 floors, and on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and then quote 4th, the top of the tower, the turret.
Yeah.
But there's no roof access or anything. I mean, you doubt that Allison would mind you getting on his roof, but if you really wanted to,
Some uncomfortable. That's not uncomfortable.
yeah,
It's like it's a roof. It's an actual roof.
it's an
right?
actual roof, yeah,
Yeah.
And it's pitched, and it's yeah.
Yeah.
Are you looking for a place to meditate?
Yeah, and the garden's occupied. So.
Well,
Yes.
he's not actually in the garden. He's on the lawn, right?
So I mean,
The
Yeah.
garden, right?
Another one.
there's a back garden, and in the back garden, there is actually a still like koi pond.
Oh, perfect.
And there are actually there is a tree that has been cut down, but the stump is still kind of left, and on the stump he has kind of polished and smoothed it almost like a patio like table, like a coffee table for like a patio, and there are like intricate like designs that he's carved and drawn and painted and then layered with like glass. It's a beautiful estate, but the backyard is more or less, they've probably been back there, but it's
Yeah.
not occupied. Now, about this time though, interestingly enough, the twins are out and about, and they run hitherto. So they are either out in the back playing, out in the front playing, in the house playing.
Yeah.
So
All over.
all over.
So I think okay. So when we first got there and everybody kind of was like wandering off, like they went to go rest. Valeth went upstairs to talk to Aliston. Connor was off doing his wand thing.
I was carrying
You were
Coben.
off mowing the lawn.
Well, mowing lawn and carrying Coben.
Yeah, and carrying Coben. I mean, Valeth is still pretty unsettled, kind of by her conversation with Moonmeadow.
You mean Cinder?
Cinder, is that what I said?
You said Valeth.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Valeth.
Not Valeth.
I know you
Cinder.
meant, but yeah,
Yeah.
I want to make sure.
I mean, so I imagine Cinder would still be pretty uncomfortable, like, and kind of thrown off with that conversation. And yeah, she would have wanted to meditate, but I feel like she would have kind of like looked outside, sees you in the grass, looks over into the back patio, sees the twins running around. I think she would I guess she would go to her room and meditate then.
Sure.
And I mean, that's what she would be doing. She would be kind of collecting her thoughts. Because she does at some point want to talk to Aliston, but there's a lot of traffic right now.
I'm like, you can come out here if you want, Cinder. I'm just laying out here in the quiet.
Nope, I'm gonna walk to my room. Thank you, but twins run by.
It's that little kid humming.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah, I think she would go into her room to get her emotions under control.
Okay.
Oh, that's so eerie.
Why is this child humming?
There's no
Yes.
child humming. That is what Envy is hearing in Envy's head.
Oh,
Yeah.
just constantly hearing that now?
No, and that's gone as soon as you walk away.
Oh, when I was over talking to her?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's weird.
Huh.
I don't hear anything, but...
Just like the Standing Stones.
Jacuz. Okay, I make a little mental note of that.
No. Well, that's gonna get distracting real quick. For you. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's not why you guys have a chain. That's weird. You can see that chain.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be a spell I was playing with.
It's between
Oops.
Connor and Copen.
Yeah. There's no okay.
But yeah, she would meditate and probably like, so it was 7. They've been wandering around. It's probably
Yeah.
like 8.
The time right now, I can tell you exactly, is, let's do an hour. It's 9 a.m.
Allison seems like someone that likes to sleep in. Not a morning person.
He's kind of a go with the flow, yeah.
She would wait a little bit to talk to Allison.
Okay.
Until she's gotten her own self under control, I think.
Okay. So, in your room, the quiet of the room.
Which is probably not very quiet, but...
So, what is it that you've done in the past to get yourself to a state where you're not thinking about certain things?
I think her meditation starts out with kind of, she's thinking back on like what happened, the discussion, where it led to, and I think can't help but think of like where she kind of fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of the repercussions of that, and she starts to focus on a lot of the techniques and things that were taught by the monastery of, you know, controlling her breathing. She tries to picture the bastion of flame and picture the flames that she would watch,
Mm-hmm.
to kind of take her down to the level where, like, in her mind, she pictures it like a steel black pond
Mm-hmm.
where there's no ripples, it's just flat, but all of her emotions and the turmoil and everything is beneath that surface.
Oh, I see.
Like if she was to go under it, then you would just see these turbulent, like churning waters, boiling, kind of with a lot of the things that she hasn't dealt with yet.
Mm-hmm.
Or is currently in the process of dealing with, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is trying not to repress it. She's trying to deal with things. But,
Yeah.
and so I think she's meditating and focusing on taking some of those things and pushing them down beneath that surface until she can bring them up and deal with them.
Mm.
And kind of balance them and look at things objectively. Because yeah, she needs to get that in order so that she can discuss with Aliston kind of some of the things that she discovered during that conversation.
Mm.
But
Okay, so as you're centering your mind and you're going through your visualizations, you come to that in-between space where in your mind's eye you picture or sense that kind of calm, black, smooth surface. And you know, in the mind's eye it's kind of funky, but like below you sense all that turbulence. And then you kind of envision yourself there, almost like if we were to say a camera or something. You know, we see her in that space, and there's nothing around her. It's almost like there's just her, and whatever she's feeling. In that space, and you've done this many times. You've had to. It is always comforting to know that you always have a choice, and I think that's one of the primary tenets that Stonefist Gladstone, thank you. I was like Stonefist Stone. That's not it. Gladstone would have pushed to you is that you always have a choice. You may not be able to choose how you feel about something, but you always have a choice in how you deal with something. And that always has brought a sense of comfort. And you're getting to that point just to where you're starting to feel that weight beginning to lift, kind of process, everything's put away in your mind. And in your mind's eye, you hear a roiling thunder in your mind's eye that is interrupted. It interrupts your mind eye. It's not your sound. And you hear the heavy footsteps of something large and just a large thing beginning to step up behind you in your mind's eye. Like
but not outside of me.
Nope.
Like in my mind. Okay.
In your mind. And
I think she would instinctively like whip around.
yeah. As you do, you see before you a clawed, almost demonic-like hand reaching for your back where you know something is, and reaching out, and just as you whip around, you see these dark, red, glowing eyes and the tips of black horns. Not the same black horns that were found in the box, but they are, they're horns. Very demonic, I guess. And you hear the kind of almost like an exhale of like a bull or some sort of equine animal or something, and the smell is sulfurous and putrid, and the hand begins to reach for it, and you whip around and you come to, and you're just jolted out, and you're left in that space of like, that was supposed to be comforting.
Now she's just more pissed. Okay. And yeah, she would look around and like, does she smell sulfur or anything that would key her like that something was here?
Make a perception check.
Perception. 18.
She doesn't smell anything, no. There's nothing physically that's curing her right now.
Okay. Ew.
whatever it was, you got the distinct impression that it was after whatever was on your back.
Cool.
The box.
Cool.
Oh, hi.
Cool.
Oh, with box, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I think she would take out the lead box and check it. Like,
Hmm.
that's being the only demonic thing that she suspects or knows of. Like, she would take it out and just, like, look at it and, like, if... Kind of, like, she can't focus on it too long because, of, like, you know, the things move and stuff. She can't focus on those, right?
Right.
But she can, just checking, like, the seam of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if there's any cracks in the seam or any changes in it.
Yeah, you can make an investigation or perception.
Natural 20. I'll do a perception 26.
Okay. The box isn't changed.
I figured. But
It doesn't evoke the same sense. The box is like a writhing pit of snakes almost,
Yeah.
and this felt like a predatory animal.
Okay.
It's that difference, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But definitely demonic.
Yeah. Or infernal, or you know.
Yeah.
whatever.
Of the lower planes.
Yeah.
I should say. I do want to talk to Alliston, but I also need to pee. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go do that. If somebody else wants to move on to whether, because I'll probably talk to him like around 10 or something.
Okay. Coben, what are you doing besides healing up?
No idea. I don't know what to do here.
So what do you know about Krogar?
Huh?
Yeah, you guys could have a conversation about
Yeah, what do I
Krogar. Well,
I
know
mean,
that we
I've got
fought.
Hawk watching him, but
yeah, you know that you met him in the Free City in a tavern while training with Tobin as part of the Shield, and because you're martially trained there as well. You're not maybe a member of the Shield, but you served a little bit of that military time.
knew some of the members there.
Yeah, and you know Tobin, of course, because it was always a joke in the barracks, Tobin and Coben. But anyway, you know that you got into a bar scuffle with him, and he maimed you. He scarred you across the face, tried to kill you.
Uh-huh.
But the details of
what?
that
Oh.
are up to you.
Yeah, what were you guys fighting about?
Oh shit. Hmm.
Did you lose a pet? Did you lose a girl? Did you lose a boy?
How would I lose a girl? I'm looking for one.
No, I'm just saying, like, trying to think of things that men tend to fight about in bars. Bets, money, women, honor.
What was there? Did they have like that tavern? Did they have like in tavern like fighting or bet fighting? Another tavern?
That's up to you. What is your story?
Yeah, sure. Maybe we were just watching fights, and I was like, and
You're like, I gotta take that guy.
yeah, sure, something like that.
Okay. So, you fought him in like a pit fight kind of scenario? Like officially?
Kind of like the same thing that happened in the other bar, but like not as intentional.
Yeah. I mean, another option is that you might have encountered him more than once. There's the arena in the Free City. You could have been a gladiator for a stint for money as well, and you could have fought him in the arena.
What if you fought him in the arena and you were winning? Like, you were fighting lots of people in the arena and you were winning, and he lost to you, and so he got a bunch of people together and they fucked you up.
I don't really see him being gladiator.
No?
Well, I mean,
It's not a gladiator thing, it's like he's talking about like a tavern brawl fight club kind of thing.
I mean, like, when I say, like, gladiator, I don't want you to get too fixated on, like, the Roman gladiator. Like, there were arenas and gladiator fights all over the medieval era in all countries because of Rome. But it wasn't always like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Well,
Some-
don't get hung up on the gladiator term either.
Yeah, right. Like a professional fighter, like an MMA match is a modern gladiator. So, like that's a perfectly perfect analog for what would happen. Like there were professional fights put on, you know. So, but I mean that could have just been a squabble over something really stupid. What you know about him is he has no sense of control. Like he can't control his temper, and he loses his temper on the fly, and then he's murderous, you know, because of that. So it could have been anything.
Like they could be shaking down one of the fighters or something, and then I intervene.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe you caught them cheating.
yeah.
Yeah, that would do that because they seem like they're kind of a bad mercenary bunch.
Ooh,
They don't have a lot of morals.
Yeah.
You got them thrown out of one of the more profitable fight rings.
For cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he caught up to you and be like, "You're gonna fucking pay," and then fucked you up, gave you that scar.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he got fucked up by a rat.
Okay, so how Coben knows Krogar is he caught him and his gang cheating in the Free City and exposed them, and as retaliation, they gave him that scar across his face,
And that's all you know about him.
and that's all you know about Krogar.
Yeah.
And now you gave him a
Would you-
scar on his nuts.
Yep.
I don't know. It wasn't just me.
He probably has at least a disfigurement in his either cheek or nose now. Like you've broken something in his face, like to match or, you know.
Yeah.
I
it's
was
got that
fully
cracked tooth.
I was fully expecting you to like draw across his face with a blade to match your scar, but you didn't. So
Nah. I'm not that obsessed.
Well,
But now it's probably to the point where if we do see him again, I'll probably just end up killing him, so.
yeah, if we do see him again, he's gotta die.
I mean, he's tried to kill you twice now.
I mean, unless we see him, like, just randomly in a bar, in which case then he just owes us a drink.
you see him at Walmart.
Yeah. See,
It's
like,
like you have to die.
you have to die. Like, if
What
we
if-
see him casually, we're not going
What
to
if he's with
attack
his
him.
family and kids?
Exactly. Like, he just owes me a drink.
I'd be fine with that.
Pretty sure he doesn't have a family.
You don't know. Did you ask him?
I didn't.
Half orcs come from somewhere, guys. And he's a full
No.
orc.
I don't mean that. I mean, like, I don't think he has, like, a wife and kids.
Yeah, maybe.
Does nobody else want to go?
They're
No,
honestly
we're
be fine with
are
that.
going, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They went.
We were just
And they're still kinda going,
discussing,
so.
like, so my only other follow up to that would be, like, okay, if you busted his gang for cheating, did he have any other contacts that you recall that might be contacts that would overlap with me?
Here in Diamond Lake or the Free City?
The Free City, but leading to what I'm already investigating.
Oh, I see. No, there wouldn't be any connection. Yeah.
I figured. But it was worth a shot. Alright, back to you, Cinder. Okay, just kidding. So,
Okay, go. But
We can train Cindy to sit.
yes, I actually really want to work on
Yeah.
that, but I'm bad at it because I'm at disadvantage right now. So you could help me. That would be great.
Yeah, sure.
I have no reasons, apparently, because I'm at disadvantage.
So are you
You can give
spending?
her a special. You can teach her how to wield a sword in her mouth.
No, she doesn't need a sword. She has amazing claws. Like, look at these fuckers. And I, like,
Are
hold up her hand.
you spending time like trying to train Cindy? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
until everyone's ready to go to our next place, that's what I'm gonna work on.
got it.
Okay.
Trains.
So,
Trains.
since he's gonna help you do that, you could just roll straight
Okay.
because you're the primary funnel, unless you want him to roll.
What's your animal handling bonus?
She punches you in the face and you die.
0.
No, I'll do it.
You take 30 points of damage.
So let me go ahead and you're gonna work on the trick sit, right?
I just whatever like the next like behavior. Control.
Right now I am tracking her social manners and sit. and I have those successes and things marked already.
Social manners. What would that be in regards
Manners
to?
as in like not eating off of people, not attacking them, not rummaging around, knocking shit
Yeah, probably
over.
that.
That, probably that.
Manners, you know.
Manners.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I consider sit to be part of manners.
Oh, okay.
I also
But
took my armor off.
Also can see why you would have
I'm
a
not wearing my
separate.
big ass heavy armor right now, so my
Yeah.
AC is really low.
So sit as a trick
Oh, I go
means
polish
that
your
you can tell her and command her to sit, and she will do it.
Okay, that
And
makes sense.
and it only requires
You're
10
paying
successes to have it mastered,
Okay.
Or Theron.
and you have 2 right now.
Theron.
Okay.
And then social manners is all encompassing.
Uh-huh.
It requires 20 successes,
Okay,
and you
we'll
have
stick
2.
with sit.
That is very interesting.
Okay.
Let's stick with sit then.
So you're gonna spend a couple hours, say 2 hours,
How much
teaching her how to
information
sit. Yeah, and it's gonna require some food too. So I'll get to that later. But
Yeah. Well, I still have some food.
yeah,
Well, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's 18.
cool. Each time you make one of these checks, the DC will most likely be 15. So to get a success, and if it's a failure, then I just don't count it. So it doesn't continue the progress, but it doesn't
Okay.
take away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So she has 30% learned on sit. So
Getting
she's getting there.
How long does it take? I mean, could I like how many hours?
That's a lot for like you've had her a day basically.
Yeah, she's not dumb.
I know.
Yeah.
I just
Her intelligence is actually
the quicker I get her trained, the sooner I can like not be scared of taking her into cities and,
okay. Well, her intelligence
and
is
travel.
3. It shouldn't be 3.
I think it's 3 because if any higher, they have the ability to talk.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, I'll put her at a 4. That is a dog, a puppy.
Yeah, I think if
That
they're
is
5
a
or
puppy.
above, they have the ability to talk in some language.
Like a really intelligent dog would be like an intelligence of 6.
Yeah.
A really smart dog would
Oh,
be 6.
okay.
What?
I just looked at Starlight's intelligence.
What is it?
1.
Huh?
1.
No, you guys really want to know?
Yeah.
14.
Oh yeah,
Starlight's
she's a
fucking-
Luna moth.
Yeah.
She's a magical creature.
She's a sentient creature.
Ooh.
He is, yeah.
One thing I do want to practice, like when I can tell that Starlight's done eating, we'll just like chill out in the grass. But I want to like figure out
You can just talk.
like I can talk to Starlight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then
Because
but
frogs was 5.
Starlight only responds in colors. Roughly.
Ish, yeah. I mean, if you look at Starlight's character sheet,
And he couldn't learn
Wait.
to read and write
he
like the
understands Common and Sylvan.
But she
can't
can
speak
communicate
that.
too.
Yeah.
She communicates with color though.
Yeah.
I know.
He,
He.
That's what I'm trying to like. Well, because I don't have like a color guide to Luna moths.
No, it would have been so awesome
What?
if you had been a chrono mage with a Luna
yeah,
moth.
yeah. Oh man, that would be some nice. Only we get it, but yeah,
I know. Yeah. I love that. that sorcerer
we're
class.
cool enough for that.
Couldn't I speak one language from Elven?
I mean,
But
speak
you just
Elvish.
didn't add it on the character sheet yet.
Yeah, you
because
speak
I
Elvish.
only-
Yeah, I
Sylvan.
think I just gave you Elvish. Yeah, because right now you speak Common and Infernal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was supposed to be added Elvish because of your background. So
Yeah.
Well, you know, you could try doing
Finish my thought real quick.
Yes.
What I was gonna say is, when we're out there, I will mention like everyone's name. Like, what do you think? I was like, Connor, what do you
Oh,
think?
and see the
of
colors?
Cinder? Yeah.
okay. I need my notes for.
your blue notebook was somewhere over by Brian.
Okay.
Which Kobe moved?
Yep, I need that.
Yeah. So then I'd be like, oh, you know. So then,
You can
since
also,
I have a high wisdom, I can kind of maybe gauge of like, or try to compare.
Yep.
you could also start trying to like practice like
Association.
okay, yeah, like
Yeah.
what color is sad? What color is happy?
Yeah.
Mm.
And
What
like mention
colors?
things like apple, tree, bear, water.
You know, kind of like what you're doing with the
Yeah.
people, but also include other things.
Yeah.
So you can get a baseline so that you can maybe get a bonus to your insight in interpreting Starlight.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So far you know that the colors are based on emotions.
Yeah.
And how he's feeling, you know. So
And how Starlight's feeling.
Starlight, yeah. But that doesn't mean that, I mean, you've seen every spectrum between all those colors.
Yeah.
And sometimes flitting between combinations. It's complex, and it's not how you're used to speaking, but in essence, it's kind of like a light show sign language, you know? So.
Alright, so like what would be
And also, another thing to consider is Starlight right now is still a baby.
Yeah.
Like, well, he's young. Yeah.
Ooh,
It's like
okay.
talking to a 5-year-old, basically.
Alright, since he knows how he's feeling, like how do you feel around Connor?
Okay. And you're asking this now?
Mhm.
Okay. You change the music from tense to regular.
We're outside.
Yeah, because you guys are having a nice, beautiful, peaceful conversation. You're not being attacked by a demon right now. So.
Yeah. Although it would be interesting since it is happening simultaneously, and if you are
You think
within
Cinder
30
turns
feet,
red?
yeah, like
You're like, oh, what's that? That's weird.
Danger will
Turns
want.
white.
Feel about Connor? He begins to kind of go from like a yellow, but then transitions and settles on like a purple.
okay, yellow and purple. If I can.
I need a pencil.
Yeah, I need to write this down. Okay.
You want this one? Throw it to you.
No, I thought. See, no,
No pencil?
no. I have
Yes,
all this.
pencil. No pencil.
Oh, here we go. No, I don't need it.
Alright, fine.
On my notes.
Fine. No pencil. I keep my pencil to myself.
You do that.
Do you guys have bottled water?
Yep.
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
That's right.
Purple. Alright. What do you think about Cinder?
Almost.
Oh, me too, please.
Water or soda?
Water, soda.
So,
Cinder, huh? What do you think about Cinder?
Attack from heart attack. And
Thank
she
you.
one day she.
Look at that one.
He begins to really like hover around green and yellow, like flitting, but it's like an excited kind of fast flit, and then he dulls his light, and he seems to kind of like chew on more grass, and almost kind of like thinks about it, but his expression doesn't change. And then all of a sudden, a deep, deep indigo, like kind of pulses out, almost like he's pushing the indigo out. You've never seen indigo,
Oh.
but
It's because he's pooping.
yeah, he's just pooping. Indigo.
That's what he's pushing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking notes. Okay, what about Vela?
A bright yellow, and then sometimes like little bands of purple, kind of flitting, but mostly yellow, like yellows and like golds and canary yellow. Okay, so here we go. I have been thinking of this color for 3 days, and I'm like, what's the color of yellow that is one of Angela's favorite colors of yellow?
Mhm.
It's canary yellow, right? Okay, well, it's my dad's favorite color. I was like, what is his favorite color?
Because it's that it's not
a yellow.
it's not a yellow. It's not a butter yellow.
Yep.
It's like this slightly deep, like not quite sun yellow.
Yep.
But it's similar. It's like a soft sun yellow, which is
Yep.
canary yellow.
Canary. Yep. Anyway, so it's a canary
It's a rich.
yellow with that like jellyfish underwater color, like bands that like kind of play across with like purple.
Okay. What about Coben?
Coben?
Food.
There, it's green, but with flits of like blue-red. leaning toward red, but sometimes green. So he looks like a Christmas tree right now. Yeah, it's like red and green.
What about me?
Deep indigo.
Ooh, okay. So me and Cinder have the indigo color line. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you get the sense, like, imagine if it's like an indigo, but like little like flits of no color. Like he's trying something else, but he can't get it. He can't get it right.
He doesn't
Okay.
have the words for it.
He doesn't have the colors for it. Yeah. Like
Okay. Ooh, actually, I do want to take a stroll to the garden.
mm.
Oh wait. Do they have flowers there?
Allison.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I want to take him there, and
The climate's like a northern California and mid California.
okay,
So those kinds of flowers, I don't know what those are, but
okay.
it's more bushy.
I want to take him to the
Let's go.
colors so he can see the colors. To see if that will so he can touch the color.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I mean, he may eat a flower or two, but
Yeah.
They're all
maybe,
lilies.
Cause maybe that's what will
And
happen. So maybe that's how he learns. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So you're just gonna show him like a lot of different colors and stuff. Okay.
But first, I want to ask him what does he think of food?
Oh, okay. What does he think of food?
Mm-hmm.
He turns a bright, happy looking green.
Okay.
The color of grass.
What would be the color of
You're asking him?
Yeah.
In what language?
Southern?
Okay.
Of danger.
Danger?
Mm-hmm. Or danger.
He kind of chews.
Or like you're in trouble.
He kind of chews and stares at you. And he doesn't give a response.
Okay.
I think that you might need to be specific with him.
Like say something you might think he was afraid of.
What if something was about to eat you?
Yeah. Or more word association, like
Scared.
yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I'm scared. What? How do you react when you're scared or frightened?
He turns a deep scarlet red.
I think that'll be enough, and then we're gonna go play in the garden.
Okay. How do you play with him in the garden? I'm curious as to if you had this physical creature.
This physical creature, I'd go
Yeah.
to the garden.
Yeah. And remember, it feels weird when he's crawling on your
Oh
arm.
god, I know.
You feel all those like little legs and like
I would put him
Oh my god, you have like a little ball.
and then just this slow to go get it. And then he picks it
Ooh,
up.
actually, you know what I would do?
Yeah.
Is
He eats it.
I put him
Just
on the
turns
ground.
into a ball himself.
Yeah.
You what now?
I put him on the ground, and then I will grab flowers
Mm.
and put him in front of him. So he
Okay.
has to walk or scoot.
You're
Oh,
exercising
You're
him.
exercising him? Oh my god, that's
One,
funny.
so he can learn the colors.
You could create a
Two,
little obstacle course for him.
so he can eat.
Yeah.
3, so it's good for him to eat.
Okay.
It is good for him.
So you can help his digestion.
I need you to make a either persuasion or animal handling check.
Alrighty.
Actually, let's make this a persuasion.
Persuasion. Okay.
He's not an animal, jeez.
Yeah, he's actually an intelligent being.
Persuasion. 14.
14. So you put him down at first, and his little head kind of like slowly like curves up at you and just looks at you with that blank kind of stare, and then he doesn't blink, but you know, as if you were blinking, like what? And then he kind of looks down and like kind of chews on some grass, kind of goes in circles for a little bit, doesn't really do what you are wanting him to do, and then he kind of looks around like nothing else is going to happen, so I might as well. Like, okay, I guess I'll do this, you know, this thing. But you get the general sense that he's genuinely happy doing whatever you're doing.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
so I like sit down and like, I guess like, with the
Daisy chain.
flowers like,
Okay, yeah.
until people are ready. And
Yeah. Yeah, if there's one thing that you have caught onto with Starlight is that his emotions are completely transient. So like it's from one to the next. Like he's completely present in all times. Like, oh, I'm happy doing this now.
okay.
Yeah. He doesn't show strong preferences toward certain activities. So
And
so you can mark or whatever. You know that red means scared.
okay. And I'm just gonna assume that he. How are you feeling right now?
It is a combination of like purple, indigo, and yellow. It settles primarily on yellow and indigo, bands or waves of that color. So.
Okay.
And when I say that, like you've seen like octopuses, how they like change their color patterns and those flits of colors, like so he's changing from so many different colors, but the primary ones that pop out to you are those.
Okay.
So
Cool. So yeah, so we'll do that until it's a nice morning. So
okay. You're 13%. What does that mean? Cinder.
Yes. All right. So she would go to Allison's office.
Give me a soda.
Has to be one of these.
Yes, and it
And
is
knock it
now about 10. As you.
Because I assume now that he's up and had a moment to not be bothered
Yeah.
for a bit.
Yeah. So he says to come in. You hear from somewhere deeper inside the office, and this is the same office you've been in. And now his desk, which was once clear of most things, is covered in books and papers. In fact, you can't really see him through the stacks of tomes, and he kind of peers around the corner, and
Shut the door behind me.
and he says, "Yes, Cinder. Is there something that I can help you with?"
Yes. There's something that I need to tell you. As soon as I refresh my memory on what it was. I may have made an error earlier in town, and as it affects you, I think it is one that you need to know of. I had approached Moonmeadow, had sent an invitation, I suppose, to the servant, and I had met with him in the hopes to discover more about what might be under town. However, there were some complications with our conversation. This is something that I don't think that I can tell this group. Not yet. But it does affect you, and it is possible it may put them in danger.
Mhm.
While there are circumstances that they might It is better for them not to know. I think it is important that I tell you.
Your information is safe with me.
My name was not always Cinder.
Hmm.
At one point, I was known as Oriana Cindario Renestre. Of the Fularn Enclave in Sorin.
The. Mm-hmm.
Can you repeat that?
No?
The supposed the house.
The house?
Oh, I had heard from some colleagues that there was a tragedy.
Some of the reason. Yes. Many of the questions I asked you relate to that.
Hmm.
10 years ago, that house fell, along with the Eleanor and the Trevarin house, who led the Eleanor Enclave.
Hmm.
I was the only one that survived that event. However, there have been those who have hunted me since then. It is one of the reasons I left Sormir. Moonmeadow knows who I am.
Interesting.
He's quite aware of it. He attempted to blackmail me about it. However, I mentioned that I was working with you to explore beneath the city.
Hmm.
And it quieted him quite quickly.
Hmm. Moonmeadow blackmailed you?
Yes, he wanted me to remove Dowerstone and his operation.
Huh. I know that those two have no love for each other, but
I get
blackmailing.
the sense that he would love to consolidate the mines under his power.
Hmm. But blackmail? That doesn't sound... not that I don't believe you, but that doesn't sound like Moonmeadow. Hmm.
It was interesting. I honestly hadn't suspected he would have much connection to Sormir, being so far away.
Hmm. I am curious. You had mentioned when you first came to me that you had felt a disturbance or a presence beneath the town, correct?
There is a power beneath it, yes.
Yes. It is interesting that you note this because have you heard of the connection between the Aranai and what the rest of Aben calls the Fade?
Do I know of a connection between them?
Not really, no.
I know of the Fade, but not of a specific connection.
It is said that the Aranai are particularly sensitive to the presence of the Fade when it occurs. And they are particularly susceptible to its influence. That is cause for concern greatly. If Moonmeadow is blackmailing you, that doesn't seem right about Moonmeadow. He's not that kind of person. He doesn't make such bold moves like that. I've known Moonmeadow for many years. He's been here before most people, I myself included. I fear that there might be some sort of Fade presence. If he's being influenced somehow by some sort of power, it could be.
So Cinder has felt the Fade.
Yeah.
The power that she felt when she came to town,
It didn't feel like the Fade, though.
Yeah. I can't say whether there's fade here. The power that's beneath this city does not feel like fade. I have felt fade quite extensively. The area I asked you about, the Ashen Halls. That place was once known as Osiris. It was my estate.
Yes, after our parting, I did look into some of the questions that I could not fully answer. I did find some accounts that it was, and you haven't been back.
No, but it was taken over by the Fade.
Yes, that is correct, by the accounts that I've read as well. We refer to it as, in our tongue, I guess, the Ashen Halls.
But it's not the same presence that I felt beneath the city. Something old.
Yes, very old. I can't put my finger on it, but it's not the same. You're right. I have encountered Fade myself, and it is oddly more subtle. But this is... I don't know.
Did it feel at all, or have any familiarity with the stones? Like when I was in the Standing Stones?
No.
Okay. Does it feel anything like the Glass Lake?
No. If I had to put my finger on it, and I'm loath to say this, but it feels divine. And we all know that not all the divines work for mortal prosperity.
No, it does have a connection to well, it's possible that it has a connection to this Vox. This Queen of Chaos.
Yes. Well, it's debatable whether she is a deity, but...
Either way, she is a powerful force.
That is. Yes. Have you opened the box?
No. Anyway, I felt it was important that you have this information. It's the others in this party, whatever Valeth or her mother's involvement, even regardless of that, knowing who I am could bring them more trouble than not.
Yes, I see. The affairs of Soromir are said to be distant, but for those who really listen and watch, they're closer than you might think.
And truthfully, Oriana is dead. She no longer exists.
I believe. Well, thank you for telling me. That is interesting. I don't fear Moonmeadow. Not out of any hubris of my own, but he has never been a dangerous person. But if he is blackmailing somebody of House Renestray, or anybody, out of just... that seems rash and strange. I will...
Perhaps even rushed. The things he wanted of me was either he would contact his contacts in Soromir and my presence here, or I could go into Dowerstone's operation and sabotage it.
Well, I can tell you with some certainty that Moonmeadow, although is a powerful man, his reach doesn't go beyond Diamond Lake. And I don't think I would be too concerned about his threats.
I do think he knows what is underneath the city.
He may. He was here before anyone except for Dowerstone. Dowerstone was technically the first person to settle here.
What is your take on Dowerstone?
He is a strong-willed individual. He's a complicated man. He's a successful businessman, but the Graysmere Covenant, the dwarves that oversee most operations here for the Dwar Khazad-dûm throne, they dropped him like a hot potato just a year ago because he was found beating and whipping his employees, and the Dwar don't tolerate such punishment in business, at least. As for him personally, I know that he is a man of his word. He always keeps his appointments and his contracts, and I have nothing truly bad to say about him, other than I wish his business practices were a little bit more charitable, but he is a businessman.
Are his workers slaves to him?
Slavery is not de jour in the Free Cities, and so no, they are not his slaves, but I cannot in good faith say that they are not treated as such. Sometimes the mine managers in any city, in any settlement, can be cruel and demanding. It is hard work, but I think that, to give Dowerstone credit, he works right in the operations of the law.
The law of...
The Free Cities of Diamond Lake.
Mm.
Whether that is humane or noble, I'm not an ethicist. I do not propose to. I can only share my personal beliefs, but yes, that's my take on him. Yeah.
I understand. Anyway, that,
I would invite him for tea, but I wouldn't disinvite him either, out of sheer practicality.
Understandable. Have you given any more thought to a venture beneath the city?
Personally, as myself, of course, I think about it often, but somebody as my station and my standing here is not... It would raise too many eyebrows. I would rather anything to be found privately, without the undue influence of anyone else other than whom I trust and whom I keep as associates. So yes, I have thought about it, and I would love to take an excursion beneath the mines, but most of it is either legal red tape, private property, etc., etc.
Is there not an abandoned mine shop?
There is, yes, and as far as I know,
Something of it. Did Valeth mention something of it?
Yes, she went briefly through a little tirade about some drug smuggling, and I lost track somewhat through, but yes, she did mention that there is an abandoned mine shaft, and I know that there is. That was, who did that belong to? I don't recall his name off the top of my head, but it seems like it just dried up. So, if there was anything under there useful, there'd probably be miners there now, but...
I merely mention it as if you're trying to get beneath the city in a way that is not controlled.
Yes. I have thought about that, making some sort of small business claim that I might be mining in the deep and then just kind of, stumbling onto things as
Do
I
not
mine.
simply hire a group to go down to the mines.
Oh, into the abandoned mine? Oh, of course I could, but even hiring as such, most people in town already know of you five. I can't keep it much of a secret. They know where more or less you've been, and I need more information first. That's why I wanted to go into the Whispering Cairn first. And I have let's just say I have my eye on a couple of things here already. I have my hands full. So. But if you happen to go beneath the cities or get into Dowerstone's mines, I wouldn't be entirely sad about that.
Is the observatory attached to the mines?
Not to my knowledge. That old observatory. Yes, I thought about purchasing it up and fixing it up to restore its, use and function. I don't have a telescope myself, but the old group there, they were there. They left about 5 years ago. They just abandoned the place. But no, as far as I think it has a small underground croft beneath the first floor, but I can't be certain. I haven't been there in years, so as far as I know, that there hasn't been any.
Bailiff, I thought she had talked to you about the drug smugglers.
Yeah, she said that there's somebody named Filge or something that was up in the observatory, but I haven't been up there. I see no lights, so sometimes you get, unsavory folks up in the abandoned places in the fringe of town. It happens, but
Apparently they're stealing bodies.
that is problematic.
They dug up the entire Land family.
Yes. Well, if it is necromancy, then perhaps the fate argument stands.
There were a number of, what do you call them, hallowed?
Hallowed, yes.
The ones we found in the Whispering Cairns.
Yes, they perished there.
Evidence of them around the Land family,
Interesting.
along with this drug smuggling operation.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of any of that. I don't associate or trust any of the Hallowed as an institution. Not that I don't respect their practice, just not their means.
Anyway.
Ever enlightening, and always such a thrill talking to each and every one of you about such thrilling, positive things. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I fear if any more comes my way, it might soon be time to leave town. Have a good day, Cinder. Do you need anything?
No.
Alright.
She just nods to him and leaves.
Poor Alistair. He's like,
I think she resisted the choice. No, she was about to be like, believe me, it's not as hard as you think, but
Yeah.
just leave now.
You guys are crazy.
I know, I was kind of like, well,
You really think about it, this poor guy.
uh-huh.
He's like, my son, he's gonna go in here, discover some ancient secrets, and then all of his friends are like, there's a drug smuggling thing, there's a dark power beneath the city, like, there's
there's some people hunting us, and
Yeah.
I may have dropped your name to them.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm
okay.
in the middle of just breaking down a conspiracy
Yeah,
that might bring down the entire town.
Yeah.
And
Viva
then
la
your
Revolution.
And then
Yeah.
your prodigal son fucks up a basic ritual
And summons a
Or
weird fairy
prodigal?
spirit.
yeah. I mean, yeah, he's in the span of literally 4 hours, he's learned that his son is either an ancient
Prodigy.
Theron High Mage,
Mm-hmm.
or has an extremely
son is still
egotistical
accurate.
side of his personality, which is hilarious either way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he's learned that his basically second family is under extreme danger from the
One
Black
has a drug
Syndicate.
addiction.
Yeah, from the Black Syndicate, from the mysterious mind managers that are going on. There's a drugs. Yeah,
There's a
Allison
lot.
has a lot on his plate right now.
Mhm.
So, aside from the fact that what he was doing before all this, so
Oh, he wasn't doing anything.
no, he was an idle NPC that was waiting for
Yeah.
PCs to.
Just waiting for us to dump all this shit on his lap.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay, well,
so anybody have anything that they would like to do, or would you like to pass the day?
I also want to try to go get horse feed.
Okay.
meow 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 meow
Mm.
meow 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 meow.
You have two options.
First of all, just for the record, and I don't care this on the recording. First of all, prodigal son is absolutely a correct usage of the word.
it is.
It is
For
a terminology used for a person who leaves home and behaves recklessly,
Mhm.
and later returns repentant.
Yeah.
For Connor?
Mm-hmm.
You went off. You brought all this shit to the table,
You did a ritual and then fucked it up somehow
and then you went back to Daddy.
and said, I don't know what I did. I broke
Yeah,
it.
I fucked things up. Sorry. Fix it, please.
I don't think the connotation fits.
I think it fits.
Yeah, it does.
Well, okay then.
Either
That
way,
sounds like something the prodigal son would say.
Either way, your correction was not in whether the context was correct, but whether the word usage was correct.
Sure.
And the word usage is correct.
You know, you're acting a lot like your wand right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zaliston. Or Zal
Sticky.
Zalister.
Zalister.
Yeah.
Zalister. Okay.
Yeah, you should have, been like, hey, can you come help me? I'm doing this for the first time.
Zalister what?
Huh?
He never had a last name.
No, he didn't say
He
that.
said Zalister of the Theron
High mage or whatever.
High Council or whatever. No,
Wow.
not High Council.
Yeah. Whatever
Oh,
pretentious
so-
bullshit.
Of the
I am
Theron High Mage?
High mage of the Theron.
High Mage of the Theron Empire. That's what he
High
called
Mage
himself.
of the Theron Empire.
There we go. Okay. So you're gonna. So you have two options. The most likely place you're going to be able to find feed is actually at the Lakeside Stables, which are a literal stable to stable your horses and where you feed them and stuff. The other option is less likely to be to have the feed that you're looking for in like today, maybe because it's Saints Day, maybe not, but Abel Carter Coaching Inn, which is the primary inn of the city, and where you can rent carriages to and from the different settlements, and and where you can send couriers.
I'll go to the first one.
As a matter of fact, you'll actually most likely find Hawk Flynn in the Abel Carter Coaching Inn. So, well, not
This
right
is
now,
not a job.
but yeah.
Don't touch
But I'm
that
saying he
Desi
hangs
babe.
around there because a lot of people come and go through there.
Okay.
So I go to the Lakeside Stables.
Mhm.
Okay. So
I think I'm gonna go flirt with Flynn.
Yes.
so
I
the
steal right underneath
Lakeside
Kelsey's
Stables
nose, Neil's
is
nose.
from
Treachery.
Alliston's place
Betrayal.
down this road through the main square and then
Sorry.
down here. This is the Lakeside
Yes.
Stables. As you approach, the place does seem to be open for business, and what I would describe as pudgy, half-elven man with kind of a greasy face and dirty outdoors like work clothes seems to be like tending the horses that are kind of in the front area. And you see him kind of like casually brush the horses, but he does it in a way that like he's not really giving much care into the horses. He's just like giving like a
Just kill him.
okay. And
Just gonna switch to my
Um,
druid. Kill that.
I need
Horses.
you
Dribble into that.
to either make a general deception check. Yeah, just make a deception check.
Perception.
Unless you're not trying to hide who you are.
Oh.
I don't think anybody ever hides who she is.
It's more. I want you to. I'm trying to get you to set a DC for him to recognize who you are. So
Oh, okay.
you don't have to roll if you don't want to. I just realized I could set a arbitrary DC because I'm the master of everything.
I'll roll in anyways. 18.
18. So your demeanor. Okay. All right. So he sees you approach, and you have
Secret.
Starlight with.
Yeah, he's on my shoulder.
Okay. He sees you approach, and he kind of does a double take and kind of gives you like the up and down, almost in like a pervy kind of way. And then he kind of like straightens up and he kind of walks over to you and he says, "Hey, how can I help you? I don't see a horse. I got some for sale."
I'm interested in getting some feed.
I can get you some feed.
How much do you have?
Well, depends on how much you're looking for. I can give you feed for a week. What are we feeding?
So 35 pounds.
Yeah.
We'd feed the caterpillar for a week.
Yeah. We're feeding my caterpillar.
And he like just now kind of notices the creature, and he kind of like,
It stares at what's like.
yeah. Oh. All right. Well, maybe just a couple pounds should do it.
Actually, I will take a pound for now. I just want to make sure that he will eat it.
Well, we've got a variety of things. So we've got oats. We've got, you know, hay. He lists some other shit off.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about feed.
Alfalfa.
I need like
We have
like leafy
Meadow
things.
hay. We have some, Timothy hay mixed with maybe some bait. Well, no, they're not that fancy. We have Timothy hay.
Anyway, he has those sort of things that like special steeds or whatever might require
Yeah,
this
I'll
diet.
do more of like the hay stuff.
Okay. Yeah, he shows you.
I don't know if Starlight has teeth.
No.
So.
No.
So yeah, so
They
I'll
can
stick
eat
with hay.
oats though. Mealworms eat oats.
Yeah. It's more that like they get it wet and like pre-digest it and kind of eat it.
Spit their
I'll do a
juice, their
little
stomach
sampler
juice
pack.
out.
I take a little bit of everything.
Okay. So he leads you through his stables, and I need you to make either a perception, animal handling, or insight check.
I do a.
Oh yeah, we're gonna burn down a stable and steal all the horses.
I will do a
My favorite dad.
insight. I think.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
10.
Won't be the first time I stole a
10?
steed.
Yeah.
Stole a dinosaur.
All right. So the way he's leading you through his stable, there are a couple times when he rushes to like close a stall door or like closes like a curtain over or like pull over like burlap over a certain area, like little certain. He does it so quickly that you almost don't catch it, but you do. And his demeanor, kind of like as he's walking through like the stabled horses, it's not stiff, but it's definitely like, let's go through here faster. Like it's not like,
He's trying to hide something.
yeah, he's trying to hide something. Yeah.
So what are you trying to hide?
He stops and I
Oh wait,
say,
it's not going to interrupt business, but I'm just wondering why you're rushing through here.
I beg your pardon?
You're closing these stalls, you're moving curtains in a rushed manner as if to hide something.
Well, some animals are spooked by strange, visitors, strangers.
But
and-
don't you think they'd be more spooked by a sudden movement of a door close or a curtain?
Well, what do you want?
I'm trying to get feed. Why are you hiding things?
How would you handle that in real life? Like,
I'm not hiding anything. What are you talking about?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Are you fucking crazy?
Yeah,
Do you want the
Do
feed
the
or
feed or
not?
not? Yeah.
I
yeah,
just imagine
I don't
the
have to do
price.
business with you.
yeah, pretty much.
I just
It's
imagine the
fucking-
price of
I'm
what
doing you a
you
favor.
want to
fucking
buy
Saints
is
Day.
going up
Yeah,
slowly.
pretty much, yeah.
You busting my balls, and I'm trying to do you a favor.
So he says,
Yeah, you see the little -10, -10, -10 to the attitude bar.
Yeah, right. He he says, he says, what's your point? I don't have anything to hide. What are you talking about?
Are you the owner here?
Yes,
Do you like your job?
yes. It pays the bills.
So how much I owe you for the feed?
Well, if you want a sample, maybe 5 copper. He'd say jots, but 5 jots.
That's a ripoff.
So he's gonna give you
Is that a ripoff?
It's 5 copper for a 5-pound bag of feed.
Oh.
yeah. So he's
So he's giving you
So-
1 pound of feed.
yeah.
So since hold on, let me see if I know that.
Depending on, I mean, I guess if he's putting special feed in there, but
It's interesting that you just know that off the top of your head.
he said it earlier. How much a bag of feed was.
Yeah. I mentioned it.
Since it's a sampler pack, I think I would give you 2 copper for it. 1 copper for the pound of food and 1 for your time.
Sure.
Just like rip a curtain open as you walk out.
Yeah, he like,
What's in here?
so you're now in like the back part of the stable where there's not an easy way out because it's all fenced. And so if you look at like the building proper, you're like in the back area where you have to either like hop over or like open like a small gate, like go out of your way to get out, or walk through the stable again toward the front. And he starts to bring you to the back, and he's like, "Is that everything?"
Yeah, I just need to feed, and if, depending on what mixture that my caterpillar needs, then I will be back to buy more.
Okay, have a good day.
I'm gonna go through the stable again.
No, it's this way.
I grab my goes back to the stable.
Ma'am?
And then I tell Starlight and freaking Sylvan to go invisible.
Okay.
And then I want to take a look at like behind the stalls and curtains.
The ones like he closed
Yeah.
and stuff? Okay. So, I want you to make a, we'll say insight to see if you hone in. He's speed walking up to you to try to catch up.
Insight of 23.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
So he's behind you and he's like speed walking. Hey, no, it's this way. All right, well, fine. If you want to go through the front, hey, don't open that. And as you rip open the curtain, you see a horse alive. It is probably once was a beautiful like black mare of some kind. I don't know horses. Very thin and has like scabby kind of like wounds on the back hind. And you immediately know that this horse has been whipped a few times. And that's what you see, and you see him like jerk the curtains closed. She's skittish. Sometimes she misbehaves. Leave.
I want to.
I want you to think super carefully about any crimes you might be committing. But continue.
What do I want to wait?
I'm
I
asking
mean, it's
you
not
to
lawful.
leave.
Is this how you treat all your horses?
I treat them just fine. It's none of your business. I haven't had any complaints.
Because maybe no one had the spine to actually complain to you about it.
Why am I discussing this with you? I've asked you to leave. Do I need to call the guards?
And tell them about the mistreatment of the animals?
He just scoffs.
Ooh, okay. So I will start walking towards the door.
Mhm.
Does it still follow me?
Oh yeah.
Good.
Hot on your heels. He's walking between you and the stalls now, like right behind / beside you, so that if he could maybe try to like get in your way, like stop you from looking behind any of them that are closed. The ones that are open, the horses and the mules and things, they look healthy and perfectly fine.
Mhm.
They seem a little skittish, but
Is there anything noticeable just about the place cards on the ones that are covered? Like ownership tags or...
Are you there?
No, but I'm
think
just
she's
saying that's
asking.
it's more of an observational thing.
Sure. Yeah.
not really.
Like if they're owned by. It's-
Yeah.
She was getting that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, a few of them
Because a
would
lot
have
of times
like
stables are not all the horses belong to the stable.
Right. Oh yeah. No. This is somewhere where if you're traveling through, you would put your horses, or if you have horses and not the land for it, to house them and stable them. So like some of the horses, or I should say, some of the creatures have like little like nameplates that are permanent residents
Is
there.
this a place where there's horse racing? Like a town that has horse racing? Or?
No, not that you've seen. No.
I was just more curious, like if he would know, like, or she would know, like, because like that could have been an explanation. I mean, if it was a racehorse, then, then you would, in an unsavory town, you would whip it.
So,
Yeah.
so I
Make
kind
it
of slow down
faster.
a little bit. So, like, why does that horse have those whip marks? Is that from you?
Those aren't whip marks. It's a rash. You would know that.
Why is that horse so skinny and malnourished?
I don't have to explain anything to you
I'm just asking a question. Why are you getting so defensive?
because you're annoying me. Now leave. You notice he's starting to become hostile.
How much would it be to buy that horse?
Can't say I don't know how to get y'all.
Let's see. I will.
Just come back to the manor and tell us about it.
Right? We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You have a rogue and a fucking wizard. We'll get this horse.
Yeah.
I am a monk.
Yeah.
I am a monk.
She's a monk. And I'm a wizard. Harry.
I'm trying to think of how to do this.
But Envy might not think like that.
That's true. That's,
She might be used to doing things on her own.
absolutely. 'Cause you
I don't know what the
Cinder would.
tenets of the Violet Monastery are.
'Cause
So
you know
why
if Cinder was there,
haven't-
she'd do it by herself.
Why haven't you done anything to cure the rash? You know, I can actually take a look.
What are you gonna do about it? Are you some sort of healer?
I'll grow any animals.
You've what?
I work around animals.
Oh.
He throws up his hands and says, "That's it. I've had enough." And he goes toward the front, and you hear him beginning to shout for guards.
I will. Like, fine, I'll leave before he gets there.
Mm. So you interrupt his first shout.
Yeah. Like, oh, I'm gone, I'm leaving. As I walk towards him, I want to do Primal Savagery. And, what, you know what that does?
Mm-mm.
So I'm going to,
I noticed.
I'm going to cause my fingernails to sharpen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going
Your
to,
eyes become cat-like. Your
Yeah.
fangs grow.
Mm.
Yeah, and then I'm going to, pretty much, I have to make an attack on him.
Oh.
Okay. This is happening.
So,
I'm here
Fuck
for
this
it.
town.
25 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
His
Sidori
AC
hates
is
this
actually 9
Okay.
because he has a negative dex.
So I want to like grab him around, and then I want to like pretty much like scratch at his face, kind of, so he can kind of feel like what it's like to be marred, like what he did to that horse, or not take care of it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do 8 acid damage to his face.
Oh.
Okay.
So you're gonna kill him?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
Quite possibly.
So you rolled 8 to do 8 acid damage. Okay. So you interrupt his first yell, and then
I just want to check. Are you doing this? Because didn't he walk just outside of, or did you do this before he walked outside of the stable?
Before he walked out.
he was walking toward the front.
Yeah, and then he
And
was
then-
going to shout.
yeah,
I'm
and
just
he-
wondering, like, are you doing this before you reach the street where people
Yeah.
can view you?
So
before.
so he had just started shouting inside of the main building of the stable, as if he was starting to shout and open the door, and then your visage, instead of like being cat-like, it almost like your eyes almost get that like perfectly round like Luna moth, almost kind of like weird, like
Oh God, you're like
deep
Mothman.
web like critter, like
Yeah.
what the creepypasta.
You grow little frill things like.
Yeah, you're like Mothra. No. Anyway, and that's actually what cuts him off, is because he starts to shout and then he sees you and he kind of chokes. And as you rake across his face, and that little primal savagery of the magic that pumps through you, and his face is immediately just a red slough of mess as you've melted off like his nose, like his mouth, and he falls unconscious. He's dying.
Okay.
But the door's still shut.
Yeah, that is.
Nobody has to know. Just does he have pigs?
No.
That's unfortunate.
You're supposed to heal him and make him live like that.
Well, then he could talk.
Yeah, then he'll tell. And Envy will go to jail.
Not if he doesn't know what's better for him.
Yeah.
I will. I'm gonna cast Spare the Dying.
Okay. So you're gonna spare his life.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna heal him.
Okay. That's fair. All right. So.
And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna empty out. I'm gonna put my feed that I'm gonna bought next to him, and then I'm gonna go get the guard, probably.
Okay.
Be like,
Okay.
Be like, I was here to get this feed, and then
So you exit the front, and you actually don't see any watchmen in the immediate vicinity. It takes you a couple minutes to find.
Are you trying to find a guard or a shield member?
Shield.
Yeah.
You want the shield.
Okay.
yeah, sure.
All right. So
Tobin, if you can find him.
She doesn't know Tobin.
So you don't find any shield members. You think that you might have to actually go up to the garrison, which is that big fortification.
It's not that far.
That's
Alright.
Yeah, it's just right up the street.
Well, I'd run up the hill. Not
It's
gonna-
only,
400 feet.
About, I'd say about
100.
1,500.
yeah, 1,500 feet.
Yeah. So up a hill. That's fine. So you want to go to the garrison? Okay. So as you make your way up this hill, and you come to the closed wooden portcullis of this heavily fortified garrison, you see two crossbowmen perched at the top of two towers. Yes?
You would have heard from Connor, who talks about Tobin, and you would know that he's also related to Valith, and you would know that he's in the Shield.
Yeah, it's not a stretch that you would know that Tobin, one of the Visaris, is a member of the Shield. But anyway,
So
Um,
you can ask for him.
if she
you
wants
want
to.
to.
So
No, I'm gonna play up to the nearest, I guess, and be all, I guess, like I'm in distress.
okay, so you reach the top and you see these two crossbowmen, and they kind of like peer over. They're about 30 feet above you, and they peer over. One hails down to you. Can we help you?
Yes, I need help. The stableman, he got injured. I don't know what happened to him.
Okay, so I want you to either make a performance or deception check.
Okay.
I'm inclined to say deception more of a performance because you're not acting, but you are. That's part of deception. So.
All right, 19 deception.
Okay. Call the watch. They have authority there.
There's no watchman around. I wandered through the streets. Please come fast, like.
Alright. Check it out. Alright. 15 seconds later, the portcullis begins to open, and that same guard kind of comes out, and he's nonchalantly kind of walking up to you. He says, "Where is it?"
He's down at the stable, right at the bottom of the hill.
The lakeside?
Yeah.
Alright. Trevin. Alright. What has he done this time? And as you begin to make your way down, he actually doesn't go down the hill, he follows the path down.
I followed the hill to make it look like that. It was urgent.
Alright. Yeah, he kind of catches on, he's, okay, and he follows you. And as he opens the door to the establishment, he calls out, "Trevin?" Oh, gods. And he goes up to him and, help me take him to the church. And you drag him to the Church of St. Cuthbert, which is right down the way.
Where?
Which is right.
That big, gross looking building right there.
Yep. That's the
Oh, okay.
We
Church
don't
of
go St.
Cuthbert.
Cuthbert's disgusting.
Eventually, you drag him to the front of this church, whose doors are actually nailed open. They're nailed to the stone as being open, and this guard
That's a choice.
shuts. He shouts out, "Aid! Aid! Help!" And soon a man appears before you.
And then as we're like picking him up, I want to kind of put away my amulet because I don't want to go in there with the amulet.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
A man that looks to be in his mid-40s in a tattered black and brown robe bearing, you would recognize it as iconography of St. Cuthbert, but it's more like, it's non-traditional. And he kind of comes around the corner
He looks evil.
and he says, "What has transpired this day?" And
Sounds evil.
the guard kind of relates the story. The man, I need you to make a deception check. Or a sleight of hand, your choice.
And that's where you get one and you get clapped. After all this work.
Yay!
And that's when Brian rolled up a new character.
I got a 5.
5? Okay. He asks you, "And what is your account of this?" And you see him like making some motions, and some other acolytes, male and female, come, and they begin to like pull him into the church proper to like tend his wounds. Is primal savagery concentration like how long does that last?
Oh, it goes back. Your nails and everything go back to normal after the attack.
Okay, I just wanted to like for my head like
Yeah, you know, it like
that would be
Like it's an
hilarious.
instant.
Yeah.
it happens, and then after the attack, then everything
Yeah.
goes away.
Oh, okay.
It's like when Bilbo attacks.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
actually.
Yeah.
I
So
went.
he asked for your account.
I went to the stable to pick up my feed, and he went to the back to get it, and then I waited outside, and then I heard a scream, and then I went in, and the feed was beside him, and then he was like this. I went for the watch, but didn't find anyone, so I went up and got a shield member.
Shield member, I need you to detain her.
You don't have any inspiration or anything?
I used it for his ability.
And the shield member, the shield, he's like, "Oh, okay. Just
Detain me for what?
just for a moment. Don't argue with me." And the shield member, if you don't stop anything, he begins to
will.
take your hands behind your back to cuff them into manacles.
I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to cuff me.
It's just want to make sure. And he clips the manacles on.
Well, no, I resist a little bit. I tell him, like, you don't have to cuff me. I'm not going anywhere.
You would be wise to listen to the shield.
But
The priest says this.
but under orders that you gave him, though.
I am the authority in this temple.
Why are you detaining me?
Because Sayanine has no authority here.
What does Sadie have anything to do with it?
You know exactly what she has to do with this, you lying scoundrel. Now submit, and he begins to cast a spell. He's going to cast Zone of Truth on you, so I need you to make a charisma saving throw. The DC is 16.
Roll
God.
high, bitch. Roll high.
Cast inflict wounds on him.
You
can
can
do
certainly
whatever you
try.
want.
Do whatever the fuck you
No, I'm
want.
not going to. Ugh.
And that's when Brian
What
had
did
to roll
you
a new
get?
character.
So charisma save?
Yes.
With advantage?
I got 17.
Woo!
17? Okay. So, I don't remember if the spell, if they know that you fail or not.
Yeah.
They do know?
Do they?
Okay. I'm going to take over for it, so.
I'm pretty sure, but I'll look it up.
Let's see. Truth. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so as the spell begins to try to take hold, he glowers at you.
So I will, at that point, I'm like, if you're going to be, casting things at me, I just came here to help this man. I'm done. Like, I don't need to take this from you.
You have no reason to detain him. Her.
Yeah, so I walk away.
Her will is too strong for this magic here anyway. It doesn't matter what she says. She is lying, Shield. She had something to do with this man's infliction of pain. I recommend taking her
I'm not
to the Lord
lying.
Mayor.
Like, why would I go get help if I did this?
I don't pretend to understand the
Well, if you
chaotic
don't
ways of
understand it,
Sayanine
say
and her followers. The
manage
moon,
your temple.
the moon frolicking back alley worshippers of Sayanine. I don't need to justify my suspicion. You're a clear liar in the
what
eyes.
you need to do
Enemies
is
of the
understand
In the eyes of the one who is the law, I see
By
that you
speaking
are guilty.
louder does not put a point across.
Get this heathen out of my temple! And the
You
shield's
don't
like,
have to tell me twice, and I leave.
so he,
She's Karen.
he pulls you out of the temple. He's like, I need to confiscate your weapons. I need to take all of your implements. You're under arrest by the Shield Watch. Under suspicion of assault. Are you going to fight me?
What's your name?
My name is Brandern. I don't want to fight you.
No, I am.
I know that you can take me. Just
Well,
please don't fight me.
Like, do you know Tobin?
Yes, I know,
No.
Tobin. This is not.
Stop!
This is not.
No.
You're under
You want
arrest.
to call for Tobin.
Like,
Not
And he begins
anymore.
to lead you back to the garrison in handcuffs. And he's. What weapons do you have on you? He takes any noticeable weapons.
Did he ever? I thought he didn't get the handcuffs on because
yeah,
she
we didn't
resisted.
get the handcuffs on.
Oh, you you fought him?
Yeah, she said she resisted it and then she threw a big fit.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Like, I told him you don't need to put
I
handcuffs on.
have to put handcuffs
Why?
on you
Why?
because it's for my safety and yours. Listen, I'm not going to fight you on.
If your safety, you said so yourself that I could take you.
Make an athletics check or an acrobatics check, your choice.
Do not
Next
ask for Tobin.
episode, the crew
Oh, please ask
breaks
for Tobin.
Envy out of.
Natural 22.
Yeah.
Do not
So
get him involved.
he
in
tries to slip them on you, and you slip right out of them. Like he can't get them
I'm like,
on you, and
Well,
he's trying to wrestle you.
like fine, let's race back up there. And I run up towards the thing.
to the barracks.
What's your
oh
AC?
my god, like
What is your AC?
18.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Alright, so you feel a sharp pain from a crossbow bolt in the back. One hit you and one missed you. You take 10 points of piercing damage.
Like, really, you're shooting me?
And he is now shouting at the top of his lungs. Oh, God. Catch her! She's under arrest! Catch her! And what do you do at that point? You've been hit with a crossbow bolt. You're about, say, 40 feet away from him. You ran from an arresting police
You guys
officer.
went from barracks.
I went for the barracks. I told him I was going to
He
race him up
doesn't know
there.
that
I did. I was like, I'll race you up there.
You did say that.
because criminals don't lie. And then
I'm not a criminal. You took an order from a filthy priest.
what do you do now?
Like, I put my hands up. Like, what the
You
hell?
stop and you put your
Yeah.
hands up? Okay. So at this point,
Yeah,
about
I'll be a little bitch and use a weapon.
at this point, 4 watchmen have come to kind of are beginning to come to this area. Now they're watchmen, and this shield person sees that you stop and you put up your hands, and he's like, "Fuck!" And he puts his crossbow back in its like clip thing, and he like runs up to you. He says, "Put your hands behind your back." Do you comply?
I comply.
And he manacles you. Do you resist? Oh boy, Brian.
God. If you didn't want to play Envy, you should have just said so.
How long have you been a shield?
Do you resist him putting on the handcuffs?
No.
Okay. So they click on. He kind of grabs them and holds the manacle chains together, so he's holding both of your hands in one hand. And he kind of gives you a little shove, not like aggressively or hard, but he pushes you to move. And he leads you back up to the garrison. He
Can you at least take the
and
crossbow
then
bolt out?
I'm not done. He stops like after about 20 feet. And he's like, "Ah, fuck! Don't move!" And he snaps the crossbow bolt, the wooden shaft, and he snaps it out. And he doesn't pull it out. And
Pull
then
it out.
You're not supposed to pull it out.
Well, how do you get it out?
You have to wait.
he pushes you toward the front of the garrison.
Basic first aid.
Open the portcullis. We have a detainee. And the portcullis opens.
Under false accusation.
I advise you to be quiet. And he kind of, at this point, like kind of shoves you a bit through, still keeping hold of your manacles. And he says, "There's only one way that we, at the bottom of this messy situation. You say that you had nothing to do with that man's assault.
No.
So,
I mean, you can search. I have nothing that will cause that kind of damage.
okay, let me pull up the appropriate NPC
True.
here. I mean, I hear what he's saying, but I need you to make either a persuasion or a deception check.
Why?
This is not going the way I want. What kind of check?
Persuasion or deception. You're either trying to endear yourself to him, or you're actually trying to falsify
I'll do a persuasion.
what happened.
Dirty 20 persuasion.
Okay. Okay. If what you say is true, then we can confirm that when we speak to Father Dunn after we book you. You are right now under arrest for assault and attempted murder.
Attempted murder on who?
Whether or not it is true, I have to follow the law. Don't fight me on this, please.
How is asking a question fighting?
And he just kind of like shoves you in
Can I speak to Tobin?
Fucking.
Do you have a manager?
And they're like, oh my god, like,
to part of the keep
I'm like,
that
I
is
like, you know,
clearly a chapel.
at the Twilight Monastery, you would never be treated like this.
Yeah. Well, we're not at the Twilight Monastery right now, unfortunately. And he kind of like, after a bit, like he just stops talking. He just stops responding to you. and he leads you into a huge. Think of like the Game of Thrones Temple of the Seven, like huge cylindrical dome.
Mm-hmm.
In the very top, there is a giant fresco, and painted in brilliant silvers and reds is an epic depiction of Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, fighting the five-headed Tiamat in basically cosmic glory. And there is a man currently leading a silent prayer amongst other soldiers, and he as the door opening and you two, or you bickering, I guess, he kind of slowly opens his eyes and he glances toward you, and he smiles. We have another detainee. I will take care of this, I suppose. And he approaches what seems to be the situation. Why can't you go through normal protocol? And Brandon basically kind of goes through the whole spiel. Like, she's resisting arrest, or she has resisted arrest. Obviously, she's complied now. She is blah 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 here for assault, attempted murder. He goes through the whole thing, and
Which are all false accusations. And he shot with a crossbow bolt.
yes, young lady, we will hear you soon. Please, for your benefit, I would advise you to hold your tongue for now. You will be heard. You went to Weir and Jiris for the wounds? Interesting. What is your name? I'm Father Valkus Dunn. I'm the High Priest of Bahamut in this temple.
Nice to meet you. My name is Envy Evangard.
Envy Ebengard. Are you hiding your faith anymore, or do you...
Well, I didn't really have a chance to undo it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but I'd say that I'm a follower of the Temple of Twilight Monastery.
You are a follower of Sanin.
Yes.
Are you invested with her powers, or do you simply worship her?
No, I'm invested in it.
Envy Evangard. He looks at you with like an intense, like he's looking through your soul. Did you commit this crime that is being accused against you?
No.
Make a deception check.
Alright, this is important. So,
This is a big one.
alright. Deception. 18.
Okay. He looks into your eyes. I don't know why I thought that I could see through an invested Sayanin, follower of Sayanin anyway. He kind of chuckles. And the person who was maimed in this incident, you can uncuff her. The person who was maimed was Travern, the horse hand.
Apparently that was the name.
Do you feel that whoever attacked him got what he deserved?
I only met the guy.
So you don't know?
No.
Hmm. Well, justice will be brought eventually.
As it always should.
Yes. Yes, you're free to go. We can speak with Travern when he regains consciousness and get a full description of the assailant.
Can get the arrow out of my back now?
Huh?
Get the crossbow bolt out of my back?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you do something about this bolt before I leave?
He kind of looks at it and he kind of gives like a good shot kind of look to Brandon, and it's like right below your shoulder, so it's super painful, but it's not deadly. It wasn't meant to kill you, and you can tell these are trained like military people. So he kind of like, you might 1, 2. On the count of 3, 1, 2, and then he just rips it out, and then you feel a warmth kind of spread through your back. You've never been healed by somebody of a different faith, but you feel guilt. You really do. Like, you feel a sense of like, oh, like I just lied to daddy. Like, you feel this sense of guilt just begin to wash over you. Now, whether or not you feel guilty,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's how you feel, but
For like the sense.
there is a sense of like judgment, like
Because
being
it's the
poured
power
in.
of Bahamut.
Yeah, being poured into you, and your wound closes, and so he says,
Daddy always knows the truth.
I guess the
Well, he's the only one that can judge me. So.
power of justice has deemed you worthy to continue woundless. Nah, well, you're free to go. I would advise not leaving town. We will be doing a more formal inquiry. There are other means of finding you as well. Just to know all of your options.
I know, but so you know, I am an adventurer, so I may be out on adventuring things.
Excellent.
So I will be around town then.
You should know all of your rights. You do have the right to legal counsel. It will be provided for you if you cannot afford such. If you cannot afford one, the Church of Bahamut will, of course, appoint one to you. I advise getting one as early as possible.
Do you understand your rights as we
Yeah. Walk in truth and justice, my child, and may Seinin also guide your way. You are free to go. Brandon, I'd like a full report.
I mean, if there is going to be a trial, then yeah, I'll go ahead and take a counsel. But, you know, for whenever that ends.
Mm. We can discuss that. For now, if you are truly looking into legal counsel, I can offer one of our acolytes. It would be 100 marks per day.
Jesus Christ.
Marks or gold.
100 gold a day?
Yeah. Lawyers are expensive.
Well, let me know when the thing is, and I'll get it that day.
Mm.
Expensive.
This is why our work is never ending. Alright. Well, you can see yourself out. If you'd like to pay a small legal fee, I can assign one to you now, or if it comes to trial you don't have one, we can appoint one to you for charity. But just do know that they will not be as prepared for your case, if it ever comes to that. I'm not assigning you guilt or blame, but these are your legal rights in the Free Cities.
Since you're innocent, you won't need one, right?
Are there levels of lawyerly quality?
Like, can I get a student lawyer?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I mean, you don't have to get one up from Bahamut. I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure you
Can I
can
get a
find
clerk chaser?
just a plain Jane legal person.
Yeah, in Diamond Lake, where nothing's corrupted.
Yeah. Yeah, you can find a nice
That's
clerk
actually
lawyer who will
what-
lie for you.
Might be what she
better.
needs now.
Okay, so. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
You still haven't had any feed.
I'm gonna go back to it and get my feed that was on the ground.
Okay. By the time you get down there, the place is swarming with Watch and a couple of Shield, and they don't let you into the building.
Well, I need to get my feed though.
You're not allowed in.
Can they get it for me? It's right there on the ground.
You've already paid for it, right?
So
Yeah.
So they kind of go through this whole hustle and, you know, kind of like, well, you know, you already paid for it, I guess. But one member of S.H.I.E.L.D. says, no, this is evidence. We can't give it to you until we've cleared it and gone through all scenarios. If you give me a place of residence, I can deliver it to you.
I mean, you can keep it then. I'll check back later. Yeah, just pick it up.
You'll be hearing from us. Alright. So,
Sit, Cindy. Sit.
Let's just
Good girl.
let's just blow Diamond Lake and go somewhere else.
Like, to treat horses.
Yeah.
let's
Find
see.
better ways to resolve
You
your
know,
issues.
All I'm saying is now it's swarming with. They're gonna see how he was treating those horses.
Yeah.
Just
You
saying,
know,
it would have been a
I
lot
hear
easier
the
to sell if he was
eastern
dead.
continent of Apen is very nice this time of year.
Yeah, I've never been. I know
I'm
a
just
really
gonna throw
remote
that out
place
there.
up north. It's up a few months' journey,
Or
but
Hazard Dude.
Huh. I have to decide something. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
This just might be the right time in your life to relocate.
What?
Anyway.
Ain't scared no one.
Yeah, we can tell.
So where do you go after this?
Let's go back to.
Allison's mansion? Manor? Man's?
Yeah.
Estate? Abode? Dwelling? Does anybody else have anything interesting to do for the Saints' Day?
I mean,
On God's Day?
we can't buy anything.
yeah, we can't go shopping.
I have nowhere to go.
I think. Is there any? There's other inns in town, right? Besides Feral Dog
So the Fair Dog is not an inn, it is a tavern.
Tavern. Okay, there's other taverns though.
Yeah, so there's Lazar's house, which you guys met up for the job. There's the Emporium, which is kind of an inner tavern, but it's a more of a brothel. Then there are some restaurants that might be open, like the Hungry Gar. There is the Abel Carter Coaching Inn.
Lane.
There's the Rusty Bucket, which is open.
I think Cinder left,
Midnight
and
Sleep,
she went up to the Standing Stones.
Okay.
I'm gonna go there.
At some point, I would like to talk to my quill.
Okay. And you went back to the house. You're at the house. All right. Does anybody? I'm gonna jump into the quill if nobody else has anything that they have.
I don't really have anything specific.
Okay.
I can wait till you're done with this bill.
Completely unaware of the illegal actions of Envy.
Yep, we are completely unaware,
No.
and that's up to her.
Well, because
I-
you guys aren't at the house.
Yeah, I'm not the
At the
house.
house, yes.
He is at the house.
Based on Goose bill.
Oh, yeah.
I want to check in. So,
Let me give you the time of day and how long it's been.
Well,
So I'd say it's about noon right now.
I would say that after spending a couple hours with Cindy, I'd go looking for Envy
Okay.
to try and help me with my fucking headache
Okay.
that I can't seem to get rid of.
I'm talking to my quill while you're doing your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you get back, I might be done.
And I don't find her. So I'm going to follow up and go and talk to one of the churches. There was the Church of Bahamut,
Yeah.
the Church of Cuthbert,
Yep.
and is there any others?
There.
The Church of the Raven Queen?
Yep. It's in the cemetery.
Ugh.
And then there's the
Three?
Twilight Monastery that's like a couple hours down the road.
Yeah.
The Church of St. Ian.
But they have kind of a reputation, right?
Yeah.
Of not being terribly welcoming of outsiders.
The Raven Queen would probably be the most quiet. Creepy.
And I do actually have questions for them.
Okay.
So I would like to go to the Church of the Raven Queen.
Okay.
They would
My
definitely know
goal
about
is
dead
to
things.
try and get some kind of healing or find out if they can help me get rid of my level of exhaustion, mechanically speaking. But story-wise, like, I'm just trying to find
Yep.
some assistance
With that.
with that, and then also answers to, like, if they can give me some insight into why people would be stealing bodies.
Okay. All right. So
So that's what I got.
we will get to that.
Yep.
I can't see your face, so.
Wanting my Uniloops, Mochi?
You're sitting in your study?
Mhm.
Okay. Take it away.
So, Zalistar. Wait.
Yes.
Inside check. Is that his real name?
Okay.
$17? No, 20. Dirty 20.
He is a disembodied voice, and so it's pretty inscrutable, but you don't seem to think that it's not his name. You can't be sure. There's nothing to pick up on.
I'm gonna try and make a mind-to-mind contact and talk to him silently.
Okay, so you talk like in your head.
Where were you before this?
Before I was indignantly imprisoned in a piece of wood.
So the mind-to-mind contact is working?
I'm so sorry, Brian. I do have inspiration. I was looking everywhere on my sheet, but I didn't have it written.
Okay. Yes, before that.
I don't remember. But no. I remember, but whatever stupid magic that you've cast upon me has blanked my memory. It was amateurish.
I did everything by the book.
Oh, book? Show me this book.
Correct.
Show me. Show me.
And I bring out the.
Let's see this book.
I
Open
bring
it.
out the ritual.
Open it up.
And I open the book slowly, flipping the pages.
Yes. What is this language? Wait, what? What is this? This is not. This.
I started because he was so impatient. I started the beginning of the book.
Yeah. This is what language is this? What words do I see on this page?
This is the common language of the time of the land.
The common tongue. You
Yes.
speak in a common, vulgar language in your everyday speech. What kind of barbarian are you? You don't even have a proper legal language. What is this? Farmer speak? Common? Do you hear how that sounds? Say it out loud. Common. Common. It's caught in your throat, doesn't it? Because it's disgusting. Something that you puke up.
So
I love him.
this is the ritual.
Oh, this is the ritual. I know what the ritual is. I know amateur.
Mm.
It's just not right. Go back a page. Forward. Stop! I said. Do exactly as I say.
Mm.
Forward. Back. No. See, you had to have done something wrong because this whole thing is wrong. You have to see this. Look. hand, bottom column, third from the right. Look, the numbers, they don't match, do they? Make an Arcana check.
Uh, 14.
14. Now that you're looking at it, that could be kilogram and not gram. It's a little smudge there.
You should really stop eating when using your small phone. Just saying.
Is this your own research, or does some other dimwit write this? And why is it on dead tree?
What would it be written on?
What else? The mind. Have you no mind shards? Have you... Alright. I'm developing a theory. What here is it?
What is the mind shard?
Don't worry about it, you're just stupid to comprehend it anyway. I couldn't begin to explain the complexities of such a perfect machine.
In the future, we shall discuss that. And I tell him the year.
Alright. So, for reference for Out of Game, the year is 1695, I believe, or 15. Oh, I have a calendar right here in front of me. I should actually look. 1595, the year of the blade. So the date is the 17th of Wheelsun, 1595, the year of the blade. As you say all this, he scoffs. Oh, you don't even... What calendar is this? Where are we?
While he's talking, I
Where have you dragged me to?
carefully take a moment to correct
Correct the book.
my notations.
Yeah, see? Told you.
What?
Do you use him to correct it? Since he is your quill?
Yeah.
You won't notice this.
Not at all. So, I'm not entirely convinced that you're not some sort of demon that's trapped me in some strange plane of madness and stupidity. Primary source surrender seems to be stupidity, so not madness, maybe. But folly. Is this the plane of folly?
No.
I've caught you this time, demon. What is your name? Tell me and I'll spare you.
Spare me how? What can you...
I don't negotiate with
What can
folly demons.
What can you do?
How dare you question my abilities? It like wiggles a bit, and then like it like, cause you're like there's a book in front of it that you guys have been reading. It like zips down to the page and it begins to scribble on the margins in perfect handwriting just these expletives and these complaints about you, his situation, just going on and on and going
it
down the
back up.
margins. That put me down.
And I...
This relationship is only going to work if you acknowledge me as the master and you as a student. You are the stupid one to trap me here.
I brush away what was just written.
What a... He clearly does not like you.
I want to meet him so badly.
Oh, are we feeling sorry for ourselves now, young master? Did you fuck up the spell? Oh.
Oh, you poor little baby moping around.
Learn something and fix it! You are undisciplined. He doesn't react to that.
I'm trying to spank your wand.
Rattle it. If we are to work harmoniously, then we have to come to some kind of accord.
Are you trying to strike a deal with me, you folly demon? I shall not bend to your will. I will not accept any deal from you. Not until I suss out who you are. For all I know, you're some sort of god fiend.
So,
A phage upon the cosmos. A folly phage. That's nice. Just write
you
that
can
down.
see your surroundings, right?
More or less, I can see. Well, yes. He describes like a couple of bookshelves and a bed, which is your bed, which is what you're looking at.
Ah, so you can see through my eyes.
What? As you look around, he's describing more or less what you're seeing. From his perspective, I see a bunch of stupid books, toddler novels. Very yeah. So he's seeing through your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Should introduce
When-
him to Tobin.
When you when you're communicating in this fashion, when you're directly communicating with him, he sees through your eyes. Yes.
So, you can see, and you have a modicum of
Mobility?
mobility.
Yes, it does seem that my infinite powers have been somewhat stifled as of late.
Little bitty living space.
Yeah. Are you going to stand all day and gawk at your feet? Or are you going to do some work to get me out of here?
I'm going to stand in front of a mirror so you can see the expressions on my face.
Mm.
That's basic.
He doesn't seem to be paying much attention. He's beginning to ramble extremely complicated theories of reversal. Things that you had never even... Most of it you don't even understand. He's just going on about it. It's like hearing a quantum theorist talk about high levels of quantum theory that you're just what are those words? And he's just prattling on and on about oh, we can try this and no, that wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Something would work. You know, he's going on and on about it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you listening? You've written nothing I've said down.
Every word.
Make a deception check.
Ooh.
That sounds promising.
I rolled a 6, and I'm
Should be fairly straightforward. 6 plus your deception.
Deception. 9.
Okay. Well, good. If you understand everything,
Oh,
then
yes.
you don't have the need to write it down. Are you some sort of savant? Do you have a perfect eidetic memory?
Absolutely.
Good. Then remember what I say. And he goes on for a good hour of complicated arcane theory that you do not
I
understand.
actually start taking notes, trying to.
Yeah, and with that, he says, "Yes, always good to have copies," and he begins to transcribe it for you. And so
Oh, good.
this will be representing the spells that you'll be learning by deciphering his ramblings. So, you do catch tidbits here and there. You know, there's some similarities, but the style and the ways in which he talks about magic and the arcane and what it is and its tools.
Does he write all of this in Ancient Theron?
No, he writes it in whatever language is most comfortable for you.
Okay.
So if that's Elvish or Common or
What languages do I know? Because I'm pretty sure I don't write my spells in common.
you might write them in Theron, because you do speak Theron
Oh.
as a member of the Pansovic.
That might have changed what he said about your spellbook.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ritual book might have been written in Common.
Oh, I
but,
see.
Like
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
you know,
Right.
the actual like spells are written in Theron.
Okay, yeah. Then I would write my spells in Theron.
Okay, yeah. So it's imagine if you went to like Elizabethan English and you understand what they're saying,
Yeah.
but it's a dialect that you're like, this is old timey.
Yeah.
Like he's speaking in true like mother tongue Theron. He's speaking in a true Latin and you're speaking French. Like you understand, it's mutually intelligible, but it's like
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
Like
dost,
that's a turn of a phrase.
dost thou understandest?
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But yeah,
Like the flowers of the spring when the wind blows, I have come to this place.
yeah. Even like 60, 70 years ago in American English, our way of
Yeah.
writing was so like what? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's so flowery and
Yeah.
long, like it takes like a sentence to say I'm sorry
Yeah, yeah,
because it was much more beautiful.
yeah.
So as soon as he starts transcribing all that, I just let go and let him.
Yeah, and he's as is your Quill's ability, auto writes, kind of transcribes. The moment you stop concentrating or thinking about, like maybe like in a momentary distraction or a break or some sort of, the moment you stop focusing on that task, the Quill just kind of gently like lays down, and it goes silent.
Oh, I won't stop.
Okay.
I want to get. I'm going to let him transcribe whatever he wants.
Make an Arcana check.
Just gonna milk him for all this knowledge. Ooh.
21.
Okay. You're actually starting to glean some of the things that he's putting down. He never answers any of your questions. He's way above that. You should know these things. Like, how dare you ask me such stupid things? Like, you know, it'd be like going to an advanced math class and be like, what decimal place is this? Like, that's how he treats you. Like, you should know this. This is basic. It's
He's like
not.
those professors that walk into a classroom and they put all the shit on the board and they're
Yeah.
like, there, and then
Yeah.
they walk back out.
Yeah.
And it's like, why don't you understand it?
Or
why
like,
the fuck are you in my
or
class then?
that professor on the first day of class that quizzes people,
Yeah.
and like, you should know this. Like,
Yeah.
so very much so that. So you spend a good hour, honestly, like listening to him ramble, and as he begins to like ramble and get into a stride, you hear a sort of like passionate fervor come through his voice as he starts talking about certain theories, and he is clearly like knowledge thirsty. Like, he is proud of what he knows, and he's proud of wanting or knowing like everything. That's what he wants in life. Like he wants to know everything, no matter what, as pertaining to knowledge and arcana. But yeah, academia. So yeah, do you have any other interactions that you like? Do you like say anything to him, or do you ask him any questions? Like earlier when I said he doesn't answer questions, I mean like about like arcana and like theory, that he'll just scoff at, like amateur.
If we ever get the chance, there's a mage you should really, truly meet.
I doubt it.
Brilliant by any standards.
Go on.
I've only heard of him, but his name is Perry.
Perry? Like the fruit?
His whole name is Periphanus Nomfoodle.
I've only heard of him in legend, but...
Yes, I've only heard of him, so I don't know his full name, but yes. Periphanus Nomfoodle.
Nomfoodle? Is he a gnome?
Yes. Truly, the most brilliant wizard of our age.
So he's convinced others. They're all liars and thieves.
It's fine. He's working for or for Vincent now.
He's only 17.
100?
17
17 what?
years.
Celestial years? Lunar years?
Gnomish years.
So his age is unknown. And unknowable. They don't count beyond 10, they're stupid. He's very racist.
Just a bit.
What is he? Is he human?
Probably.
No, he's a stick.
He's a stick.
So,
It's ironwood, apparently.
No, I would.
I see what you did there. White, yeah.
Maybe redwood.
Just this red ring around base, around the neck of it.
Can you think of anything else?
So the accord we must come to is that you are no more than just a tool. Then you are my master.
I'll agree to nothing, demon. Potentially a folly. You have yet to convince me that you are not some sort of demon that has trapped me in some sort of madness demiplane.
I could say the same of you.
That's what someone of madness would say. I will say one thing, young, stupid thing. You are... You are at least primed. The paint's chipping and it's all wrong, but you're primed. We can undo much of the damage that has been done to that beautiful brain of yours, given time and copious amounts of discipline and effort. Perhaps soon you could even come to my level of mastery and power. Shape the world to your whim and your will. But first you need to clean your bedroom. This place is a mess. And how can you keep anything straight in here?
Don't you even dust.
Do you know what alphabetizing means? Do you know what the word efficiency means? Do we need to start with the basics with the dictionary, perhaps?
Do you have a dictionary?
Good Lord, you got yourself a fucking tutor. Or
Well.
governess.
Taskmaster.
This has all been very interesting. I shall begin studying what you have written.
See that you do. And, by the way, salts do not go in minerals. It is alchemical. Idiot. And then he goes quiet.
I chuck them away in the lead box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and one more. Yeah. You hear him go quiet. And you feel that, like, distance again. Whereas when he's out and you're speaking to him, you feel him as if he's there. Like, there's a presence. There's a person. Like, almost like, you know, like you're standing next to somebody, and then all of a sudden they, like, close the door or they're gone. That's what it feels like. Like, oh, you're alone now. You know. But whenever he's out, you feel him, even if he's not talking. So. Did you ever read the Dragonlance books?
Oh my god, this is why I love him so much.
Yeah.
It's fucking Raceland.
No. You gave me Grace. You gave me
No,
Graceland.
not quite. No,
Not
no,
quite,
no, no.
but you should be so lucky. Raceland was my favorite
Oh
character.
god.
Anyway.
I can't wait to meet him.
Yeah. So. Yeah, lots of mystery there with Connor and what's up with him. And more to come.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
you will shortly.
You went to the Standing Stones,
Yes.
and then you
Went to the Ravens.
went to the Ravens, and you.
Don't even know. I'm
You
just
not-
kind of.
You don't have nothing? Do you have any other you have any other ideas? Like anything? If it's open.
Open
hate to
season.
say I hate to say open world, but it's
I'm
open
literally
world.
here because of this lady anyway, so just go
It's
with
open mic night.
Yeah. What is Envy doing? So she's coming back. So
As
Envy's
everyone
coming
else is
back
leaving.
after being literally arrested for attempted murder and assault.
Allegedly.
Well, I was here, so as the DM, I know it's true. So, speak your lies elsewhere. You're coming back to the mansion, and you're trying to find anybody. Or you're just going back home. Oh, home. Quote. Okay. Anything that you plan on doing afterwards, or like
Letting people know what happened.
who are you telling?
Ooh. I think I'll tell Cinder. And then first.
Okay, so in order of events, Cinder has already gone to the Standing Stone to come back.
I went. This is all like because he's been gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Not a
he
lot.
left.
Yeah, he's been
And-
out for a few hours. Yeah.
Yeah, like so. Right after I talked to Alliston, which was around 10.
Yeah.
Like I went up to the Standing Stone.
Okay, so this is when you.
Yeah,
were
this
right
is all
before.
while like what we're doing has all been while he's there because Connor said that once he'll probably be done with his conversation by the time he comes back
Okay.
or she comes back,
Yeah.
and then she went looking for Envy
Couldn't
Af-
find her.
because she was under arrest, and
She in jail.
yeah,
She was.
and then so she went to the Ravens with Coven.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let us. Let's see if I have. If I can find this art real fast, then that will determine which one I do next because I have a specific thing.
Yeah, Angela, his ears are really big.
They're so big.
And his tail is so.
Yeah, it's so long. He's so cute.
He is the cutest.
Gonna be a big kitty when he grows up.
Which is so funny because he is already bigger than Nova, and Nova is like 6, almost 7 months.
He's 3 times the size he was when we got him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Nova is tiny. I'm gonna be so surprised if she's reached. I think she maybe has reached 5 pounds, but she's like tiny. I pushed out her spay because she's so small, and thinking that she would get bigger, and she hasn't. So I'm like, she gets spayed next week. So.
He's nosy.
But yeah, you can be a big old cute cat.
And he takes after his mama.
Heard something. What is that over there?
Gotta get bigger head.
Come on, Google. Okay, no, I get it. That's fine. Alright, so let us go to the Standing Stones. You make the small trek up the lonely road, people leisuring about during the day. Many give you kind of like wary nods. Like, hello, stranger. Hello,
Weird
very
random
weird.
elf.
Yeah. That nobody ever sees in this town. But you make it there without molestation. You get to the top of the hill, and you notice that there are 2 young, maybe like late preteens, early teens boys at these Standing Stones. And they're kind of just like hanging out, I guess. That's the only way I can put it. They're just kind of milling about. And as you approach, they kind of like peek their heads up and kind of like
Just kind of
Tried.
watching with her staff out, like using her staff like a walking stick, basically.
yeah, so they kind of like try to ignore you.
As I'm walking up, like seeing them there, I'm not gonna say anything to them, but I can do this. I'm gonna use my elemental attunement to just make like the rumble of stone,
Okay.
like in the Standing Stone area, like as I'm walking up, like but not really, but then the stones around them start like a slow rumble.
They quickly stand up and like glance at each other, and one of them says, and one of them cries out to you, "Did you feel that?
Feel what?
The earthquake?"
I didn't feel anything, and this happens again. And she looks like completely like nothing.
Make a deception check.
Want them to go away. Deception, you say? 16.
16. Oh, we better go get Alliston. He'd know. And they kind of like quickly kind of take off down the trail, back down the road into town.
Good.
And you're left there alone.
So as I approach, so the markings, given like the time period and stuff, I'm assuming that the markings on the stone were carved.
Yeah.
Like people have like carved markings into the stone, basically. Like
Yeah.
like you would like an old rock and stuff, and that's how they stay that long. And, okay.
Yeah, most of the writing though is completely covered in over like paints and graffiti and other scratches and.
Oh, it is paint as well, or.
Yeah, because people have come up here and painted and graffitied all.
Well, that's
over.
what I thought. No, I thought that like they carved on them. Like the graffiti is carved, like.
Some of it is, yeah, but the base designs are so intricate that you can kind of get a glance at like.
I'm talking
what-
about the graffiti.
Oh.
Like I'm focusing on the graffiti.
Okay, just the graffiti.
Yeah, I assumed that the graffiti was carved onto there because.
Not deeply. There are scratched graffiti, but most of it's painted.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay. That ruins what I wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you think like why
I just
they're.
assumed people couldn't get paint.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's not like.
But.
Yeah, it's not like a fully medieval like paint's, you know, crazy rare, but you know, it's hundreds of years of old graffiti and other
Well,
things.
fuck. Fine.
But it does make you wonder like there isn't a lot of scratched graffiti like this. Maybe there they're hardy or, you know, magically.
Well, the reason I ask is because I was going to use mold earth to remove it, but I can't do that with paint,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
so I don't have a way to get the paint off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unless I burned it off,
true.
which I don't know if that would work.
You could try.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll move into, I'll shift into the Stance of Fire,
Mm.
and she's gonna try to burn the paint off with, my Control Flame cantrip.
Okay. Yeah, a few tense moments of concentration, and yeah, you do realize that you're basically turning the rocks black, and you just turn them completely black. But then, as you realize, as you keep burning, the ash begins to just kind of fall, and a few wipes or whatever, most of that paint is disintegrated,
Okay.
and because most of it's at that time natural pigments and
Yeah.
you know,
And I
so-
assume that the stone is unharmed.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so she's going to, I'm going to stay in the Stance of Fire then, and she's going to spend time up there just slowly going through and just starting to basically clean the stones.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, there's no.
Yeah, and she'll use, like, if there are, like, gouges in the stone anywhere, like, that aren't part of the design, she'll use mold earth to just, like, slowly repair them.
Yeah, and after you get all the paint off, you can see where there are some scratches, and they can get pretty deep, but the carvings themselves go down, like, sometimes, like, as deep as an inch,
Okay.
and no scratch seems to be able to get that far. And so you kind of get the impression that, like, this is a hard stone or magically protected or something. But once you clear away all of the...
Yeah, and she'll use, like, her water cantrips, too, to wash away the soot
Yeah.
and things.
Once you get everything like off and visible and like dried off and everything, you go through and you use your mold earth. There's a sort of, at first there's a resistance. Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Yeah, and I think she would even, like, as she's doing it, she would just kind of like, this will heal you.
Hmm.
And I'll try that at least. Persuasion, which is only a 12.
12. At first you feel that resistance, and your mold earth actually isn't touching it at all, like almost like it slips around it, and then you feel like you've caught onto something, and then you give it like a pop, like you would like a dent in a metal, and you feel the stone give way almost like clay, like it accepts, and you're left with nearly perfect standing stones. There's debris around, you know, still, but and some garbage, but the stones themselves and the center piece, which is a 4-quadrant like carved mosaic or a relief, I guess, of 4 elements.
Mm-hmm.
And the standing stones around are all, think like Proto-Celtic elemental designs, but there's 8 total pillars. So it shows like sub-elements like smoke or mud. Like it shows not just the 4 elemental planes, but
how they mix.
the quasi-planes, yeah.
Okay.
And they're faint enough or discreet enough to not be like obvious. But as somebody who is enveloped in elemental culture, you immediately recognize that, oh, these standing stones not only represent the elements, but Earth is in true cardinal north. Like, there's something in this area that is, like, magic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she'll just spend time doing that, and then once she's done with the stone, she'll begin cleaning up, like, the debris and stuff around. And just kind of moving it out and just, like, I don't know, light it on fire or something. Whatever you do with trash in the medieval era. Burn it.
Basically, burn it or bury it, or, yeah.
Yeah, she'll burn it.
Yeah.
Because that's what she does.
Yeah.
Good things.
Um,
And yeah, just like spend time cleaning it, which will probably take a while, but
mm.
And use molders to till it into the ground.
no, she'll burn it. The trash.
Yeah.
Well, it'll just be ash. And then she'll use a gust to Away. 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 I don't want to pollute the ground even more. This ground is so sick and disgusting. Like. It's disgusting.
You, as you're beginning to finish up, you hear a voice behind you, an actual voice, a person, an old woman,
Mm-hmm.
and you hear suddenly from behind you, "I've been waiting ages for somebody to come up here and do that. It looks lovely, darling. You come up here often?"
Like, I'll turn around.
Yeah, you see about a 5 foot tall, well, looks human maybe, very old woman, kind of like a colorful shawl, like grandma knits, very just typical old woman,
Mm-hmm.
and she has a bundle of flowers and other like pretty grasses that she's collected or something, and she comes up and she kind of places them near one of the base of the standing stones, and you realize some of the trash wasn't like trash, but like people bringing flowers up. So right, yeah. I mean, you would have saved what you could have,
Yeah.
but like you realize there are some people that come up here and spend time, and she kind of like pats the stones. She says, "I've never seen them look so lovely. Oh, thank you so much for doing this. I used to keep it in my youth, but these days I just can't get around as much anymore."
First grandmother. This is only the second time I have been up here. But they are a monument of a time.
Oh, they certainly are. Special place, this one. Special place.
Do you know much about this particular monolith?
Oh, no. Just as a girl, I've always just felt such a calling here. My favorite place as a child to play and, run around, cause mischief. Some of those marks are mine. Thank you for taking them off. I was a foolish child. But, wisdom and age and all that. Oh, it's lovely to see them like this, though. She kind of just pats them again. Don't know much about them. Just know that they were here before anything else. And they deserve respect because of that, I think.
Well, thank you for bringing... You do often bring flowers and things.
Oh, sometimes, yes. When I get lonely or I get the call, as I always call it. You get the feeling, kind of like, it's like a song you can't get out of your head, sometimes. Just kind of like you just gotta try to hum it to figure it out. You know the feeling?
It's interesting. My companion also heard a song here.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes as girls we would come up here, my sisters, my friends and I would come up here and just laugh and giggle and always come back singing a song. Always it was, yeah. Different song all the time, but this is where we'd come.
It was a different song.
Oh yeah, sure. We'd come up with anything up here. It's always so inspiring, They don't come much anymore, but every once in a while I get the call and I just gotta come up and see him. Yeah. You staying around?
For now. In this town.
Oh, yes, this town sure does need more like you, dear. She walks up to you and she pats your hand and she says, "Oh my, you are a beautiful woman."
Thank you.
Well, I don't want to keep you too much longer. I don't really have much to do, but I wasn't gonna spend all day up here anyway. I'll leave you to whatever you're gonna do. Maybe I'll come by and see it tomorrow and see what you've done with the place.
I will try to make it a sight to see.
Oh, my dear, you already have. Well, thank you so much for doing what you're doing, and it'd be really, really lovely if you stuck around and did what you could. It's one of the few places left around here that it's worth looking at. And she toddles off down the hill.
I'll awkward human conversation.
It's the magpie.
I know. I was like, "Are you gonna kill me?"
Yeah.
It's Sayanine.
Assassin.
No, and then she'll spend more time. Like she'll I think I'll think I can do this. Can I do?
Sayanine's avatar.
I think my elemental attunement.
You think I tell you? I
A
would not.
little bit like Druidcraft.
I assume you have something like Druidcraft.
Yeah.
It would
So
make sense that you would, yeah.
basically, then she'll kind of. So the grass in the around here, is it dead like everything else, or is it just the scrubby?
Up here it's not so polluted, but when you get more into the hills, like
Yeah.
hundreds of feet above the town, it becomes more like dry grassland, like hilly grassland, so it's rocky.
So she'll try to use her elemental attunement to, like, just like encourage like flowers, like ones that would grow here naturally, like scrubby kind of,
Yeah.
brush flowers and things like that around the area, just to almost make it more of. Like the monuments, I think, and the things that would be at her temple, like would have like gardens and things around them, like things that are representative of the earth. But she'll try to do it in that, with correspondence, basically, like flowers and things like you think of for air, like blue and things like that to grow around the stones for air,
Yeah.
and
like,
then slowly like mingling into like more like greens and ferns and things around the earth one.
Yeah.
Or clovers probably, that
and
would
like
be.
roses or like red flowers.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but things that are like more indigenous that will actually thrive in this kind of area.
Right.
But
So-
and you just spend time doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna assume, and if you don't have it, then you can mark it on your character sheet to have it, the Druidcraft cantrip, because it's not an overly powerful spell, as long as it relates to elements, like,
Okay.
in some way, but,
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. But as you begin to kind of really ground and go into, like, no stance and almost, like, all four at once, like, avatar state, like, you reach out that cardinal awareness and you begin to pull that life kind of back into this place and begin to feed the ground. You hear, in your mind, and it stops instantly. And you see some of just a little bit of green bud kind of like begins to like pop up and then wither. And it just stops. Like something stopping growth and greenery up here. Because looking around, you've cleaned the place, you've spent hours up here,
Mm-hmm.
you recognize some of this, so this should be like flourishing like grassland, green, lush
Yeah.
hill with like, all sorts of wildflowers and stuff, and it's just not.
I think she wants to feeling that.
Like whispers, thousands of whispers.
She'll center herself again
Mm.
and try to reach like deeper, like into herself,
Mm-hmm.
and then try to do it again.
Okay.
Like almost like a challenge, like
Okay. Make a wisdom saving throw.
yeah. And she's gonna get knocked on her ass. I'll try to once again, because I mean I don't get the impression that was, I don't know, whatever was worshipped here. Oh,
No.
like it.
Yeah.
19.
19. You get nothing at first, and then it's like you're remembering the whispers, but you're not hearing them. You're just remembering that sudden chill that they send down your spine, and you feel something along your legs, and you look, and there are hundreds of earthworms and centipedes and millipedes and all these manners of like worm type creatures that have crawled out of the ground, and some have begun to crawl up your legs, and as you snap out, like, they're real. There's a swarm of
God.
absolute just worms all over this hill, and as soon as you snap out, they kind of revert to their natural kind of bug behavior, and some of them scatter. But you have a couple of
Blah.
like worms and millipedes and shit on you. Yeah. And then, but you see them crawling all over, and some of them have like withered and died.
Yeah.
You know. So there's just hundreds of worms.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
And I don't approve.
I don't approve.
And I'm going to switch into my fire stance. I'm going to burn them all.
All right.
I really dislike them.
Yeah. So they burn.
Yeah.
It stinks. If you've ever burnt worms.
They would aerate the soil.
Not if they're evil. Evil, disgusting worm things like we saw down there. Giant swarms of them.
What?
Down where?
Will then clean that up. Because now I have made a giant, disgusting mess of dead bugs.
Yeah. So you kind of sweep or, kick away, and you kind of use your molder to fill in all the tiny little holes, because they basically just like
Yeah.
clam denned like on a beach, like all these little holes where they've crawled out of. Some places you notice that in a couple of rocks, some of them have burrowed and like unnaturally just come through where they shouldn't have. Like something just pushed them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is whatever's beneath the town.
Someone's poisoned the water hole.
I'm assuming that I didn't succeed in growing anything, though.
No, not really. I mean, whatever was here, just dry grass.
Yeah. Okay.
It's brown. It's alive
Yeah, it's alive. It's
in a
just
basic
not
sense.
thriving.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Well, I have cleaned up this. And I still don't hear the song at all.
Nope.
I think she would spend... I guess how much time have I spent up here doing all this?
I'd say, given
I
because you
guess
had
it's just
an
cantrips.
extreme amount of help, like because with your magical abilities, it wouldn't take like a real life amount. So I'd say like a couple hours. So it was a long time, but yeah.
I don't really have anything else to do today.
Besides, meet Zalistar.
I don't know him. I don't know he exists, though.
If you come back,
I know, but I don't know that he exists, so I don't have a reason to come back.
So Coben and Valith, you are headed down what is called the Vein, the main road of town, to let's see, the cemetery, obviously, but the cemetery is actually located. Those two buildings next to the cemetery up there is the Dowerstone residence.
I don't suppose Alliston ever comes up, does he? Considering those kids ran to go get him.
No.
Okay. Just want to double check.
His
Just disturbing his day all over the place.
Dowerstone's house is right here, and the main mines are right there. It's kind
Next
of
to the
like
Ravens.
yeah, so right next to the main cemetery, which
Interesting.
I mean, it's the oldest part of the town. This is
Okay.
the Dowerstone house is like the first building, but you can see that. I mean, not everything is like to perfect scale, but it's a sizable cemetery with
Yeah.
temples and buildings and mausoleums and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty substantial.
Okay.
So as you walk up this main thoroughfare, this main road, you're greeted by a actual walled necropolis. This is like the size of a small village on the inside, and the walls are a perfectly smooth gray granite stone that are like expertly carved, and everything is very well neat, like, and trimmed. All the trees are very nice, and it's a very well maintained and very loved like area. And the gates are these huge wrought iron gates that stand open.
It's always been like this, yeah.
Yeah, as far as you can remember, yeah. Your family's not buried here, but it's always been well maintained. But
Yeah.
the gates are open, and it's one of the other few places in Diamond Lake that doesn't have the same vibe. It feels nicer, like what maybe parts of Diamond Lake could be.
Yeah. I imagine Bailiff hung out here a lot.
When she could, most
When
of
she
the
was
time,
younger.
like children or like unaccompanied minors or whoever, this place is watched by the Ravens pretty closely, and so they watch for like teens hanging out in the cemetery, and they're pretty severe and pretty like, you're here to mourn. You have somebody, like, you're either here to mourn or you're here to pay your respects to the Raven Queen, and the ideas of like death and prophecy, and like they're a serious group of, you know what I mean. So as a teenager, maybe you and your friends would like go and like mourn, you know, but not really be mourning, you know what I mean, and just hang out.
Bring
and
some out wine for the dead.
Yeah, right. Yeah, bring some token flowers, which, you know,
No, just grab them on the way.
Whatever. Tokens. Yeah. But yeah, you enter through the gates, and
Is there like I know it's Saints Day, but I would imagine that this would be a popular day for mourners.
yeah.
So
this is
would
one
there
of
be
the
a
big days.
place to pick up like flowers or something?
Yep.
Even just grabbing some, off the side of the path. But,
Yeah, actually, they're free mourning tokens and such. You can find a whole conglomeration right inside like the main gates. There are basically like built into the walls, like little niches spread throughout most of the walls inside, are little like votives and things that are free for people to take. So many of them have like small flowers, some have small like raven statuettes that are like cheap like wood carved things that you can take as a mourner and then, you know, pray and like give offering. But there are, inside the necropolis itself, there is no like business except for within the temples. So there's no like shop that sells, you know. There's no like Disneyland.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I just I imagine that since she's from here, there's probably at least one or two people she knew buried here,
Oh, sure, yeah.
and
Over
so
over the time, yeah.
yeah. So she probably just grabbed some flowers or tokens or whatever,
Mhm.
just to place in remembrance.
Yeah.
Or I guess, I don't know if it's like Catholic, like she'd light a candle kind of thing.
Yeah, inside the temples, actually, the Raven Queen is probably the easiest for us outside of D&D to understand, because it is actually kind of very Catholic. The Church of the Raven Queen, in my world, especially in this area, is they kind of venerate saints in that way, like Cuthbert does. But they definitely, that's one of the definite things that they have in their temples, is they have candles that you go and light, and you can pray over the dead or the dying, or she also is purview over fate and like prophecy. And so many people come to like find their way when they're lost, like what's my destiny, you know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so you pick up a I'd say that you pick up a little like knitted strip of like really colorful yarn that reminds you of a woman that you knew in your youth. This old woman, her name was Evelyn, and she made these little knitted like shawls and like things, and she would come and she'd hand them out to the mourners and stuff. And she was just this lovely old woman, and she spent a lot of time here in the cemetery, remembering like her family that has been lost, because she's very old. She was the last like surviving person. And then she'd also spend a lot of time up at the Standing Stones as well. But she's buried here. And so you know that one of her like it reminds you of her in that way. Like, oh, this,
I haven't thought
This is
of her in
something that-
years, but she was a very lovely woman.
yeah.
She was a matter. She's very sweet. What?
But yeah, it makes you think of Evelyn. So.
Okay. So I will stop and just say a basic prayer for the Raven Queen to watch over my friend. And if I leave the token, or that's kind of how I just imagine that kind of works. And then try and track down a priestess,
Okay.
someone I can talk to.
Yep. So you see a couple of the ravens kind of milling about. They all wear a stern, like bronze or porcelain, or kind of a combination of both, like a mask. And some of it is elaborately decorated with like headdresses, and I wish I could find the picture. I need to. I'll find it because it is worth sharing.
I feel like I'm stupid, but did she mention her name? That old woman I was talking to?
I didn't hear her
She
say
did
it.
not. No.
And I stupidly didn't ask. Or introduce myself, or any other of the common courtesies.
You sure didn't.
Nope. Cinder's super out of practice with human interaction.
Yep. That is so sad.
You'll find it next meeting.
Yeah, it's I think I've showed you. It's the symbol that I use for the mask of Saint Maris, the Lady of Death, or Our Lady of Perpetual Mourning.
Mm-hmm.
It's this beautiful, like, God, I want to find it, but because it's so good, it's one of those pieces of art that I'm just like, oh, this is. Anyway, so yeah, you find a couple of them as you approach one. They're completely like covered in black robe as well, so it's hard to tell like the gender or anything about these people, but they kind of mill about and they have everything hidden, like their hands are hidden, and you kind of stop one, and one kind of looks like down at you. You know that most of them wear like heightened shoes or like stilts as if to like tower, and so it's almost like a comical, like, well, maybe not comical, but like anime kind of spirit world, like how they're
Like
like
no face.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you find one and they look down at you and you hear a woman's voice. Yes. Can I help you?
Good morning. I am. My name is Balin, and I was hoping I could ask for some assistance. I am not feeling well, and I would love some help if there is maybe a service that I would be more than happy to make a donation in return for the Raven Queen's aid. But I also would like to speak with maybe someone. I have some questions that I would like to talk to someone.
Come and walk with me.
Okay.
Who are you?
Gobin. I'm just accompanying this lady.
I'm just here for the ride.
Yeah.
Just here for the
To a graveyard.
Is what ails you? Is it something that you chose?
I mean, yes and no.
The
It's not
Raven
something-
Queen can only offer her help if you accept fully the course of one's own fate and destiny, accept and embrace death and transformation as an inevitable. So one must be sure that they are not fighting anything that isn't fated to happen. This is something that you chose.
I don't think anyone chooses that kind of fate. I wouldn't choose that fate.
Indeed, many can speculate that none choose their fate, period. How can we accept what is predestined, yet still have agency in this world? It is often a difficult question to answer. But alas, she does bring comfort and succor.
Yep.
If you have fully accepted what ails you,
Yeah, what?
if you have fully accepted what ails you, and she deems it so, then it will no longer ail you.
I mean, I accept it. I just don't want it.
Why do you not want it?
Because it doesn't. I can't do what needs to be done.
Do the thriving plants and trees want the winter to come and starve them of their life? Is pain necessary?
Ah, yes. These philosophical questions. These are good questions. I will ponder them.
It might help to speculate on such before perhaps delving into her realm.
Okay. Maybe I'll ponder on that then. What about the questions?
Well, I think that entirely depends on the questions.
I look around. Is there anyone nearby that can overhear our conversation?
Not really, no.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to talk to somebody about dead people being stolen.
She stops walking
Mm-hmm.
and she looks down at you. From here?
No.
And then she continues to walk. Continue.
At least not to my knowledge. But I do know that it has occurred. So I'd like to talk to someone that could give me some insight, because I'm trying to correct this travesty against the nature of things.
You are trying to correct the bodies being stolen?
Yes, because I don't know what's been done with them. It feels disrespectful to the sanctity of the end of life and the respect that those who have passed on to the Raven Queen's realm deserve.
It is a madness to deny reality. And the reality is that when something is dead, it is no longer living. And to treat it as such, and to make it move, and to behave as such, is pure folly.
Indeed.
What answers are you seeking? I might be able to help.
Do I feel like she is being forthright with me? Do I feel like she's in a position of knowledge? Like, I need to know if I need to be a Karen and ask for her manager.
Okay, make an insight check.
I have already specifically asked for Govin's aid in this.
How is he gonna aid you in inciting? Do you have a telepathic link?
No.
Do you have a sympathetic bond?
Yes.
Sympathetic bond.
I am sympathetic to his needs.
Yeah.
In
If
that
they're
he's
both reading her, she could be like,
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
because I have clarified to him that I need his help.
Okay.
That's why he's
Basically,
here.
her third and fourth eye.
Okay. So you can roll with advantage, or you can both roll individually, and you would do with disadvantage.
Right.
What's your insight?
So my insight is a +2.
Hold on.
or maybe you guys set it up that you ask the questions and he
Yeah,
keeps an
mine's
eye on it,
+2.
and be like, oh,
Or
You
separate or
proficient, even though I don't know if that matters.
That's 4.
Okay. She's inscrutable behind her mask,
Yeah.
but
The
she
DC's
seems to
probably
speak
hella high
with
anyway.
authority.
Right. Well,
I am the Raven Queen.
so what did she ask?
What are your questions?
Outside of the depravity that is necromancy, which I know very little about, but I've heard stories, what could someone possibly benefit from the theft of bodies? Have you heard any rumors or any stories? Maybe in connection to red powder?
I have not heard any local tales, but what comes to mind is the animation of corpses,
Necromancy, okay.
free labor, sometimes an intimate partner that does not talk back.
Gross.
Yes.
if red powder comes from a mineral.
What?
I'm
Yeah.
not there.
Yeah. No, I didn't even think about the free labor aspect. Because, dumb. Anyway. Free labor. That's smart, sister. Sister? High priestess?
I am an agent
Raven?
of death. I have no gender.
Agent of death.
You can call me Raven.
Ah, okay. So, Raven. Seems oddly casual. I don't know if I like that. So, okay. Here's the thing. And she like starts digging in her pockets because she has like purses and pouches of stuff everywhere. And she pulls out her note. I'm concerned. Have you heard of anyone in town named Filch?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't saying to you.
He's like,
No, leave it now.
oh.
No
Can I like
word.
insight check everything she said or like responds to like her yes or no's?
Sure, make an insight check.
You finally got 8. On that one.
8?
Yeah.
Okay. She seems to be telling the truth.
And in the note that I found, they say, don't be concerned about the ravens. So I presume that means you guys. Because there are plenty of other places around here to get what you need. But the only thing you guys really would be in the way of is if they needed, like, corpses, right?
That seems to be the case. What are you getting at?
Well, I guess at this juncture, I appreciate the insight, the free labor. Oh, perfect. That's probably what it's all about. My other theory seems ludicrous now. So, so thank you for that. But also, like, maybe up your security detail, because, I mean, eventually they're gonna run up, well, I don't know, I guess in this area probably not, because a lot of shitty shit happens. But just keep an eye on your orders for missing bodies, because I think somebody's stealing bodies and doing shady shit. Respectfully.
There's just nothing behind the
Yeah,
cold
yeah. It's
mask.
super off-putting for her. Didn't like that. Wow, this really, I mean, that and coming here for the headache cure was what I came for, but
You have a headache?
I do.
Why?
'Cause I'm hungover. If,
From?
from red powder.
I do not know this red powder.
Yeah.
A drug?
I would not recommend it. I mean, it's a really good high, but it's addictive as fuck. At this point, I'm just practicing radical honesty, man.
How big is this place?
It's the size of a small village, so there you're passing like large mausoleums. You're passing like quote unquote streets of like graves and
Is
Yeah.
there a way you can have like
mirror.
because I still have Scout. Is there a way you can just make him like look around, like,
Sure.
to see if anything's like I don't know,
Disturbed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I'm kind of
but it's
there,
loose.
so I can't really look through his eyes.
You can.
I can.
You can, but I mean you go blind and deaf while you do it.
So you'd have to like tuck your arm through mine and like walk with me.
Yeah.
Which you tell me
you
ahead
could
of
do
time,
that
I could
with
do.
up to
I just don't
was it
remember
a
how
mile or
much.
some shit. Like
Like 800 feet or something, I think.
yeah, it's a large enough amount that you could do it anywhere pretty much within this area. But so he skitters down. Just make a stealth or sleight of hand.
And I think he had what +5 to stealth or something.
Yeah, I have his stats.
Because I don't
Yeah,
have
so
his-
roll his stealth check. Let's roll scout. Scritty scout. Sheet. This sheet will be the NPC sheet.
But I also don't know what they're like, how they tend to graves or look at anything. So
So his stealth is +4.
it's +4. Okay. Hope I got a natural 20.
Nice.
Okay. So nobody notices Scout kind of meander off and skitter down your leg and take off into the river.
Just one more rat, yeah. Natural order.
What
Like, would he be smart enough just for me to tell him to look around for shit and then he could like tell me somehow? Without me having them look.
Yeah, you have a telepathic link up to I think 150 feet or 300 feet or something.
I don't
It's-
have familiar.
It's within a range.
Like
it's
if-
not.
Yeah, like if he like does something that I just know where he's.
Yeah, he's not an animal. He just has the shape or the form of an animal.
Yeah.
So
Right. He's
he
much
is
more
a.
Because I
intelligent
don't
than-
really want to be sus and end up going blind and deaf every now and then.
Right.
Like warging into you. Yeah. Yeah. So he skitters out, and you have a telepathic link, and you ask him to look around.
Yeah, to see if there's any like disturbed graves or like anything out of.
Okay.
Out of the norm.
Yeah. Make
Randy has no
a
idea where the smell's coming from.
perception or investigation. So it's either a -1 or +5 for him.
Okay, then what's the +5 one?
Yeah. Make a perception check for Scout as he's looking around.
And it's 17 +5, so over 20.
Okay. As you're walking and talking, and Valeth is awkwardly kind of talking to herself most often, getting no response or little response from the Raven.
Do you guys have wings under there?
You get about 5 minutes later, you get kind of a mental ping. There's nothing here, Master. Nothing to find.
He gave him an Oliver Twist accent.
He's a rat now right now.
That would be cool if his voice changed for each critter.
It would make sense. Yeah.
Can I just have a nibble on the phone over here?
I found some cheese. Can I have it?
Can I have it?
Little creme de la Edgar.
I don't need it, but
I want it. Anyway, so Scout tells you telepathically that he didn't find anything. You want me to return now? Or keep looking?
Yep.
And then, a few moments later, he sneaks back up your pant leg, but crawls up onto you and, you know,
Gets in his little thing.
yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So, what was the question?
We were talking about how I'm addicted to red powder.
Yeah, and,
And that's why I have a headache. I'm hungover.
right.
And he was like, oh my god, I can't believe you're just... I'm like, there's no one around. I checked already. Like, I'm practicing radical honesty at this point.
Mm.
We'll see how it goes.
Would you, how would she phrase this? Were you not an addict, and were you not addicted to this substance, would you be who you are now?
You know, that's a great question. And if I would be who I am now,
What is your profession?
murderer.
She stops,
Rogue?
and then she like looks down at you, and then you hear a chuckle. She says, "In what way?"
Well, I used to be just a thief.
Hmm.
And then, you know the stories, fell in with a bad crowd, and one thing led to another, and the next thing I knew, I was high most of the time, and people paid me to kill people that deserved to be killed, and so I did it. That's just,
You were an assassin.
yeah, that's the nice way of saying it.
Are you still an assassin?
Why? And got some grudge?
No.
No, not generally. I'm retired.
You retired from causing death?
For coin, yeah.
What led you to believe that these people deserve to die?
You know, there was a lot of people I trusted.
Do you accept that you could have been wrong?
Yes.
Do you accept that you could have been right?
In what way?
They could have deserved to die, or had to, if the lady willed it, as part of their fate.
Sure, I guess. But I don't think it had to be me.
To absolve oneself of sins is to also accept that you have sinned and are going to sin again. It is a hard dichotomy to grapple with, and it takes one intimately connected with the idea of fate and death. When is something fated to die? And is that your choice, or are you the hand that simply deals the cards? That's what you need to figure out. Are you an instrument or the bard? And that is where the question will be answered, is whether you will have a conflict with the Raven Queen. For she is the master of all bards, who sings the songs of death. You are only ever her instrument if you are going to have her favor. Think on it.
Sure.
I guess we go our separate ways.
If you wish. Yeah. How was your headache?
It's still there.
It doesn't hurt.
It doesn't?
No. I hope our talk has made you feel better. Sometimes when we accept things as they are and not what we want them to be, things work out.
Cool.
You are what you are. You're a murderer and an assassin and a drug addict. And I think many, many, many other things. One thing you should never be, and one thing that the lady will never accept, is a liar.
Hey, see, radical honesty's been working out for me so far.
In time, perhaps. Is that all?
Yeah, thanks. I think I introduced myself already, but like, if anything comes up with that Filge guy or missing bodies, like, let me know. I'm gonna try and handle it like still, but if anything comes up, alright.
We will be watching.
Yeah, I know. All right. Jesus.
Yeah, as you make your way out of the cemetery and make your way toward kind of the exit, an actual like raven is perched on top of the gate post that's like kept open, the end of the wrought iron that's kind of kept open, and it just stares at you the entire time. Just this creepy like Edgar Allan Poe. Nevermore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
like stares at you.
watch it. I stop and I kind of watch it for a minute, and I'm like, "Thank you."
Do you get what you came for?
Yeah,
Coben,
man, my head feels great.
Coben, you notice a little bit of blood has come down her nose. Not enough to be a full nosebleed, but just a little bit of blood has trickled out of her nose as soon as she leaves.
Yeah, look, you got a red nose.
Yep, you wipe the blood off, and it's not bleeding anymore, but there is blood there.
I mean, my head feels fine, but
So
It's
do
a
you-
beautiful red
Do
color.
you snort red powder, or do you like?
I mean, yeah, it's ingestible anyways.
You could
Okay.
smoke it, snort it. Yeah, most people snort it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's,
Is that what you did?
I mean, no, the last time I didn't. The last time I just like dissolved it like cotton candy. Listen, okay, I'm not proud of it. Like, I was clean, but I can't necessarily, like, it's hard to stay clean when you're constantly fighting it. That's why I got rid of the rest of the what I had. So, I'm trying really hard not to be fucked up.
Uh-huh.
Listen, I'm sorry I didn't mention it before. It doesn't change anything. I'm still gonna help you find your sister.
What? My sister.
Sister, girlfriend, whatever.
Okay.
Right, I keep forgetting.
Wow.
My
As soon as you guys are like
sister.
outside of
I was
the-
high when you told me the story. I'm sorry.
I
Jeez.
forget! Jesus.
As soon as you guys actually leave the cemetery proper and you know, have that little moment of the nosebleed, you guys continue walking and talking, hundreds of ravens just flock from the cemetery and just cloud and disperse into the sky.
Around the city. Excellent. Yes. Eyes all over the city.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Maybe you
Oh,
scared him with
but
your
that's
nosebleed.
absolutely what she's thinking. Because they are creepy fucks. absolutely 100% believe that they can see through every one of those ravens.
Maybe.
Creepy.
I have no idea if that's true, but
You've
Bailiff
been here
believes
longer
it.
than I have.
Okay, so you are no longer exhausted, but you have disadvantage on any saving throws to resist taking the drug again.
So I just need to stay away from the drug. It's fine. I can do that.
Yeah,
There's
it's not like
none
you're
in
searching
town.
for it.
There's none in town.
No.
Except for, the place where I'm looking for the guy that I need to kill. Yeah. It's fine.
Where there's probably piles and piles.
You know what?
of
It's
it.
really easy, Bailiff. Just don't take it.
Just don't take it. Like, just
Just
don't
don't
be
take it.
addicted.
Yeah, just stop being addicted.
The
I mean, I
place-
don't understand why you can't just not do it.
The place you're
Yeah.
looking for probably has tables and tables with piles of it.
Like the other
neatly cut up
drug
in lines.
dealers we found. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I feel great. This is gonna be fine. This is fine.
I guess we'll see.
Soda? Anyone?
No, I'm fine.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, as you guys three, as you three are walking in, you see a discarded wooden sign. It looks like a flimsy, like, beggar's board, almost like a homeless guy's sign, and most of it's completely illegible. But there's one word that's so clearly legible. It says tripartite. Like a doomsday person, like their sign, like the end is nigh. But this word just says tripartite.
Ain't nothing new.
Yeah, have I?
Well, I mean, the definition of the word is something that was once one, is split to three, or has three aspects.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
tripartite of three parts. Yeah, three parts of a whole.
So. I mean, my next stop is the observatory and Filge. Or. The fuck is his name? The Dorger?
Dowerstone?
Dowerstone.
Ragnolan Dowerstone. The first resident of Diamond Lake.
Because he's the one who's gonna want him and Meadow. Like, Cinder knows more about Meadow Guy. Dowerstone. Those are the only other two people that I know of in town who would be interested in taking over the mines, which puts both of them high on my suspect list for being in charge. I need to check in with Hawk to find out if any movements happened with the fucking orc. And then get into the observatory. That's what I got.
Well, then where's Hawk?
It's Feral Love, probably. So,
Can you like tell him to meet you somewhere?
yeah, I can probably find him.
Obviously, I'm gonna converse inside of the feral dog.
Obviously. Why don't you go back and get the rest of the people together and find out where they're at so that we can... Are we just taking the whole day to fuck off?
Well, do you know where that one guy you want to meet is? Like where he lives?
Hawk?
No, the guy that you're like, I don't know. You said you wanted to talk to somebody.
Dowerstone? I don't want to talk to him. I just want to go through his house.
Yeah, do you know where he lives?
Yeah, like right
Yeah, he
there.
passed his.
We're literally passing his house.
Okay, so then where do you want to be first?
That's why I figure we should talk to the others.
Because I can sit here and just have Scout go skirt around his house. While you go get the others.
Yeah, that works.
Because the guy knows who you are and he doesn't know me, so it'd be less us anyway.
You're just gonna sit outside his house.
Well,
You just
I
pick up
have
that
a
sign and
range.
sit around with it.
I have a range. actually.
Alright.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. That's chill.
So he's gonna send Scout into Dowerstone's house.
Uh-huh.
Like around it, I want to check around it.
Sure.
Around it first.
He's gonna
and
scout it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you are going
I'm gonna go get the rest of the folks and just find out like if they're ready to.
Allison's house. Okay.
Yeah, Allison's house and kind of see where they're at, like what our next step if they're ready or wanting to go with me.
I'm ready for lunch. I'm gonna go see what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass some time.
So I feel like we probably all kind of converge back at the house at the same time.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it is about 2 p.m. Maybe let's say 1.
Gonna
Yeah.
take a break from my new studies.
Yeah. So you all eventually converge. We'll get to Scout. After he scouts, because you can't hear him from so far away, but he'll come back with something.
Well, yeah, I didn't go with her. I'm by the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you all eventually converge.
Except for me.
Yeah, except for Coben. And so the first one, I mean, you never left really, but I think the first one back would probably be Envy. And the house is normal activity. The kids at this point are probably like eating something, and Tish is like around doing her mom stuff. I don't need to describe all that, but the kids definitely seem to like have taken a liking to you, and the little girl like especially like waves enthusiastically and like smiles at you.
Too bad you're going to jail.
Anyway,
I wave back and everything.
and then after that would be Cinder, and then you all converge except for Coben. So let's say that you have met in maybe a side room or something.
Were you planning to talk to Cinder as soon as she came back, or you were going to wait a little bit?
No, I started to go back.
Okay, so then you guys have time then before these two are done with their.
Yeah, I returned back after my failed attempts to. Well, I cleaned up the stones.
Oh, is that where you were?
Yes, I was at the standing stones.
Defacing the standing stones.
No, I was undefacing them.
She was facing them.
I was correcting your town's habits.
Cinder, can we go up to your room real quick?
Sure.
Okay.
Go up to my room. Which is like Spartan neat.
It kind of took me back, like how neat it is.
Yeah. Like the bed is like perfectly made.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, in the monastery, you're used to living that kind of disciplined lifestyle, but this is a new level. But you both are from monasteries, so
I don't know, maybe she doesn't live that way though. Maybe her room's always a mess and they're always getting after her.
maybe
So there could be a slight issue in this town.
There are many issues in this town. Which one are you talking about?
Where, I went to go buy feed for Starlight. There was a stable keep guy. I don't know his name. I bought the feed, and he was acting really shady. And, so I was looking at what he was being shady about, and there were malnourished horses. One that was clearly like whipped and everything. And long story short, I'm gonna tell the whole story anyways. I
So
ended
you
up,
left and we should go back and investigate later.
that is what should have happened. But no.
She's not smiling. She's like
Yeah.
just very like serenely listening.
Yeah. So the
She takes a seat on the bed.
stable keep is now in the church, the Temple of Cuthbert Healing. He
Healing from what exactly?
kind of got some wounds on his face.
Just by himself.
It's really weird what happened, yeah. And then I was arrested.
I need you to make a deception check there.
For
You explicitly tried to make
Because
it sound
you
like you
explicitly
didn't
just
have anything
lied.
to do with it.
Yeah. By himself, yeah, it's really weird what happened. That's a lie. Yeah.
yeah, it's so weird. Yeah?
I melted his face off.
Super weird. I don't
Super
know how
weird.
that
I
happened.
don't know how that happened.
So I got a 4.
Got a dirty 20.
You're probably catching on. Yeah.
Then I argued with the priest at Cuthbert. He's a jerk, by the way. Would not recommend meeting him. And then,
How? One step at a time.
but we got to almost do the best part. I got shot in the back with a crossbow.
By the priest of St. Cuthbert.
No, by a shield.
By a shield who was there.
Because I went and got him for help because the guy had,
After the mysteriously wounded stable hand,
yes,
who you then took to St. Cuthbert.
yes.
And
Well,
then got
I
in
did.
an
The shield
argument
did.
with the priest.
Yes, and then the priest was like,
You don't
Sorry,
really
sorry.
lay it all out like this. Sounds crazy.
sort of like yelling and like trying to be all pious or something, and told the shield person to detain me because I was guilty. But I really think it was prejudice. But
And then
and then he detained me. Well, he tried to detain me, but then I was like, I'll go up there willingly. Like I'll race you there. So I start running off, and then he shot me in the back.
because you ran
To
away
race
from
him
the
up.
shield.
Yeah, away from the shield to where they were going to take you to.
And you're obviously not shot now
Well, no,
because you got away.
no. See, that's no. I did not get away. So then I was like, well, I put my hands up, and then I let him detain me, even though he was terrible at it. But I let him. And then
The shield.
Yeah. I don't remember his name, but then we went up to the
Oh my god,
the
this is
garrison
the
place.
history of our D&Ds.
the garrison place,
Mhm.
and I met with the Bahamut priest. I presume father, something. And then he tried to cast a spell on me, but then he was like, "Oh, how should have known better than to see through followers saying or something like that." And then
He didn't cast a spell.
he tried to.
No, he just
No,
looked deeply
he just
into your
looked
eyes.
deep. He was making an insight check.
Well, it felt like he was
Cast a
Cuthbert
spell.
tried to cast a spell.
Yeah, it felt like he was trying to cast a spell.
Sure. I
Um,
thought he cast
In
a
Envy's eyes, he's trying to cast a spell by peering into her soul.
Yeah.
spell. Yeah.
Was that the him a cast spell, or was the Cuthbert guy?
The Cuthbert guys
guy
cast a
cast
spell,
a spell.
tried to cast a truth spell, which you resisted. And then,
He succeeded his insight against you.
yeah. The Dun
So-
priest tried to scrutinize whether you're lying or not and couldn't tell.
Yeah.
And then they removed the bolt, and then they healed me, which then made me feel weird afterward. I don't know what that feeling was, but then
You've never felt it?
You've never felt guilt before?
then
Because you're a sociopath.
and they let me go.
Oh my god.
And
Because
then
they found you not guilty.
yes, I think temporarily, because then there's going to be possibility of a trial. They're going to question the stable handman if he can talk again.
Because his wounds might have made it so he can't speak anymore.
Maybe.
He was pretty fucked up.
He was pretty fucked up.
But
Apparently there was some kind of acid or whatever landed on his face.
and he couldn't possibly have seen who threw acid on his face when you were alone with him in the stables getting feed. after confronting him about the treatment of the horse.
Why you put it like that?
Let's step
But yes.
back
But yes, I think that's kind of how it went.
a few more moments. So you have no idea how he was attacked.
Envy's in deep shit.
I look around and like, I know how I was attacked.
Does he know how he was attacked?
No, I don't think so.
So there's no way he saw who attacked.
Well, he'd probably say that was me.
Because you did attack him.
Allegedly. Well, you know, karmically, what he was doing to the horses, he was due for it.
This is interestingly a behavior that is not unknown to you by followers of Sayanine. They purposely will obfuscate and lie to balance or bring some sort of deal out or whatever.
Receive justice.
I feel like she's probably like having flashbacks with having to deal with like diplomatic envoys like that were followers of Sayanine.
Yeah.
And it's like a crazed dance
Yep.
that I don't know if she ever enjoyed.
So I'm going to pretty much tell everyone what happened. Well, at least a
Which version of what happened?
shortened version of what happened. Pretty much that the stable hand was attacked, I was shot, I was arrested, and I could have a trap coming up.
You've been playing too much GTA.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
I'm trying to think, how much does Cinder know about human laws and court systems?
She didn't need to know much. This offense, if she's found guilty, she would be executed.
But, and I guess specifically now, but it's the Church of Bahamut who's going to hold the trial.
That depends. That depends.
Executed, you say?
Because now it kind of sounds to her, at least in her mind, that now we have, well, also now a religious power struggle, diplomatic situation of the Church of Bahamut and the Church of Cuthbert, who probably don't really like each other all that much.
No,
And that now one is going to want justice, one just fucking hates her, and they're probably going to be jockeying for who gets to do the trial.
Yeah.
Which, regardless, though, the lawyer would be from Bahamut, who genuinely just cares about justice being done.
Yeah.
So can't know the truth.
So, but even if they know the truth, like, Bahamut now is Bahamut is just justice, not justice law.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he
okay.
could, because technically if they were to think that the guy was
St.
guilty,
Cuthbert is about law
yeah,
and rules.
one's
Yeah.
justice, one's law. Cuthbert, you broke the law, you fucking die.
Yeah. Well.
Bahamut, this guy might have had it coming, and he may have deserved it,
Yeah.
and justice might have been served.
Right. Yeah, I mean, one could argue on the case of Bahamut for the guy that was attacked too.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So
but Bahamut is
didn't
a
kill
lawful. If we're gonna use D&D alignments, he's a lawful good, primarily good deity.
But lawful.
Lawful, yeah.
Yeah. He's above
Yeah.
law.
Yeah. What's the
Lawful
right
is
thing
what's
to
gonna
do
fuck you.
versus what's the legal thing to do versus what's the right thing to do?
Do you know
The muffin.
for a fact that the one horse, because you only saw one horse, was his horse?
yeah, I asked him that.
And he said, yes, that is my horse.
No, he said for me to mind my own business.
So it could possibly be somebody else's horse.
Possibly.
And it could possibly be some, perhaps, prominent figure's horse who mistreats his horse, who he just covers up for.
Thinking like a defense lawyer.
Possibly.
Who could also have now a vested interest in your case.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
now has happened to all the horses?
Huh?
What now happens to all the horses?
I don't know. They stopped being abused.
And have no caretaker. Well, except that he'll be healed and he'll go back to tending the horses.
Maybe.
I wonder, will he resent the horses more now that his face was melted off?
Although I did save his life though, so
Does he know you saved his life?
he was unconscious. So no.
Is he going to feel like you saved his life when you disfigured him?
I don't know.
Is leaving town an option for you? Or is there anything in your tenets that exempt you from the laws of this town?
Or
That's a good one.
that is a good one.
I
Or
don't know how the Twilight Monastery necessarily works.
Religious, like, impunity.
Or, for example, in my tenets, we don't abide by the laws of nations and countries, so they really don't hold any sway on us. Since we don't recognize them.
or since everyone else in this town is corrupt, then we or I, probably me, can go and make sure he doesn't talk.
So then your solution then is to go back and silence the man that you allegedly attempted to kill and that then saved by taking to a temple of the law and are now under suspicion of murdering, who would then end up dead if you can get into the temple of St. Cuthbert.
But see, I wouldn't be anywhere near the temple.
And where would you silence him? Because where is he right now?
Well, no, he would be silenced in the temple, but I'm not there, so they can't blame me.
And you have some means of distantly silencing him?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, you're silent.
Uh-huh.
Are you asking her to assassinate this man that you attacked?
No.
You're not there.
So that's kind of an issue that I'm dealing with right now.
That is a large issue.
Oh boy.
It might be best to let Alliston know that you might be standing trial and there may be guards coming to question.
Yeah.
What time is it right now?
About 1:30 p.m.
I think it's been at least 2 hours since the last problem was laid on his lap.
Oh my god.
Did they give you a time frame?
No. I asked, and they said, if we need you, we'll be in contact.
Okay. I appreciate that you told me this.
While you were up at the standing stone, did you hear the humming?
No. I did talk to an elderly woman, however, who said that she had heard them before, but always a different song. That they gave her inspiration.
Write his music down?
No.
Oh.
I just went ahead and pre-rolled my insight for when he tells us, or for when she tells her story. Natural
Weird.
20.
Oh. Okay.
So you don't hear it now that you're with me, but you heard it before. How strange. I don't say because Angela says, but Cinder has no idea that you hear it when she's around, so.
Yeah, it's not an always thing. I mean, you've been around Cinder a lot. It's not always.
Okay.
So around this time I get there.
Yeah.
So you just hear someone calling downstairs, "Hey guys! Where's everybody?"
You guys emerge from this, like, kind of small room, that, like,
Yeah.
weird, empty expressions, like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah, you see them, and you're all gathered now, let's say, except for COVID.
Alright guys. I don't know what you guys been doing this afternoon, but I have been busy.
Oh, with who?
So, basically,
Alright.
I'm not lower myself to yours. Anyway,
I was asking who you were with.
I was with Coben.
Okay.
Anyway, so I went to the Ravens and talked to them. They haven't had any missing bodies, but they are going to keep an eye out for us around town to let us know, and they're going to keep an eye out for Filge. And they got rid of my headache, and I only bled a little, so that's awesome. Like, I feel way better.
You had to bleed to have your headache removed?
I don't know. But I do feel better. And, yeah. So it turns out I had forgotten. But Dowerstone's place is over by the Ravens. So Coben is currently scouting it out. I made sure that we were by ourselves. Like, I didn't pull this into a conservatory or something away from the kids.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just the four of us. So, assuming Connor was available.
Yeah, you're all
Yeah.
together now.
So anyway, so he's scouting out with Scout Dowerstone's place because I was thinking about it while I was with the Ravens. And I think that, like, what we learned about Vess being dead, like, I think that's got to have something to do with it. And, oh my gosh, I'm fairly certain that my original theory about the red powder being made from dead people is probably completely wrong. And that, in fact, they are using some kind of, like, fucked up necromancy for free labor. Which would make sense if the red powder, because powder, mines, Best, and then, like, and she's a little bit, like, adrenaline high, sorry. She's just like, oh my gosh, guys,
not
like,
red
because she
powder
feels so
high.
much
Yeah.
better. I don't know if you've ever had that, like, you just had a headache, and then the minute you feel, like, oh my god, the headache's gone. Like, it's like this burst of energy.
I'm debating whether I think you're just high again, but sure.
I mean,
there's a lot of
there's a lot of
similarities.
similarities,
so.
yeah. So, anyway, so I've decided I'm trying radical honesty, going with it. It worked with the Ravens, so I'm just going to embrace it. It's going to be my new thing. Radical honesty.
This will be a great time for radical honesty.
So, I know, right? Anyway, so that's what I think. I think we should check out Dowerstone. And what was that guy's Meadow Lane?
I did actually already visit with Moon Meadow.
Moon Meadow, that's it. Yeah, how'd that go?
Interestingly.
What about us?
Never said I was being honest. I did meet with him. Afterwards, I talked with Aliston. And he did say that his personality seemed different from what he was used to, what I described. He was very interested in disrupting Dowerstone's operation. He's very interested in seizing control of the mines,
All of the mines?
I would imagine.
Oh, maybe Dowerstone's not our target then.
Dowerstone, however, I did ask Alliston about Dowerstone as well, who is perhaps not... He was kicked out of the... What'd you say it was?
The Graysmere Covenant.
The Graysmere...
Covenant.
The Graysmere Covenant.
Yep.
Roughly a year ago, for his mistreatment of his...
That's a
Miners.
Dwemer thing, right?
Yes.
A dwarf thing, yeah.
Dwarf thing.
There is a
It
Graysmere
is-
Covenant in the city too. There's a building.
Dwar generally, that would be who oversees such businesses. However, his practices go against their ethics.
So he was kicked out of there.
For whipping his workers.
That's not ideal.
However, he did say that he's generally a man of his word, that he's never had problems with either of them. But
Mm-hmm.
they've both been here since this town was founded. They've both been here a very long time,
I know.
and they know intimately what is beneath the city.
That's true.
If there was some sort of red powder here, they would likely have stumbled upon it. Melmetter said he made his fortune exploring the cairns of the area.
Hmm. Well,
But the cairns are running out.
yeah, well, I don't know what Scout's gonna find, but we were kind of just there, so we thought that we'd check it out at least, just to see what we could see. But, like, at this point, there's a couple of different avenues that I would like to look into, but I wanted to check in with you guys and see what was going on with you, to make sure that, you know, since we're kind of, you know, we're a team now, like, I know we've kind of finished the job we got paid for, but, like, you guys are super capable, and I could definitely use the help, because I'm a mess.
We
So,
haven't finished our agreement either with land.
right, and I'm pretty sure it's all connected, man.
It certainly seems where the bodies might have gone.
What she's saying.
Okay.
Hmm?
And like a journal with your quill.
So your quill is out and writing?
By itself.
Nice. Yeah, so, I mean, the observatory, so I can track down Filge, that filthy fuck. And,
Alliston said that beneath the observatory there was, what did he call it? Beneath the observatory there's
There might be like an undercroft area.
there
but
may be an undercroft beneath the observatory.
good to know.
Would make a good place for, I would assume, however you make drugs.
Oh, sure, yeah, good drug den. Yeah, that makes sense.
Distill it or whatever that you do. Oh, Harvard drugs.
Maybe the red powder is made from bodies that died from the Red Plague, not just regular bodies.
That was
That's
the
a
theory.
good theory. She pulls her notebook out,
It was also the theory that you came up with last week.
which was,
That one.
oh,
But you were high, so you probably don't remember.
yeah.
However, the idea of free labor, that could explain why we found Hallowed there as well. If they hired Hallowed to reanimate the bodies. As workers.
Yep. We found those in the cairn, but did we find them at the...
I thought we found evidence of the land house as well. Like, I thought me and Envy did. When
Yeah,
we
that
were,
would have been you two, because I don't remember.
No?
No.
Maybe we just assumed.
I don't know. You found hallowed corpses
Yeah. In the cairn.
In the cairn, and they were old.
Yeah.
So
For some reason I thought we saw some evidence at the land house of them as well.
no, that was just the arm of the tattoo.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe not.
Well, so I have my friend Hawk watching the work. To try and kind of follow him back to the source, because eventually that fucking piece of shit will go back to where he's from. And then we can kind of see where he... Because I very explicitly threatened his boss. He would be a very stupid individual if he didn't warn his boss.
Unless he doesn't see you as a threat.
Well, then he would be doubly stupid because I absolutely will fucking kill him. Especially if he wastes my time. So, observatory, Hawk. Chicken Scout. Moon Meadow,
Should we gather
Dower
Scout?
Stone.
Should we gather Coven before we go to the observatory?
Oh, absolutely. Huh?
What?
Does Zalistar pipe up about anything?
No, he's not talking.
What did you say?
Mad.
You thought you heard a whisper.
Are you sure you're not high, Bailey?
Yeah, I heard something.
From where?
I don't know.
What
I'm
does
not
it sound
fucking
like?
high. Like, guys, like, look at my eyes. They're not dilated.
As you look at her eyes,
Mm-hmm.
there's a little bit of blood in the corner of one eye that kind of just drips down a little bit.
You
His
can't-
eyes
What?
are bleeding.
What?
Your eyes are bleeding.
Because that's normal.
Yep, just one. Your left eye is bloody a
I
little bit.
believe you that
Are
you're not
these-
high.
What do you know of the side effects of this drug?
It makes me faster.
Those are not exactly the side effects, but yes.
I mean, technically, it is a side effect of the
The
drug.
effects of the
Okay. Technically.
I should say, what do you know of the side effects of the withdrawal?
Oh, of the withdrawal.
Assuming that is the state you are currently in.
Sure. Usually headache, which I had, but I don't anymore. Excessive tiredness. Mechanically disadvantaged.
Alright.
Like, I don't know, like,
Has
it's
she
just
heard-
Exhaustion.
exhaustion.
Has she
like,
heard of any other things, like, from overuse of it or anything?
hallucination
Like,
or bleeding?
bleeding from the eyes?
No.
Things
No.
like that?
I would equate it to like heroin.
I mean, the thing is, she's been through, like, she's gotten clean before.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if these are, that's why I was wondering if these are side effects, like the bleeding and stuff, that she
No,
would
she
have
would not recognize
recognized.
them as. I mean, it's probably. Am I bleeding from
This-
the nose again?
Nope.
No? Okay.
And this
Um,
only happened after you spoke with that raven.
Yes.
That's so Raven.
So.
Oh my god.
I mean, worst case scenario is they put, like, the blessing of the Raven Queen on me and I'm not worthy and it's killing me. Like, that's like worst case scenario.
Oh shit, that's how the Raven Queen works.
Exactly, so it's probably not that.
It's not a goddess I worship, so.
I mean, she
Very
probably should be a goddess I worship. Like, I've killed so many
She's one
people.
of those strange goddesses. Yeah. She's transcultural, but specifically non-human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or specifically human, I should say. Yeah.
We have our own
Well,
gods
because
for that.
her story is that she was human and then became a goddess, right?
Not in Aiden so much,
explicitly?
but
Okay.
yeah. There's lots of different legends about how
But,
who she is.
yeah, so the bleeding, I think, you know, it's probably nothing to worry about. It doesn't hurt. Anyway,
Was there something you wanted to bring up, Envy?
Yes, I need to go talk to what's his face.
Allison,
Yes.
what about? I mean, I'm just nosy. Like,
Yeah.
it's fine. I ask questions all the time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go do that. Then
Yeah,
I
no
will be
problem.
back.
Okay. Deuces. Should we wait for you?
Where are you going after this?
To
To go
the-
get Coben.
into the observatory. I think we should wait for her.
Well, okay, well, she's doing that, like, maybe I should go get a hawk.
If you wanted to check in with your contact.
Yeah.
What did you do today, Envy?
Alright. I'm gonna go do that.
She's already at the door, probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Evie's long gone.
Alright, so you're gonna go pick up or try to find Hawk.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and like, I'm trying to do it stealthily because I don't want to break his cover.
Sure.
And just find him and kind of get an update.
Okay.
So I'll check the feral dog first.
Yeah. And what are the rest of you doing?
Go talk to
Alliston, and those
Alliston?
two are together.
Okay.
They're gonna
He's
wait.
still scouting.
Yeah, I was just gonna wait until Envy was done
You,
to.
you can play with the kids.
Yeah.
Or he could introduce you to his wand. Sticky.
I mean, all I see is this Wanda's writing, and I'm at this point. Cinder has not heard it talk, so she assumes that it's just, he's just animating the wand.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand how magic works. It does stuff. She's seen magic wands write and things before on their own before.
Yeah, that's nothing.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that I've known people that can do magic, so.
So as you knock on Alliston's door, before your final knock, or your final series of knocks, the door opens, and he has a grave look on his face, and he says, "Come in." And he ushers you into his office. And he says, I don't know what has transpired. I don't know what you have done. I will do what I can. And that's where we're going to end.